wanted to test my audio now. Am I coming through okay?
I can hear you perfectly well, Councillor. Yep.
Yes.
Hey everyone, it's 2 o'clock. I'd like to call the meeting to order for our committee meeting. Let's wait for a few more of the cameras to get turned on there. Great, thank you everyone. Again, we appreciate everyone joining us for our committee meeting. It's December the 6th, 2021. It is 2 o'clock. So I officially call the meeting to order. And right off the top, I just want to ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest or any general nature thereof. I'm not hearing or seeing anything just declared, so I'll continue to move on. Thank you. We're jumping right into some staff recognitions as we do. It's always good to raise the profile of our staff members who are doing good work here in the city, and this is that opportunity to do that. Many of them hail underneath the IDE sort of portion of our upcoming agenda anyways, so now's the time. I think I'll just hand it off to Chair O'Rourke to be able to recognize some of the staff members, and then it will come back to me for the continuation of our governance section of the agenda. So over to you, Chair O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Okay, these are a few of my favorite things, these staff recognitions. So on behalf of Council, I'm pleased to recognize the following city staff for their recent leadership and accomplishments. We have quite a few staff members to recognize today. So first up, we're recognizing Anna Marie O'Connell, our Supervisor of Parking Administration. She received the 2021 Ted Seberg Award for Outstanding Contribution to the Canadian Parking Industry at the Canadian Parking Association's annual conference. Anna Marie's impressive contributions to the parking industry span her 20 years with the City of Guelph and 12 years as a director of the association. As well as receiving the award, Anna Marie will serve a 6-year term on the board, in addition to continuing to serve in a director capacity. So congratulations, Anna Marie, that's fantastic. Quite the frame. Next up is Graham Aikenhead, a project manager in our corporate energy and climate change team, so very timely for today's conversation. He was named the Independent Electricity System Operator 2020 Energy Manager. Each year, the IESO recognizes an energy manager who has shown exceptional effort in launching creative, energy-efficient projects, working to influence policy changes, and partnering with stakeholders to successfully implement energy efficiency opportunities. Graham is known at the City for taking a client-focused approach to tackling complex energy projects. This is a notable demonstration of our staff's commitment to the organization sustaining our future priority and journey to achieving the 100% renewable energy target by 2050 for our city's facilities and fleet. The city's energy conservation and greenhouse gas emissions reduction approach has saved $1.7 million annually. Congratulations, Graham. That's fantastic. Today, we're also recognizing the team responsible for the conservation and adaptation of the rectory of the Basilica of Our Lady Immaculate for reuse as a priest's residence and parish offices. The city's senior heritage planner, Stephen Robinson, was a member of the project team that won an award of merit in the conservation architecture category in the 2021 awards competition run by the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals. The diocese ensured the building's heritage elements and relationship to the basilica and other buildings on Catholic Hill remain intact for future generations. The conservation work was based on the era immediately prior to reconfiguration of the building in the 1930s. In this way, the restored seminary building, in contrast to the convent on the other side of the basilica, would together provide important evidence of Catholic Hill's unique architectural heritage. Congratulations to the entire team. And last but not least, let's congratulate our Economic Development and Tourism Department on receiving not one, but 2 industry awards of excellence from the International Economic Development Council. It's quite a day. Curtis Wells, the team's marketing and events coordinator, received a Silver Award of Excellence for the Guelph Shops local program that encourages residents to purchase their goods in Guelph. If you haven't already, check out the Guelph Shops portal at guelphshops.ca. Curtis, alongside one of Guelph's former economic development officers, Tyson McMahon, were jointly awarded a Bronze Award of Excellence for Guelph's community profile that highlights key data, business support, and testimonials from businesses that have decided to call Guelph home. So congratulations, Curtis and Tyson. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Chair O'Rourke. I appreciate it. Let's do our, Councillor Salisbury does this very well, our clapping for all of our staff members. So thumbs up and all that for all of you. Really, really appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed, and it's nice to say it out in the public realm. So thank you. So it's back to me under governance, everybody, and we're coming into update number 10 of the managing impacts of COVID-19. And so right off the top, we do have some presentations. I'll have only a few remarks to say, but presentation wise, we have our CAO is going to walk us through this 10th report. And then we also have Dr. Mercer. Very honored to have you here as well, Doctor, and thank you for your leadership as well. So would you, I have here on my list, I just want to confirm with the CAO, is it Dr. Mercer who you'd like to have to go first? I see the head shaking. Okay, all right, perfect. So Dr. Mercer, our Medical Officer of Health, thank you again for your leadership in our community. It's unbelievable. We appreciate all that you're doing along with your entire team at Public Health. So with that, I'll be quiet and mute and turn the presentation over to you. Thanks for being here today.
And thank you, Mayor Guthrie and members of council. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here. And I just want to reiterate that dealing with the pandemic is really an all of community response. And without our municipal partners, we certainly would not have been as effective. So thank you to you as a council and you as mayor for all of your support throughout the pandemic. So I'm sort of limiting my comments today to the children aged 5 to 11. I'm sure there might be some other topics of concern that you wish to ask me about, but for now I'll just talk about what's happening with children, and then I'll take your questions at the end. So next slide, please. So if you look at our population of children, it's a little bit over 23,500, and really what we want is 90%. That's what our goal right now is for adults, and that's what we have successfully achieved. Our immediate goal is 70%. We're not there yet, but this is the big picture for us. Next slide, please. If you look at where the children are located, this provides you all across the region. And if you look at the city of Guelph, we say it's approximately 10,500, of which the vast majority of those, probably close to 10,000, are actually located within the Guelph Family Health Team, and the remainder with other physicians in our community. Next slide. This is how you book your appointment. So we've actually had 3 areas. We have primary care, public health, and our pharmacies, and they have all been providing this. I just want to ask also, this slide deck is a little bit different than the one I thought I was presenting today, so I'm sort of winging this. I'm not sure if this is the most recent slide deck whoever's presenting has, but there was a different slide deck for it today, and if you're able to find that as I'm speaking, that would be great because it has some other stats in it that I would like to present. Next slide. So these are where our public health clinics are right now. So we have 3, and the one that you're probably most familiar with within the city of Guelph is being run in partnership with the Guelph Family Health Team, and it is our Stone Road Mall Clinic. And I don't think you can really go anywhere in the mall without sort of knowing that our presence is there, and you probably will see a lot of additional, whether it's seniors or children in our community, showing up for their vaccination there, and it's a very child-friendly space. We also have a number of other clinics in our community, mobile clinics, pop-up clinics, specialty clinics, as well as working with our children's congregate settings and treatment centers. So next slide. Just a picture of what the clinic looks like. Next slide. So for people who are listening, we really believe there's a really good benefit about vaccinating children in our community, and this slide just lists some of them. People seem to think, children, they don't really get that sick with COVID. So really, why are we vaccinating them? And that is absolutely not true. Children can still get sick, and children can still get some significant complications, including something what we call MISC, and long COVID. Children can definitely get that. And so that's a real concern for children who end up with lingering effects of COVID. Might affect their academics, might affect their overall participation in sports or other extracurriculars, as well as the really important one of missing school. And so we really want to ensure that our children stay in school, and that's so important for their social, emotional, and mental health, as well as their physical health. Next slide. So we use a card system. So for children who are nervous about needles, and this works for adults as well as for children. So if you're nervous about needles, I encourage you to find out more about the card system. And we definitely use this, and it's really wonderful for our kids in the clinic. So you'll be surprised at how easy it is for the children that are there. And in particular, the distraction technique. We have these little fidget toys that the children like. They can take home with them. They're not reusable, so it's just single use. Try and distract them, comforting. Sometimes they like to bring a stuffy in. Sometimes they like to be cuddled by their parent as they're having their vaccine. And we always ask the children questions to make sure that they're part of the procedure. Some want to be part. Some want to know. Some want to watch while the needle goes in, and some definitely do not. So we really want to make sure that we use all the techniques available to us to make the experience positive. Next slide. So I've really talked a lot about this. I'm going to move on to the next slide. And so we've had a lot of questions from WDG parents. This is a deck and some questions that I talked about at our board meeting last week. And I'm just going to really touch on what I think are some of the really important questions for children. Will the vaccine be mandatory? There is no plans right now for the vaccine to be mandatory for children, but I want to really emphasize that it's a very important overall health measure for you as a parent. If you have questions about this vaccine, there are really reputable sources that you can go to have your questions answered. So that would be really important. And the other one is that we're getting a lot of questions on about, what if my child's one age when I get the first dose, and then they're a different age when 8 weeks from now, when will they get the second dose? So vaccines are provided by age, not by weight. Now, which most oral medications are provided by weight, but vaccines are by age. And it's how your immune system is maturing. So if you're 11, when you show up for your dose, you'll get a pediatric vaccine. If you're 12, that's when you go to an adult vaccine, you'll get the adult dose. Some parents want their child to have the pediatric dose, the child's dose for both vaccines. We would still give them that and consider them fully vaccinated. But in general, children who are 12 will receive the adult vaccine. Next slide. So this just tells you where you can find some more information, and I'm just going to comment on the slides that somehow didn't show up for this presentation today. But really, I just wanted to provide you with some information that currently we have booked and vaccinated about 35% of our population for children. And so what we are seeing is that in particular, those children, the older age groups have slightly higher vaccination rates, and the younger age groups, it probably reflects parents. You know, they just want to make sure that, I know they have a lot of questions, and we do want parents to ask questions and to feel comfortable getting your child vaccinated. I strongly encourage that you investigate, you ask the questions, talk to your healthcare provider. These vaccines are safe and highly effective for children, and so it can protect your children from getting COVID, and it can keep them in school. So next slide, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
My apologies. I was like waiting for you, Dr. Mercer, to be like, you're like the teacher, right? Like,
sorry.
questions,
And I'm sorry, it
like,
was the wrong slide deck too. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna have to talk about this slide deck. I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So let me go to Councillor Gibson, and then I see Councillor O'Rourke as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Mercer, for joining us today. I always enjoy your updates to us. As an adult, I didn't need much convincing to get a vaccine, quite frankly, but as a parent, obviously I have more questions when making that healthcare decision for my children. Maybe I'll ask questions that I've heard around the community to you, and you can help distill them for myself and anybody who might watch. You touched on the sort of relative effects, the relative harm that is presented to children due to COVID, and you really talked about like life disruption, so missing school. You can still get sick. You know, we may not statistically spend a lot of time in the hospitals as young children, but you do have a lot of lifestyle disruption. So you talked about the merits of the vaccine to disrupt those. You did highlight in one of your agenda items about the any known side effects of the vaccine. Can you just go over some of those things so that parents can know what to look for, what to maybe expect? I know a number of children that have already had the vaccine, so they talk about minor irritation the day after, but maybe you can sort of outline that a little bit more.
Great, and thank you very much for the question, Dan. I really appreciate it, and for all parents who are listening. I think parents often in their mind think about what is the risk of getting the vaccine versus not getting the vaccine. And I think what you need to say to yourself, what is the risk of getting the vaccine versus getting COVID? Because there really isn't a middle ground. What we know with this particular virus is that you can't protect your children forever. They will get COVID. And in fact, the Omicron virus, which is starting to spread in Ontario, is highly, highly infectious. So really, as parents, we have to make a decision. Do we want to expose our children to a virus, or do we want to expose our children to a vaccine? And so that is the comparison that here. It's not about nothing or the vaccine, it's about getting the virus or getting the vaccine. So if we look at what the side effects are, people think that the side effects in the vaccine are different somehow than the actual getting the virus. And actually, they're very similar. When I say that, I mean that the actual virus can cause myocarditis, pericarditis. People think it's only the vaccine that can cause that, and that's not true. It's actually both can cause that, and people forget that. What we have seen with this virus is it can cause a multi-system inflammatory disease with children. We don't see that with the virus. With the vaccine, the virus can actually kill you. We don't see that with the vaccine. And what we also know is that you may develop immunity with the virus, but we have no evidence that it is long-term sustained immunity, meaning that you can still go on and get COVID again. So having your child fully vaccinated and keeping their vaccines up to date is a way of preventing them from getting this particular virus. And one of the least talked about symptoms is long COVID, which we know is very common in adults, unfortunately quite common. And we still see many patients who continue to complain about brain fog months and months after they've had COVID. And we are seeing that in children. And so we want to prevent that from happening to children. So when I say to parents, what are the most common side effects? Well, they're very similar to all vaccines. We're putting a little tiny needle in your child's arm. So soreness at the injection site is actually quite common. But believe it or not, the systemic symptoms don't seem to be quite as common with children. So as adults, we often feel achy and, oh, I don't feel quite as good the next day. But children don't seem to have as many of those what I call systemic side effects. And in the study population, admittedly, it was not a large trial, but it was a few thousand children. We did not see myocarditis, pericarditis in that study population at all. And in fact, children in general of that age group are not as prone to getting myocarditis, pericarditis. Remembering that there have been more than 4 million children who've been vaccinated in the US, and we continue to monitor for safety signals. And what I can tell you with strong confidence, these vaccines are very safe and very effective at preventing your child from getting COVID.
Great. That actually helps probably me as much as anybody. I do appreciate it. Going through the process of getting the vaccination appointment set up online. So that's been great. Thank you. My last question, I think it's still an important item to remember that even after vaccinated, you can still transmit the virus, correct? That's another, perhaps something that I've heard in the community amongst the children saying, even if I get my child vaccinated, they can still be transmitting this virus. Can you help shed some light on that answer as well?
Okay, great. Another really common question. So the real answer here is you can only shed the virus if you get the virus. So if you're vaccinated, what are your chances of getting the virus versus being unvaccinated? So we know if you're unvaccinated, yes, you can get the virus, and yes, you can transmit easily to others. But if you're fully vaccinated, your chances of getting ill with the virus are less. What we have seen, and there's been studies that look at this, for people who are fully vaccinated, there have been some studies looking at their households, and their households have an increased risk of getting COVID. Remember, these are, families that live together, but not nearly at the same rate as people who are unvaccinated. So yes, there is absolute truth that you can, if you get this virus and you are fully vaccinated, generally your symptoms are very mild to asymptomatic, but remember, you are one of few, so less people get it if you're fully vaccinated, and your amount of shedding is likely shorter, and you do not seem to have the same amount of spread. Now, of course, Omicron may take everything I've just said and put it out the window, because we haven't got a lot of experience with Omicron, and I've often felt throughout this entire pandemic that I say something and then tomorrow things change. But this is what we know at this point in time, that but is not specific to the Omicron variant.
Thank you, Dr. Mercer.
My pleasure, Dan.
And Councillor Orr as well.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Mercer. Just a couple questions around Omicron. So people thought we were, out of the woods or getting close to being out of the woods. You spoke of Omicron a little bit in the context of kids and their vaccination, but I'm wondering if you can crystal ball for us what that might mean.
Yeah, well, I think if we think about Omicron as being really a result of developing countries, low and middle income countries, not having access to vaccines. So in countries with poor vaccination rates or with populations with low vaccination rates, it is possible for these variants to occur, unfortunately. So it does speak to a bigger societal and ethical issue about ensuring as a world that we vaccinate the world and not just pockets and high income countries of the world. If we look at Omicron, some of the things that we know to be true are that it spreads more rapidly. It appears to be more transmissible. This is still very new. This was only really studied in the last couple of weeks. Everything we are learning right now really shows you how science is involved. The fact that we could recognize at the end of November that there was a new variant, that the whole genomic sequencing has been identified, and that we are studying this, and that the manufacturers of our vaccines are also looking at this and how effective it is. It really speaks to the wonders of modern science and how amazing our current system is in terms of keeping us all safe and finding a virus and ensuring that we have protection against this. So it looks like it is more transmissible. We don't yet have the information on what we call virulence. So how sick do you get when you get the Omicron virus? We don't have that information. We have some hints, but I think it's probably best for me not to speculate based on hints. But that is truly what we don't know. We do know it is in Ontario. Absolutely, it's in Ontario. We think as a world it's pretty hard to stop unless you're an island and you don't let anybody in or anybody out. It's really hard to stop these viruses from spreading around the world. So it's in Ontario, and it is likely to spread within Ontario because people being people, we all know this. People have a lot of social contacts, and sometimes people go around without knowing that they're symptomatic. We also know that even in our area, there are people who don't want to get tested, even if they are symptomatic. And so sometimes that contributes to underreporting and people not knowing that they're sick. So there's a lot that we don't know about Omicron, but I think some of the things that we should expect it to become more widely spread in Ontario. Our tactics right now are one of trying to contain it. Very hard to contain a virus. We've seen that throughout the entire pandemic. So what can people do? If you're listening and you're really worried about Omicron, what can you do? So the number one thing that you can do to protect yourself is to practice public health measures. All the things, here's Dominique putting her mask on, an excellent example. Wear a mask, keep your distance from others, wash your hands. Please be mindful. This is a virus of people. So gathering in indoor environments with people who are not vaccinated, and in particular, if anybody in the crowd has symptoms, is very risky behavior. I'm not telling you not to gather, not to celebrate your holidays, but please try to recognize that, ensuring that smaller gatherings, make sure you know the vaccination status. Hopefully everybody that you're gathering with is vaccinated. and and making sure that if anybody's not well, has any symptoms, that they stay home. That's really important. And if you haven't had your vaccine yet, there's one waiting for you, and I can guarantee you, we'll put you at the front of the queue, okay? Personally, I'll make sure that anybody who's listening, if you haven't had your first dose and you really don't know how to get it, just show up at Stone Road Mall. We will make sure that you have your first dose, and nobody's going to know it's your first one. So.
Thank you, Dr. Mercer. I was going to ask if you had advice for the holidays, but you've just provided that. So then I just ask you perhaps to talk about, I have read that there are some low sensory vaccination options for people who might not, be comfortable taking their kids to Stone Road Mall. So people with, who aren't neurotypical. So I'm just wondering if you'd want to share some options for people if Stone Road Mall is not an option for them.
Oh, absolutely. So call public health, call our number, and we will ensure that you are booked into one of our special clinics, which are often smaller clinics, smaller exam rooms. We care very much that if people are listening and you cannot be vaccinated or your child cannot be vaccinated in a typical environment with a lot of sensory stimuli, or you have a particular needle phobia, or your child has a particular needle phobia where they cannot be vaccinated in a normal, more of a rapid schedule, then please call us. We will be more than happy to book you into a special clinic.
Dr. Mercer, and just 1 second, Councillor Gibson there. I have been told that the correct presentation has been loaded up by our clerk's office. Now, I think some of the questions you've answered probably touch on some that might be in the presentation. Depending on your time, would you like to go through those slides quickly for us?
Well, there was a couple slides that I think people might want to see just in terms of the overall vaccination rates. There was some more data, so I'm happy to just show them to you if that's okay. Everybody has a few minutes.
Let's get the clerks to get that up, and then you can just go ahead and say skip the slide, or stay on the slide. You just do what you wish.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stephen. Just next slide, please. So this is basically the impact of vaccination. And what I was wanting to show by this is the top line is unvaccinated and the bottom line is fully vaccinated. So what we're seeing locally, and what we see in Ontario, and it's exactly the same, is that if you are unvaccinated, you have a much higher rate of getting COVID. And this is not with the Omicron variant present. So with Omicron, we see that it is highly transmissible, much more so than even with Delta. So if you have one individual in a room, a gathering, perhaps a religious ceremony, a wedding, any of these gatherings, that you can expect that unvaccinated people, unfortunately, are very likely to contract the COVID virus. Next slide, please. I just want you to, everybody, look at the right-hand side, look at those bar graphs, and I'm going to say, okay, go to the next slide. There. So what I was really trying to show is where we are today. So if we're looking at 5 to 11-year-olds, we've done 5,200 doses to date. You can see based on this graph that the older children have slightly higher rates of vaccination. I suspect parents are still a little bit concerned about having their younger children, the 5 and 6-year-olds, vaccinated. But you can see that already our 11-year-olds are, if they're not vaccinated already, they've been scheduled, and we have over 40% of our children who are in the age 11 are already booked or scheduled for a vaccine in the near future. Next slide. And this is who's vaccinating them. So I just want to do a shout out to the Guelph Family Health Team in our area and all of our family health teams. But 68% of all of our doses that are going into children are being done in conjunction with our primary care partners, our pharmacies. Another shout out to them. They are also supporting the effort, and they were giving an awful lot of vaccines in third doses for adults, and the other 9% are some of our more specialized clinics, our mobile clinics, working with our treatment centers to get our children vaccinated. Next slide, please. And I just want to talk very briefly about third doses, so third doses and what we're offering. So I'm sure last week you heard that the province is saying, hey, if you're over 50, you're now eligible for a third dose on December 13th or later, depending on when you got vaccinated. You have to hit 168 days. So why are we offering third doses? So if you think about it, almost all vaccines that we have, I'm sure everyone on this that I can see, you've had booster doses for vaccines, whether you thought about it or not. So whether it's your flu shot, that's a booster dose, whether you've had, as you were growing up, you had tetanus boosters, you probably still get your tetanus boosters, you've had hepatitis, you've had measles. There's been many vaccines and they all often require a primary series followed by a booster dose. So what we are learning about these mRNA vaccines, remember, we haven't got a long history, but what we've learned is that the older you are, no surprise, your immunity wanes over time. And so we've recognized that, and that's why we started with the over 70s. And now we're moving it down to the over 50s to say, hey, if you've had your vaccine more than 6 months ago, think about booking a booster dose, sometimes between 6 and 8 months. It is not a panic. You don't have to think, oh my goodness, I got to get my booster dose tomorrow, but try and get your booster dose sometime in the next 4 to 8 weeks when you are eligible. Book your appointment. That is just to maintain your immunity. And I know the next question is going to be, okay, do I need another one after that? Do I need a 4th dose? And the answer is, I don't know yet. We don't know once you've had 3 doses, how long that's going to last. It is possible that you could require an annual or biannual booster dose. We don't know. We do know that younger adults, like all vaccines, produce really good immunity. So is this necessary for a 3rd dose for a 20-year-old? We don't actually have the answer to that. We're continuing to monitor and to see what happens. But what we are saying is for adults who are 50 and over, we do have evidence that you would benefit from a 3rd dose. So that 3rd dose can be through if your family doctor is offering them, you can do it there. You can do it at a pharmacy. Lots and lots of pharmacies are offering 3rd doses, and you can try and book online at a WDG clinic. So try and get that appointment when you're able to. And we have been aggressively vaccinating as many people as we can, particularly targeting the over 70s who live in our community because they're the most vulnerable. Next slide, please. And just a few, just to show you, this is a 70+ population. So this is how the green line is what we're doing. We're actually one of the top performing health units in the province for vaccinating over 70. Actually, I think we are the top performing health unit, not one of. Just trying to really emphasize and ensure that our seniors, who are our most vulnerable for being hospitalized or having poor outcomes, are receiving their booster doses as soon as that they are eligible. Next slide, please. And here are some other eligible groups currently that have been receiving their vaccine. So healthcare workers, no surprise, are really, they're the bulk of the population who needs to get their 3rd doses. And many of them have been vaccinated, often through we're trying to get them vaccinated where they work. So if you work at a hospital, family health team, they're vaccinating their own, and other offices that can't vaccinate, for example, chiropractors or physiotherapists, they don't have the ability to vaccinate, and then very soon they're going to be eligible and they'll be able to book appointments either through a pharmacy or through us. Next slide. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. A little speed follow up there.
No, that was good. I'm glad we actually saw those extra slides. I appreciate that very much. Now, Councillor Gibson, you had another question before I move on, or?
Really quick question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know the emphasis is still on vaccinations, and I completely support that, Dr. Mercer. The question I have is, what is the status or state of sort of the therapeutics that I keep hearing about in the States? Are they developing? Is there any consideration of what might be coming on the horizon for Canadians as well? Because, you get two vaccines, but you still get sick and you get diagnosed with COVID. Is there a therapeutic that can help with recovery as well?
Great. So what you're talking about, sorry, is antivirals. And so really up until this point, the treatments that we've had, and many of them have failed, and many of them in the lab have looked better than when we actually put them in real people in real life circumstances, have focused on hospital-based or clinic-based treatments. So most of them have been intravenous up until this point in time. So they're not the kind of thing that you can go to your pharmacy and get it and take it on your own. And they're very expensive and they require intravenous administration. So they have not been widely available at all. And so only in certain centers. So more recently, the ones that were announced were ones that were oral-based medications. And so that's why it was so exciting, was what about these oral ones? These ones that they are pills that could be given. They have to be given pretty soon after you get sick with COVID, because what the pills do is they stop the virus from replicating. So if you've already have a ton of virus in your system, these pills are not going to help you. The virus is going to continue to make you sick. But if we get it early enough, then the virus may not replicate. And so we may be able to prevent you from getting so sick. So those are still not widely available. And unfortunately, the real world trials are showing that they're not quite as good as we had hoped that they would be. So it is still hopeful that sometime in the new year, in the winter, that we'll have these products, these new pills available in Ontario for people who are either unvaccinated, get COVID, or who are vaccinated and have breakthrough. But currently, they don't seem to work as well as we had hoped, and they have to be given very early, and they are still going to be very expensive.
Thanks so much.
Dr. Mercer, I see no other questions, but I'm sorry, I'm going to just put you on the spot right now. And I know, I'm sure everyone on the screen here understands because they've been kind of brought along on this journey, but, and I know that you've been a part of announcements all the way along here, but just so we can kind of get it out in the open for those that maybe are needing to hear it out loud from you. You and I have been talking, of course, we talk a lot about things, but in regards to the state of the emergency and how I have that planned for revoking that at this time at the end of the year. And of course, I did that in consultation with you and also our partners within the public health unit. Can you just speak to that issue? And yeah, that's it. Can you just speak to that issue for us? It's embedded in the report briefly as well, and I just want to make sure that the community can hear your thoughts on that.
Well, thank you, Mayor Guthrie. So certainly we have been in constant communication throughout the pandemic. And like I said at the beginning, it's really important to recognize that public health is a partner with our municipal partners throughout the pandemic. And one of the things that the state of emergency has allowed us to do is working through your CAO and your IMS team is to be able to respond rapidly. So it has been an amazing tool as we have had to pivot multiple times throughout this pandemic in order to all of a sudden go, oh, great, we have to do this, we have to do that. So we've had to meet the needs, and in particular with the vaccine rollout. So I think that it is entirely reasonable. I mean, we all know that we have to lift the state of emergency at some point in time. It seems though that every time that we think about that, something comes our way, and now we have Omicron, and we're still wondering what the bigger impacts of that are going to be. But as a broader society, I think that this COVID virus is something that we are all going to have to learn to live with. That doesn't mean that I support being unvaccinated, by no means. I think that as we think about what this virus is going to mean for our economy, for our overall health and well-being, and whether it's our children and their academics or all of the social activities that we have in society, that we need to continue to do the public health measures. Someday, I hope to lift my mask order. I really want to lift that mask order. So that will be a big one for me to celebrate. I just don't think we're quite there yet. And I think that we still have lots of we still have a number of weeks or months to go but pandemics, it doesn't feel like it now, but if you're listening, pandemics do end. Okay, they don't go on forever. And so this too shall pass. But we still have a while ahead of us as we go through the various variants.
Thank you. And I know that it's planned to end at the end of this year, and you and I will be speaking before that to make sure before we move forward. So I appreciate your support on that, and I don't see any other questions. And thank you very, very much for again being with us today, and again say thanks to your team.
It's been my pleasure, and it's been an honor to serve. And thank you very much for all of your support. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, well, the other sort of half of the presentation here is coming from our CAO with the impacts directly related to the city side, administration side of things. So let me turn it over to our CAO, Scott Stewart, to walk us through that presentation.
Great, and thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, as you've heard, I'm here to present to you our 10th COVID-19 update. And it's unbelievable how fast things have gone, and yet at the same time it seems so long in the same process. But since our last report in September, our community has had reason to celebrate. You heard quite a bit of that from the good Dr. Mercer. And we've hit some of those large COVID-19 milestones that create that sense of safety, positivity, and resilience here in Guelph. And you saw in Dr. Mercer's notes as well that the first is that 90%, and I'm talking about the adults that are 12 and older actually, that eligible residents that are actually vaccinated. What a difference that's making as you listen to the doctor and she give you her update. And this number means so much to our community. It demonstrates a willingness to think beyond ourselves and our families to protect our neighbors, our colleagues, our neighbors that come to work as bus drivers or teachers or parents, patients at a hospital, frontline workers, and vulnerable populations. So together we're showing again that Guelph is a city whose residents look out for each other and actively participate in ways that improve our community's quality of life. And as an employer, we launched our own COVID-19 vaccination policy this fall, which required staff to provide proof of vaccination by October 15th or be tested on a regular basis. And we're proud to say that 94% of our employees are fully vaccinated. And again, what that does is it reflects back to our community that collective safety is a responsibility that we share as public servants as well. Our second milestone is province-wide with the long-awaited approval by Health Canada for vaccinations for children as young as 5. And you heard the on the ground sort of implementation and that great work that's happening through Dr. Mercer's staff. Our key colleague over there is Chris Beveridge, who does such an amazing job as we talk to him at our EOC on every Monday. And just implementing those things so that we feel, you feel safe as parents or grandparents as we bring along the young children. Our agility, our responsiveness, adaptation have been key for us throughout the pandemic, but particularly true for the past 4 months. On September 14th, we adjusted our processes in response to provincial requirements for disclosure of proof of vaccination exemptions to access some high-risk indoor city facilities and our programs and services. On October 22nd, the province released a plan to safely reopen Ontario and manage COVID-19 for the long haul. And that plan uses local and provincial health indicators to lift remaining COVID-19 measures like capacity limits, masks, and proof of vaccination by March of 2022. And we most recently lifted capacity limits and physical distancing requirements on October the 25th in recreation facilities and museums where proof of vaccination is a requirement. And the last 3 months have seen a surge and a decline of a fourth wave of COVID-19 cases. And again, we must all remain vigilant as winter takes hold and indoor gatherings replace those outside. So as much as a good doctor talked about our holiday season, winter is also upon us to get us through the next spring. And again, it's just the cognizant awareness of just what do those gatherings look like as we move indoors. And if time has taught us anything these last 2 years, it's that hope and vigilance can be practiced at the same time. The Emergency Operations Control Group continues to meet each week to guide the city and our partners and the community through the pandemic. Alongside this collaboration and quick action of staff, the city is able to continue delivering services and programs the community needs. And I'd like to take a moment now to thank all of our staff who have contributed to our COVID-19 response throughout 2021. They've shown that nimbleness, the efficiency and composure as we've closed and reopened some of our facilities with integrated proof of vaccination into our operations and provided top-notch customer service and helping our community through that as well. So today I'll share how the city continues to take care of the community and support Guelph businesses and our own organization. I'll then touch on the financial implications of COVID-19 is having on the city and how we're managing those impacts. So on October 14th, the province rolled out plans to require individuals 12 or older to provide that proof of vaccination or medical exemption to high access indoor facilities. And for Guelph, this includes our recreation facilities of Sleeman Center, River Run Center, and the Guelph Public Library, and the West End Community Center. So anyone under the age of 18 participating in organized sports such as dance classes, martial arts, swimming classes is exempt. And our staff have done a great job messaging that, especially to the sports groups. On October 27th, we opted to start requiring proof of vaccination or exemption for individuals 12 or older when visiting our Guelph Museum. and we're using contract security staff outside 6 city facilities to ensure contractation is and proof of vaccination requirements are adhered to ensure the safety of staff and all the visitors. And proof of vaccination is not required to buy a bus pass or bulky item ticket, paying a parking ticket, fines or taxes, or using the washroom here at city facility. Those doors are open and people can come and go as they need to do that. And that really wasn't meant to be such an emphasis on all the fun stuff, paying tickets and fines and taxes. But I just wanted to emphasize that City Hall is open and we have washroom space because we've had that issue throughout the pandemic, the ability to access a place to use a washroom. And corporate and community safety staff continue to enforce the COVID-19 guidelines with the return of in-person University of Guelph classes. There was an increase in unsanctioned outdoor and indoor gatherings, which weren't in compliance with the Reopening Ontario Act guidelines, of course. And despite the University of Guelph canceling its homecoming football game, approximately 1,200 people still gathered where COVID-19 restrictions where they only allowed 100 people to gather outdoors and 25 people indoors. So this gathering was in addition to other gathering at private residences. So between September and November, bylaw officers have responded to 68 calls for service from non-compliance with COVID-19 guidelines, and 10 charges have been laid. And of course, I say that, and we work very closely. I know our public service staff work very closely, not only with Guelph Police Services, but also with the university. We spend a lot of time with university administration as we try to coordinate some of these activities that we're not loving that have happened in the fall, as we sort of contemplate how do we do better with education and making sure that that general awareness is improved. And to complement the requirement for proof of vaccination for our indoor facilities, on October 16th, the province released the enhanced vaccination certificate, or the QR code. Who knew that would come back, but what a comeback it's had. And that QR code is available for downloading online. So while the original QR code and the receipts are still accepted, the enhanced vaccination certificate can mean a shorter wait for community members to access our city facilities. And as I previously or earlier mentioned, 90% of Guelph residents 12 and older are fully vaccinated, and the city continues to support the efforts of Wellington Dufferin Guelph Public Health and just communicating the news about vaccinations. And I know our communication staff have done yeoman's work in terms of getting that messaging out, hand in glove with the public health staff. Danny and his team over at Public Health that do a great job on communications as well. And so that we're working really hard to make sure that that message is out there. And days like today are also important with some of the questions that you asked Dr. Mercer as well. Additionally, Guelph Wellington paramedics have been instrumental in this effort by offering in-home vaccinations and COVID-19 testing for those with limited mobilities. Paramedics are also providing vaccinations for residents in long-term care, in addition to performing COVID-19 tests for the coroner on people who have passed away. So not pleasant news, but I just wanted to highlight the types of areas that your staff are involved in. And perhaps the most notable effort to date is a community paramedic program that sees paramedics monitor COVID-19 patients in their homes, helping to alleviate pressure on our hospitals. And again, that is one of the outcomes of our emergency operations control group, where we have our vice president from the hospital sits and participates in that group, and that we hear these pressures firsthand, and we see if there's collective ways to tackle these things from a one-stop thought process in the healthcare sector that includes the great work that's been done in Colleen and Stephen's shop with our paramedics. And of course, Grow Back Better, our Food Futures 10-point recovery plan in response to COVID-19. It continues to increase access to affordable, nutritious food and support new and existing food businesses and take actions to strengthen our region's food systems resilience. And with the support and work of collaborators across the region, across the county, our Food Future has been able to leverage excuse me, $1.6 million in Infrastructure Canada funding to support the community relief effort, raise $1.5 million in community donations and in-kind contributions, and leverage $6.5 million in public and private sector funding. What does all that mean for our community? It means that residents have access to affordable food through groceries from the seed a pay what you choose grocery store for community members in need. And new food access solutions are being developed to help the community follow the completion of the food and environment assessment, which provides insight into food access and insecurity in our region. And new and existing food businesses have access to mentorship, sponsorship, collaboration opportunities through a virtual circular opportunity innovation launchpad, or our COIL program. And of course, during this time, our restaurants have faced some restrictions that limited their ability to operate. The patio program offered a place for safe gathering during the what seemed like constantly evolving safety precautions. And we were all sad to see the seasonal patio program end on October 31st. But residents enjoyed 36 public patios downtown, 25 on private property throughout all of Guelph. And Guelph Shops continues to be a tool for local businesses to encourage shopping locally, highlighting stores and businesses in our community with 14 businesses supports that we've highlighted so far. And the city is working with the Guelph Chamber of Commerce to amplify the Guelph Shop website, or Guelph Shops website, ahead of the holidays. And this includes Guelph Shops Holiday Wish Book, a local print and digital advertising, a new Instagram account featuring more than 60 local businesses. So again, it just gives you a sense of your staff, our involvement with so many small, and in this case, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises. And the Tourism Recovery Initiative is dedicated to recovering Guelph's tourism industry. And the first phase uses council-directed funding to help tourism operations in Guelph. So thank you for your leadership and wisdom on that. And that's a group that have been really hit hard from the impacts of the pandemic and are struggling to continue to find their feet again. And that funding can be directed into two streams: to help with operating expenses like rent, utilities, or payroll, or to adapt spaces for safety with digital enhancements, beautification of outdoor spaces, and safety modifications. To date, the city has awarded $475,000 in funding. And the second phase uses the remaining $230,000 in funding to design programs and services that attract visitors to Guelph, which of course helps with the community's economic recovery. And the latest among those neighborhoods is the Summer Neighborhoods Exploration Campaign that was designed to encourage local residents and regional visitors to explore Guelph's neighborhoods. And each Tuesday in September, business owners brought their food trucks to Guelph's Exhibition Park, pairing the community's love for parks and green spaces with dine-in outdoors and supporting local businesses. And finally, the city's tourism division has developed a digital information kiosk that makes Visit Guelph information digital and more accessible than ever before. And it will make its debut in the Guelph Civic Museum in early 2022. And since our last report, the city has granted $178,000 in emergency grant funding to 18 organizations or groups and individuals. And this marks the second phase of funding for the program this year, which was initiated in 2020 to support local economic recovery. In addition, applications for the third phase of this year's funding closed on November 8th, and we'll be providing $485,000 to help improve or sustain quality of life for residents, support residents and businesses in adapting to the pandemic, and supporting access to programming. And since the implementation of the COVID-19 vaccination policy in October, as I said earlier, 94% of our city employees have provided proof of vaccination. And to be compliant with the policy, unvaccinated employees had to begin mandatory testing on October 18th, with full-time employees tested twice per week, roughly 48 hours apart. Part-time employees must be tested 48 hours before the start of their shifts for the week. Of the remaining unvaccinated employees, 5.8% are fully meeting the requirements, and a very small number are in violation. We continue to work with these individuals to comply with the policy. Until then, they are on unapproved leave, which could lead to termination. So again, that's the far end of the spectrum, but we expect compliance. As council is aware, Mayor Guthrie now has announced the city's state of emergency might be lifted, could be lifted by December 31st. And you heard the mayor and the doctor talking about that a little earlier. And so again, that's subject to all the things that they both described, but what do we see in terms of declines or vaccination numbers jumping up? As very positive news in some of those charts. I'm glad we got to see the ones that were missing in that 5 to 11-year-old category. And the state of emergency declaration had delegated some of council's authority to me as your chief administrative officer. And that's enabled the organization to transfer some employees to different roles, work sites, and union groups to fill pandemic-related needs. So when that state of emergency ends, that delegated authority will return to council, and all employees will return to their pre-pandemic roles. So with the end of the state of emergency in the new year, these quarterly updates will likely end in this format. Again, it depends on what might be asked of council. So we'll have to, once we get to that bridge, we'll certainly cross it, but we'll have to think about that going forward. And perhaps what we'll end up doing is bringing these updates to council on an as needed basis, and it might be around something very specific. And then the ongoing pandemic still poses a risk to the city's finances, despite continued support from other levels of government. The city is projecting a year-end deficit of 9.9 million before applying any safe restart grant funding. And that safe restart grant funds will not only address the projected deficit, but will allow us to carry forward up to $7 million to assist us through 2022. So that's the good news part of that for sure. And staff will work collaboratively with the province to access safe restart funding. Not all municipalities have received the same amount or the same percentages, but your staff, I'm just letting you know that you've got some great staff here at the City of Guelph that has worked hard behind the scenes with provincial staff, particularly in the finance area, to make sure that we were in a good place. And that's certainly put us in a very good positive position moving into 2022. And I would say this, we're very grateful to the federal and provincial governments for making this funding a reality for municipalities. So, as much as they might get heat for a lot of things throughout the pandemic, I think they've listened to municipalities such as Guelph. They've listened to where your mayor is a participant, the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus, and they've made this funding a reality for municipalities. So kudos to both higher orders of government. And just for your perspective, I think you know this, but budget pressures are primarily being experienced in parking, cultural recreation, information technology, legal, realty, and court services, and of course, Guelph Transit. Some service areas such as Guelph Transit and our paramedic services are projecting increased COVID-related operating expenses due to enhanced cleaning, sanitation, increased staffing costs, and increased use of medical and protective equipment and supplies, as you can imagine. And it's expected that these extra COVID-related costs will likely total up to about $2.6 million for 2021. Again, I got to a very specific there with $2.6 million. We're still wrapping up the end of the fourth quarter. So I don't foresee any giant swings on that, but if 2.6 happens to be another number, it'll be close. But 2.6 is good enough for this afternoon's discussion, I think. And of course, supply chain conditions are resulting in unpredictable pricing, which is something we continue to watch for with respect to the city's capital budget. And there's also been projects where budget has been reallocated to see projects through, or the project has been paused to reevaluate the scope and or schedule. And supply chain issues are also causing project timeline delays related to shortages of supplies. This concern is most pronounced where project budgets were approved before or in 2021, but due to capacity and other factors, or where we've not been able to procure until now. So that's been a bit of an issue. And of course, you've heard that before in some other reports. But we're also monitoring this trend and may consider seeking delegated authority from council at a future meeting next year if we had to deal with reserve funds to help staff move forward with any previously approved projects. So I lay that out there. That's not an immediate concern. That's maybe something we see on the horizon. And that's why we're going to keep our eye on this. And we'll bring that back at a future future time with council. And in other instances, staff may be required to bring construction awards to council again, for approval depending on the size of the price and differential, if there is any. So I don't want to be chicken little about this, but I also want to make sure that you're hearing that from us, so that if you start to see a change, you're going to remember part of this presentation and go, yes, that's why it's coming forward. It's not just out of the blue. So again, we've developed our budgets on best price and information known at the time. And like any year, project estimates can change. And so for that reason, as you know, capital projects have typically include contingencies in them, and that can be used to address things that happen during construction or market conditions that may cause some of these price shifts in the procurement of goods and services. And so we'll continue to, you have our assurances that we'll continue to respond to market conditions through other procurement strategies like timing of procurement processes, if we have to go there, or extended project delivery milestones given the supply chain challenges we've likely all experienced. Some of this in our personal lives. As we wait for things to arrive, that can change pricing or the price point on some things. So we'll have to maybe consider different milestones within some of our projects. So it's very difficult for staff to assess if inflation is permanent or temporary, the way we see it today. And that may need a little bit more time for us to analyze our experiences and support an informed council request if required, if necessary, really. So that's the financial pieces. And then in closing, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank council, staff, and the community for their continued support and work throughout this pandemic. It really does take quite a team of folks to keep things running and to support programs, services, and businesses within our community. And I know most people are appreciative of those things, but I just, it doesn't go unnoticed for me that your leadership from a council perspective, giving us direction, allowing us to run with things through, whether it's the emergency that the mayor has declared or through the operations control group. There's an awful lot of work that happens to take place just to get our facilities ready. And sometimes it isn't always pleasant at the doors of our facilities, but again, we're trying to take that smile and be gentle with our customers and also use some of that time to educate. But we wouldn't be in this position we're in today without that collective effort. So thank you very much. With that, Mr. Mayor, we'll turn it back to council for any questions.
Great, thank you so much for the update, Scott. We really appreciate it. Let me just see if there, well, first of all, would anyone be willing to move the recommendation at least? Okay, Councillor Karan and Councillor Billings will move, thank you. And I think I saw Councillor Karan's hand also go up for a question. Am I right on that? Yeah, I'll go to you first then, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Stewart, for such a comprehensive report. To Dr. Mercer, again, for keeping our community safe and making Guelph one of the highest vaccinated municipalities in this country. I only had one quick question that arose in your comments, and I think I heard you say it. All municipalities, institutions, governments, we're not the only ones with the vaccination requirement, that this unpaid leave and the requirement for vaccination is something that every municipality across Canada is doing. Are there any, there's no other municipalities where vaccination is not required? Is that correct? This is not alone here is my point.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, I would say we're not alone. I couldn't say across the country if it's 100% a requirement, but I know the vast majority of municipalities have gone down this path. We're not in it alone. That greater community good. You see it in agencies. Public health have gone that route. Our the county has, our local hospital has. So it comes up in various agencies, large employers. So it's a good thing. And as I said in the update, it's a reminder for the community that it comes to us, that it's a safe place to come. And it's a reminder as an employer, this is a safe place for you to come to work. And whether it's the testing or the vaccination certification, our expectation is that you're in one of those two camps, or it's your choice. If you're not, and we'll have to deal with that. But you saw the numbers. I think it was, I want to say, you catch me on the math, of doing math on the fly. It was 94% plus 5.8%. So they're at least 0.2% of the non-compliance. And we're working hard to understand why is it that folks feel that way. But to your point, Councillor, we're in line with the vast majority of all the other municipalities in this province, at least.
Okay, thank you. And it just underlines my belief that this isn't about rights and freedoms. This isn't about being punitive. This is about workplace health and safety, pure and simple.
Thank you. And over to Councillor Hoffland.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I'd also like to say thank you for the very comprehensive report. Mr. Stewart, I just have one really quick question. You said City Hall is open. Yay, great. But is the city functioning at 100% capacity?
Through you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor, I'm going to answer that two ways. We're almost at 100% capacity. If you think about places like River Run, they're not at full capacity. So I want to make that determination. And then if I could see the rest of the municipality is working at 100% function, but not in 100% of us are back in locations. So we're still working through our pilot. I think I'm going to say next Thursday, but I could be off by a Thursday. The executive team will see the results of our pilot that we've had for the various spaces across all of our facilities. And then we're turning our minds to what can Q1 look like for both a different return to work, not a full return to work, but a different return to work. So that will deal with sort of the physical locations of where people are working, but we're at 100% capacity. And I'll say with the exclusion of River Run, and I think we're there as I look to the DCOs, I think that would be, if you did the math, we'd be there, Councillor Hoffland, to answer your question.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Great. Is there anything further? Oh, yep. Councillor O'Rourke, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. We just had our committee of management meeting for the Elliott. We know that the next agenda item includes advocacy for long-term care. This report talked about police, university, public health, our food future, the seed and the chamber, and all kinds of other sort of hybrid collaborations. And I've asked this before, so I'd like to reiterate again. I really would like to see a slide of the results from the Elliott, especially because we know that long-term care and COVID were closely related. We know that the Elliott performed really well. And also we know that they were the first home in the region to get 100% staff vaccination. So I understand that we receive a separate report, but when we include a number of other partners, my request would be that we please include them.
Okay, we'll leave that as a comment, as a takeaway. And since we're moving to sort of an as-is basis, as was described by the CAO, if those issues arise, I'm sure it would be noted in those upcoming reports for sure. I do want to just indicate, though, that it is discussed many times at the EOC table, so it's something that's there for sure. But from a public reporting, to have it captured all in one, I understand the point for sure. I'm sure staff do as well. I see a thumbs up. I see. Okay, perfect. Okay, there's nothing further on this one. I do have a motion coming after this, though, so I'll call the vote on this. So all in favor, please raise your hand. Great, thank you. And I did send an email out earlier today, Council, just about COVID's recovery in regards to businesses in town. Hoping that this isn't a long discussion. It could be, a yes or no moment for everyone. But I did send in an email just indicating that I am hearing enough for me to bring it forward, of businesses, commercial, industrial, mostly the larger facilities, I will say, in the city, that are having really difficult times in hiring. And in the road to recovery for going into the new year, they are asking if there can be an allowance for people to be able to use mobile signs over the allotted time of 4 times in the year when it is specific to hiring and employment opportunities. And so I did go to staff last week because it's kind of a complicated, very specific motion that needs to be looked to be tabled. And I did provide that for all of council and to the clerks today. Thank you. Councillor Galler did reach out saying that he would be willing to move that for us. Councillor Perron or Gibson, were you looking to second? I don't know which one it was. Yes? Okay, Gibson, I saw the peace sign, so I'll go to you. Sorry, Councillor Cron gave a thumbs up. I'm sure both of them were looking to second. So I'll ask Councillor clerks, if you don't mind, thank you, just to put up on the screen, just so everyone can see it first. And as I said, as you'll see here, it's the motion is to no, let me see here. Make sure it's the right one. I don't think that's the right one. Maybe I sent out the wrong one to clerks.
Sorry, Mr.
That
Mayor, I
doesn't-
apologize. I'm going to put it up. One of
Right.
the various sections. My apologies.
Yeah, so it's not that one. Since there was an option of removing fees, but I did not want to table that. I think it's important for the fees to still be there. And so that's what accidentally came up on the screen there. In consultation with staff, they did not support that in my conversations with them, but they did support in principle this when I approached it with them. So it is this kind of complicated one that you see on the screen here. And as you can see, after all the little 18.15 this and that, the big issue is permits for mobile signs, which are solely for displaying employment opportunities, may be issued for the remainder of the year 2021 without regard to the restrictions. And then the last one is staff are directed to prepare amendments to the bylaw for those above exemptions through the end of 2022. So it's only for 1 year, only for employment purposes, to try to continue to help with the COVID recovery for employment opportunities within the city. That's it, and I thank the councillors for moving and seconding that. I'll go to council if there's any questions, and I'll start with Councillor Caron, O'Rourke. I thought I saw Hoffman and Alt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in general principle, I support this because it responds to local conditions and it's time limited. I think there's always exemptions to our bylaws or variances to our bylaws under specific conditions, and I think these conditions warrant it. So my question is, in all of the in the opening statement regarding the different bylaw clauses, that the size of the sign remains subject to our bylaw, and that the number of signs per property and the spacing between properties remains subject to our bylaw, and it's only the number of display periods, but all other regulations apply, is question number one. I just want to confirm that the motion on this.
Yeah. No, I agree with you that needs to be stated out loud to make sure that we know that those are in place. And I think Jane or maybe Bill, I'm sorry, Jane, are you the one that can answer that one? Oh, and I think you might be mute. Oh, no, you came on there at the end. We don't hear you now, Jane. I'm sorry. Unless your answer could be answered with a thumbs up to what. Okay, all right. So everything that
Okay.
we can hear you. We can hear you now, Jane.
Oh, okay.
I
needed it was the thumb that did it, I think. So.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to answer, Councillor Cron, go ahead with more than the
I
thumbs
just wanted
up.
to confirm that everything else is in place. It was just the 4-month period, the 4 months in a 12-month period that has been extended.
Okay, that's good. I just need a confirmation of that. So that's wonderful. And then the second part of that is because this came onto the agenda without advance notice, and I understand why, the public hasn't had an opportunity to provide input or delegate. And I just want the public to know that there is an opportunity for input between now and the council meeting on December 20th. And I'm assuming that our communications staff will issue some kind of communication about this so that if there is any public input, there's an opportunity to receive that before the 20th. And I apologize for the whining in the background. That's a dog that wants a treat.
Through the mayor, I'll just confirm that we will talk to our partners in Stratcom and make sure that happens.
Thumbs up from Councillor Karan. Okay, perfect. And the next I have is Councillor O'Rourke, Hoffman, and Alt.
Mine was the same question, Mr. Mayor. Answered.
Beautiful. Okay, thumbs up to you as well then, Councillor Hoffman.
Mine was the exact same question.
All right, are we gonna, we're turning around third base and coming home. Councillor Alt, was yours the same question?
Half of it was the same. And I want to thank all the other councils ahead of time. But the other concern is I would like to hear from bylaw staff. I have one singular challenge on this, and that is to differentiate signs. I get the purpose. I have no issue with that at all. But how does bylaw staff differentiate a sign that is for the purposes of hiring someone and another sign? That's where I think the nuance of that needs to be addressed by staff, so we know very clearly what we're addressing. And as for public input, I'm great with that now.
So through the mayor, I'll refer back to Ms. Holmes, although normally signs sit under zoning, and so it's actually our zoning inspectors. And so I don't know if she has some clarity on how they will differentiate.
So through the mayor to council, we'll just, when we review the permit, we just make sure that the content does fall in line with the purpose of the permit. So we'll take care of that for me.
Okay, great. All right, with that then I'll look to call the vote. Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thanks a lot, everybody. Confirmed by the clerk. And that's it. So we're going to move on to the next piece under governance, which is the 2022 intergovernmental priorities. And we do have a delegation on this one as well. And wondering through to the clerk, do we have John Fisher?
Yeah, he's just, Mr. Mayor, he's just come on the screen. We'll give him a few moments just to make sure he's connected and get his camera on, but I'll turn it back to you and you can maybe ask Mr. Fisher.
Okay, yeah, I see. Thank you, clerk. John, I do see your name. Just wondering if your camera is going to go on for us, which it just did. Perfectly. Can you just check your audio?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, coming through great. John, welcome again, and thank you for coming today. I think you know the drill now. You have no more than 5 minutes. I just need to get my clock ready here. And I will start that right now. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, council representatives and city staff, my name is John Fisher. I'm the president of the Guelph Hiking Trail Club, and I'm representing the club. We have over 400 members, family members, close to 2,000 Facebook email supporters. The club is also an active partner in the Guelph Trail Users Coalition. In conjunction with other trail users organizations, the community and other levels of government, the Guelph Hiking Trail Club installed and opened the Gosling Bridge on university-owned land on November the 20th. A terrific asset to Guelph residents and a lasting monument to the outcomes that can be realized by a community working together. In mid-2021, Club recognized the restoration of the reformatory wooden trestle railway bridge on the Eramosa River would link Guelph Hiking Trail Club licensed trails on both sides of the river, but in addition, and more importantly, would link the Guelph Innovation District, the OR properties, and the city's operations campus, and could yield Gosling Bridge type benefits to Guelph. In June of this year, staff recommended and council approved that the reformatory bridge be listed on a municipal register of cultural heritage properties. The decommissioned structure is particularly vulnerable to a demolition by neglect scenario, where a catastrophic failure of the piles could collapse the bridge into the river and would almost certainly lead to bridge removal by Infrastructure Ontario and a total loss of a valuable asset to the city. With IO's permission and support, the club contracted an internationally renowned company that specialized in wooden bridge restoration projects to conduct a non-destructive inspection assessment of the bridge. That inspection was completed in October. The final report has now been submitted to the Guelph Hiking Trail Club and will be presented to Infrastructure Ontario in a couple of weeks. The 100-page report is comprehensive and thorough. We are hopeful that this GHT initiative will lead to a campaign and funding plan to restore this iconic heritage bridge. Lloyd Longfield has already indicated that the federal government would be looking for ways to participate in such a project. To advance the city's strategic plan, staff is recommending intergovernmental priorities for 2022. These priorities are itemized under the 5 strategic plan priority areas. We believe the following priorities are particularly relevant to and align with the Bridge Restoration Initiative: promoting the city's economic development and tourism strategy, advancing Guelph's carbon neutral goals, growing the city's active transportation network, working with community partners to advance projects and policies that benefit Guelph in the benefit of community-based advocacy, advocate for streamlined funding opportunities to build new community assets and maintain existing ones. In conclusion, the Guelph Hiking Trail Club's initiative to restore the reformatory wooden trestle bridge and the city's strategic goals and specific intergovernmental priorities are aligned. We look forward to finding opportunities to work with city staff and council to contribute to the realization of those stated intergovernmental priorities listed in the staff report, and respectfully support the staff recommendations. You got it.
Thank you, John. Yeah, thank you. We heard you there, and I appreciate it very much. And just let me look to see if my colleagues have any follow-up questions for you. Not this time, it looks like. So thank you very much again, John.
All right, thank you.
Take care. And back to us, council. Let me stop the clock here. We have the report for the 2022 intergovernmental priorities. Would someone be willing to look at moving those recommendations, please? Okay, Councillor Gibson, and I saw Councillor Hoffman's hand go up for seconding that. And then any questions on that one? Let's start with Councillor Hoffman, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I'd like to thank Jody for the very comprehensive report. And Jody, I have a question for you. You are available, are you? I just don't see you.
Yep, she is there. Yep. Okay. Can you just check your audio, Jody?
Yeah, I'm here as well as Leslie Munoz.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Jody. So as you're aware, climate change is a very important priority for this council. And in fact, today, later on, we're going to be hearing about racing to zero. We have some really ambitious goals, and I wondered if you could share with council in more detail the climate change advocacy work you're accomplishing to push this very important strategic objective.
Hello, Council. I'll answer that on our behalf. So if you look at the report, there's several items that speak to climate change being in the IG priorities. The one that I'll point out, the more obvious one, is sustaining our future. Under sustaining our future, we are putting forward, proposing 4 different priorities for the year. The first one is essentially advancing the city's carbon neutral by 2050 goals, followed by brownfield remediation, working collaboratively to expand the city's tree canopy cover in line with the federal government and the funding opportunities that they currently have available. And then as well, protecting Guelph's natural heritage resources as a groundwater-based community. So that is simply under the sustaining our future category, but you'll see other climate change initiatives throughout the proposed advocacy priorities. So other things that I would draw your attention to are navigating our future, in which we have transit fleet electrification. Under powering our future, we have positioning the city as a circular economy innovation hub. And then finally, there's also an item for infrastructure and building infrastructure in our community. And that speaks to some of the initiatives that we want to get funded this year that relate to climate change adaptation and things of that nature.
Great, thank you. It's a fulsome plan. So I have a second question, and it's about Metrolinx. So Councillor Alt and I hosted a community town hall last week with Metrolinx, and staff were there as well. And we had 128 participants and lots of questions. So again, a strategic goal for council is around, I think we call it interregional connectivity. So is there an opportunity throughout your work to address Metrolinx related projects? Are you at the table with Metrolinx?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor Hofflin. And through the mayor, you're correct. Interregional connectivity is prioritized under the Navigating Our Future priority for our advocacy work in 2022. And I'd like to take a minute to recognize both Leslie Munoz as well as Terry Gaiman, our General Manager of Engineering and Transportation Services. Together, there's been a lot of good work happening both with Metrolinx and with MTO to have stakeholders at the table more regularly. And we're really noticing that the relationship has improved. It's more collaborative and certainly more responsive on both sides. And so I think we've got really positive things to report about the work we're doing both with MTO and with Metrolinx recently.
That's it for me. Thank you both.
Thanks, Councillor Hoffman. Anything further on this one? No? Okay. Well, just before I call the vote, just from an intergovernmental point of view, on behalf of council, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for today's announcement around Doline. A lot of the effort and came from your work, along that of other staff, but you're on the screen right now. So I just really want to publicly thank you. From an intergovernmental point of view, there was a lot of heavy lifting, a lot to get that over the finish line for the announcement today. So I'm sure on behalf of council, I say thank you to all of you and look forward to success in next year. I do also want to just say, I really liked in the report how there was kind of an embedded KPI about, how good were our goals aligned to what was achieved. That's new. I really like that. I think that's a neat little way of tracking some things about how we're doing. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing. With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor for the 2022 intergovernmental goals there? Looks unanimous to me, and it's confirmed by the clerk. Thank you very much. We'll go back to, I think at this point, we're going to switch things over to our infrastructure development and enterprise services with Chair O'Rourke taking over for the rest of the afternoon. It may make sense to maybe just have a quick break before we start yours. I see some thumbs up. Councillor Salisbury's doing the fist pump. Yes. So let's do that. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Okay, it's a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 20 to 4, and we'll start with Chair O'Rourke at that time. All right. See you in a little bit, everybody. Thank you.
Hello, fellow council members and committee members. If you're back, can you turn your cameras on, please? All these smiling faces. All right, Mr. Clerk, I think I have quorum. Fantastic. So I will call the IDE portion of our meeting to order. And the first item up for discussion today is the York Road, Elizabeth Street draft urban design concepts. And joining us with the staff presentation is David DeGroot, who is a senior urban planner. Is Mr. DeGroot ready? Okay. Mr. DeGroot, whenever you're ready, sir. Yep.
I'm going to share the presentation here. Ms. Lachlan will actually give the introductory slides. So let me just cue things up here. No. All right. I will get things started then. Hey, so I am here with Stacey Lachlan, Senior Policy Planner, and also Krista is here, and Melissa Altonante, who's the Manager of Policy Planning and Urban Design. So we're here today to present the draft urban design concepts for 3 demonstration sites within the York Elizabeth study area, and these concepts are being released for public and council review and consideration. So the York Elizabeth urban design concept project was part of the land use study, and that was initiated in January of 2020. So you may recall that we brought forward a background report, which we completed in September of 2020. And then we also completed a land use study, which was approved by council earlier this year in May. This urban design concepts is the last task in this project. The overall intent is to provide a land use study and urban design concepts that respect the natural and cultural heritage of the area. And this project feeds into Shaping Guelph, the Municipal Comprehensive Review, and the Official Plan Review. The study area runs along York Road from Stevenson Street South and captures part of Johnson Street to Watson Parkway South, all bounded by the Metrolinx rail line to the north. The plan area also includes the south side of York Road between Stevenson Street and Victoria Street. And while the IMICO lands at 200 Beverly are within the study area boundary, the council approved vision for the IMICO lands has not been re-examined. The York Elizabeth area will continue to support businesses as we move forward in the design. So this slide shows the recommended land uses that were recommended and approved by council in May of this year. The land use study ensures that the area will remain predominantly employment area and make some notable changes along York Road to allow for some development and change in this corridor. Based on the land use compatibility work completed as part of the background study of the project, staff are recommending that sensitive land uses such as residential only be introduced where they will not impact the viability of existing employment uses. The main land use changes were adding mixed-use business along the north side of York Road on both the east and west sides of Victoria Street and in a few other locations. Adding mixed-use commercial designation in a number of areas and generally recognizing the mix of uses in those areas. The land use study also added medium density along the northerly side of York Road and easterly portions of the study area to allow for some residential intensification in this area. And while not strictly a land use designation change, the draft land use study also recommended a neighborhood park be located on the eastern portion of the area to provide access for both existing and future residents. The city-owned parcel at 106 Beaumont provides an opportunity for the neighborhood park. The approved land use study also retains the commercial mixed-use center designation at the intersection of York Road and Victoria Road that was introduced as part of the city's commercial policy review in January 2020. There was also a approved vision that was introduced and approved as part of the land use study, and really it was about ensuring that the area primarily supports business and commercial industrial employment opportunities while allowing for appropriate level and scale of residential intensification in some areas to increase population, along with supporting economic and employment growth for future generations. The industrial and manufacturing base will remain with an emphasis on incubating small and medium-sized employment uses. And York Road will evolve from a service commercial auto dominated streetscape to a mix of businesses and some residential uses that capitalize on the proximity to the interior reformatory lands in York Road's evolution into a multi-use corridor. So really the urban design directions and concept plans that we're doing now really build on this vision and start to show what that could look like. The draft urban design concept plans are intended to illustrate a cohesive vision for the future planning of the intensification in this area and demonstrate the directions of the approved York Road Elizabeth Street land use study. Specific design directions are given in the draft document for 3 sites. Site A is development along Stevenson, with the exception of 200 Beverly that I talked about earlier, with a focus on transition between employment and residential uses. Site B is located near the intersection of York Road and Victoria Road, includes potential redevelopment adjacent to the intersection. And Site C is along Sloan Avenue, White Street, Beaumont Crescent, City View Drive South, and the York Road area. So now I'm going to, in the following slides, go through some of the key draft directions that are before you today. And again, we're just providing this as a draft document to go out and do further community engagement. So Site A is located along Stevenson Street, and this area is part of the easterly portion of the St. Patrick's Ward. It includes a mix of uses, including industrial, residential, and commercial uses. This is a basic massing diagram that shows where we think some of the opportunities in the draft documents are for intensification. This includes Stevenson Street north of the Guelph Junction Railway, and there also appears to be some limited opportunities for intensification of the lands currently designated mixed business on the north side of York Road between Stevenson Street and Victoria Road. The draft document talks about that these opportunities may take the form of expansions to existing buildings, the partial use of parking or outdoor storage areas for additional building and building expansions, or the redevelopment of properties with the intent to intensify them. Area B is located at the intersection of York Road and Victoria Street. The intersection of York Road and Victoria is generally commercial in nature. However, it is designated a combination of mixed office, commercial, and mixed business on the west side and commercial mixed-use center on the east side. The westerly side of the intersection includes the location of the Guelph Stoveworks property and is now a multi-unit, multi-building development with a variety of commercial and employment uses. The easterly side of Victoria was recently redesignated as a commercial mixed-use center. Again, this massing diagram starts to show what redevelopment in this area could look like. The lands located on the northeast corner of Victoria Road South and York Road on both sides of the Guelph Junction Railway are an opportunity for redevelopment and intensification within the sub-area. The commercial mixed-use center designation allows for a wide range of commercial uses, and it also allows for residential uses. However, before lands are zoned to allow for more sensitive uses, such as residential uses, a detailed study must be undertaken to ensure land use compatibility as the site is located in proximity to, for example, a recycling and scrap metal operation. The final area is Area C, located in the vicinity of Sloan Avenue, White Street, Beaumont Crescent, City View Drive South, and the York Road area. As recommended in the land use study east of Clearview along York Road, this area was recommended to be redesignated from service commercial to medium density to provide an opportunity for intensification in this area. In addition, the need for a new public park has been identified in this area. So we've started to, again, develop some concept plans and massing studies about what this could look like. As shown, low density designation is recommended to be generally maintained around Sloan Avenue and White Street, with some sites along York Road to allow for buildings up to 6 stories and potentially allow for small scale commercial uses on the ground floor, and requiring vehicular access from Beaumont Crescent. The design of a mid-rise development in this location should create a built form interface that is designed to frame York Road and the interior reformatory lands, as well as the natural heritage lands to the south. So the purpose of bringing this forward is to release the draft document. After our next step is to complete community engagement on this draft document. So take it out to the public, hear from different stakeholders, and bring forward final urban design concept plans to council for endorsement. We intend to do this over Q1 and Q2 of 2022. And with that, I'll finish up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laughlin and Mr. DeGroot. And as is our practice, we do have delegates. And so we will go to our delegation and then we will come back to staff for our questions there. So I'm wondering if Mr. Darman is available. And he's here via phone, I believe.
I am here, Councillor O'Rourke.
Okay, well, you know the drill, Mr. Darman. I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
Good, thanks. Good afternoon, City staff, Mayor Guthrie, and Council. My name is Mike Darman. I'm President of GCAT. First, I would like to express how excited we are at the Guelph Coalition for Active Transportation to finally see the excellent York Road urban design concept coming to Council. For GCAT, this plan is one of the most important opportunities to implement the concept of the 15-minute neighborhood where one can walk, bike, or roll safely and enjoyably to school, shopping, work, or play in Guelph. It's also a great opportunity to finally make vital connections to our network of active and recreational trails. And it goes without saying, it is a great way to meet our CEI pathway goals with actual climate action. I would like to point out that the key points that are understated in this urban design concept, but are mentioned in the earlier May 2021 land use study, are vital to enable 15-minute neighborhoods and connections to the AT network. The three, or ideally four AT elements that we feel should be highlighted that will ultimately connect people, neighborhoods, businesses, new developments, downtown, local and regional transit and recreation are, and please refer to diagram on page 11 in the study. Implementation of the proposed Trans-Canada Rail Trail extension to Victoria Road from its current terminal at the MacDonnell Bridge. Implementation of the proposed York Road multi-use paths from Victoria Road to the eastern city limits. And please refer to page 15. Implementation of the proposed GO Metrolinx active transportation crossing at City View Drive. And 4 is a bit of a GCAT wish, but an attractive grade-separated gateway to Guelph, active transportation bridge over York Road near City View, similar to the Norfolk Street pedestrian bridge, to connect neighborhoods near the GO AT crossing to the reformatory and GID. And this should also include a grade level crosswalk, of course. If all of these elements are designed and built, it will enable a continuous, active, and recreational spine network connecting everything and everyone in the city to this area from our northern city limits to the eastern city limits and more. The May 2021 land use study has many references to 3 of these AT elements and hints at the 4th. Regarding the Metrolinx active transportation connection, page 37 states, while it is noted that there is a neighborhood park located at Cedarvale Avenue to the north, the Metrolinx rail line is a major barrier that would not allow residents of this area to walk to this park within 5 to 10 minutes. And on page 41, opportunities to improve pedestrian cycling connections over the Metrolinx rail line and across York Road to connect with their interior reformatory lands should continue to be explored and implemented. By the way, I would like to give praise to the city for being proactive with its study of 5 road railway crossings, including at City View. I also want to thank Councillor Alton Hoffland for organizing the recent excellent town hall virtual meeting with Metrolinx city staff and over 128 members of the public. I believe the public sent a clear message that neighborhood connectivity is very important to all residents of Guelph. Regarding the Trans-Canada GJR Rail Trail extension, page 41 continues, and I quote, investigate the creation of an active transportation link between downtown and Victoria Road along the GJR railway tracks. Currently, the downtown secondary plan shows a proposed future trail ending at Huron Street. Extending this proposed trail would improve connectivity within this area and between this area and the downtown. GCAT has advocated for this many times. The TTC extension makes any future or infill project extremely attractive to developers, home buyers, and business. For example, the city-owned Imico site or the Woods development, which will probably rival the Metalworks in size, are all adjacent to the TCT extension. The York Road separated curb-protected MUPs on both sides of York Road from Victoria to city limits, mentioned for installation in 2025 on page 40, will also connect this TCT trail to the GID and reformatory lands, which will now be connected to our downtown and transit, etc. The Go Underpass overpass at City View will reopen neighborhoods north of the railway to this continuous spine network and other existing trails. Mayor Guthrie and Council, at this council meeting, you will also be considering a motion to revise our climate target dates. GCAT feels that incorporating these extremely important active transportation elements into the final plan will be a really giant step for real climate action on our CEI pathway to net zero. The time for a walkable, bikeable 15-minute neighborhood is achievable in the near future with great staff planning and the will of council. In conclusion, even though there are many references to the importance of improving active transportation in the land use study, we would love to see all forms of active transportation opportunities and connections really highlighted in this excellent urban design concept. It ticks many boxes of our goals in our official plan, strategic plan, and other master plans, and puts a climate lens on the council decision. Once again, I cannot express how excited and hopeful I am to see this urban design concept plan passed by council. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Darman, let me stop that. Wait, oh, 1 second to spare. Oh, I
Good.
can't stop that. There we go. Oh, for God's sake. All right. There we go. I turned the ringer off. So somebody has to remind me to reset that. Were there any questions for Mr. Darman? Councillor Goller.
Thank you, and through you, Chair O'Rourke. Mr. Darman, thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge that it's clear that our active transportation community has been looking at this. And were there any other improvements to active transportation that your group is recommending at this point? I heard a lot about the connectivity and supporting what is in the plan, but is there anything else that that has not been included in the plan that your team has been looking at?
Well, there is one, a couple of more tiny little additions that would be that really be icing on the cake to this whole thing. It would be a protected intersection at York and Victoria. And also we would need a short little multi-use path from the terminal of the GGR rail trail at Victoria to the Victoria York intersection. That would be, a continuous protected bike and walking pathway right from downtown all the way to the eastern city limits and beyond, of course.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you again for the effort that your team puts into providing this feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goller. Were there any other questions for Mr. Darman? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Darman, for joining us today.
Thanks.
Okay, Council. So over to us for questions. I see Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, through you, Chair O'Rourke, and I appreciate your patience here and letting me set up my question to Mr. DeGroot and to Ms. Walkie. I've given some advance notice. All three of these sort of contemporary sort of demonstration zones are really important, really exciting development for Ward 1. But I do want to focus on development zone B, or the example area B, which was recently zoned, I think in our commercial policy review, we rezoned it from service commercial to now what is called commercial mixed use center, which allows for a greater use of the land. So commercial with some residential. Attachment 2, sort of the correspondence from Blackthorn Development Corp in the package speaks to, very exciting, I've got permission from the proponent to speak about it today, bringing a grocery store to the east end of the city at that location with a proposed residential tower on top of it. You had mentioned the need for some site-specific receptor work. I just wanted to know, because I think the land use in that location is permissible, so commercial with some residential, but there were some sensitivities around a site-specific zoning. Can you help just expand on that a little bit, just so that I'm aware of how that's going to move moving forward?
Through you, Councillor O'Rourke, to Councillor Gibson. Yeah, so the commercial mixed-use center official plan designation does allow for residential uses. However, in terms of assessing the zoning, which would sort of be the next step, there is some more detailed work to respond to some of the sensitive land uses in the area, in particular, as I mentioned, proximity to recycling and scrap metal yard in the area. So there's some technical work that has to be done behind it. We did also see that letter that we received from the developer, and you know, as we do further community engagement, we will reach out to them and see sort of and have a meeting with them and learn a little bit more on some of the compatibility work they may have started. But that's sort of where we are at right now.
Thank you. So obviously it's an important project for the east end of the city, but I guess what I'm hearing is there's no showstoppers in terms of the permissible uses of what's being proposed. It's more the technical, how we make it fit, and you know, considering the surrounding area as well. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement in terms of providing some of those technical studies that would be needed to support that rezoning.
Okay, thanks. I see it as sort of a sort of a culmination of some of the good work that's been done through the commercial zoning review that was done a few years ago, and then these types of investments coming forward. So I know staff will work hard to try and accommodate that, and I look forward to seeing the next steps of that. But in full support of the report. I do appreciate the good work that staff's doing. I don't know, but I'm aware of some of the interests in the ward in and around the Yimiko site. Not the Yimiko site specifically, but I know that this will come as a welcome news to some of those interest groups as well. So thanks very much for the good work of staff.
Councillor Gibson, since you have the floor, did you want to move the recommendation?
Sure, I'd be happy to move it. Thank you.
And I see Councillor Hofflin will second. And then I will go to Mayor Guthrie, who had questions. And then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. And it's okay. I don't need my question answered anymore. So thank you very much.
Over to you then, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. On the Site A design directions, you are showing a tree buffer from Smith Street in between two properties that are both zoned mixed use industrial. What is the purpose of buffering between two properties of similar zoning?
Thank you for your question. Through Councillor O'Rourke to Councillor Bell, I think the intention, if I'm getting your question correct, was to show a buffer between the employment uses that are on the east side of Stevenson, and then it transitions to single detached dwellings on the east side of Stevenson Street. But we can take another look at that as we you know, move the draft forward and make sure we've got that in the right spot.
Yes, I'm not concerned so much about that as I am with the buffer on Smith Avenue. I don't see the reason for that. And I see these tree buffers are a new sort of urban planning tool. I haven't seen those before. I see the merit in the buffer on between Stevenson and Johnson, because we are allowing it looks like 4 or 5 stories next to residential there. And but farther along at I believe it's 110 Stevenson, the buffer adjoining the parking lot where the buildings are suggested to be on the other end of the lot is could you explain these new tree buffers?
Through you. So the intention here was, again, trying to provide some buffer. When we went to the community, what we heard was trying to create a little bit more of a buffer between some of the employment uses in this area and the existing residential in this area. So what they're meant to show in the diagram is where you have, for example, an employment use that's backing onto the backyard of a single detached dwelling, that there is some buffer in between that employment and residential use. That was the intent behind those.
And it looks like that's about a 10-meter buffer. Is that about right?
The diagrams are meant to be, again, more diagrammatic. I wouldn't read it as that wide of a buffer. I think we talk about 3-meter buffers in different spots, but yeah, the diagram's not meant to be sort of scaled at that level. But again, it is about trying to provide some transition between, the backyards of existing single detached dwellings and more intense development.
All right, thank you. I have some comments. Would it be appropriate now?
Let me just see if there are any more questions. I have a question, but if we don't have a whole bunch of questions, you can go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So I would like to reiterate Mike Darman's comment about the importance of neighborhood connectivity over on City View Drive. I think that is that will allow the people in the new developments there north of the tracks to come down to the new commercial development on York Road, as well as the people in the mid-rises on York Road to travel up to hopefully, which will be one time a commercial development up at the corner of Starwood and Watson. And so I think that's showing on the urban design plan adequately. I'm not sure what more we can do there, but I would like to sort of reiterate that I think that would be important. And I would also like to bring to your attention on Mike Darman's presentation how he is suggesting that we consider an underpass underneath the McDonnell Street Bridge. And according to our vote last week in budget, the existing design of the pedestrian bridge would prohibit that from happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Any other questions from council? Right, then I have a few. So through me, I guess, to Mr. DeCroot. We have a 10-year plan that's going to see Victoria become a transit spine, and we will have more of a grid pattern. So can I ask you, I think I've asked before, why wouldn't there be any high density anywhere in this plan?
So through you, or to you, Councillor O'Rourke, I think part of where we are in this study is trying to illustrate the land use strategy that was approved by Council in May. So part of this is just sort of taking the text and starting to actually show what that could look like. I think part of what the land use strategy that Council approved in May talks about is some of the challenges in this specific area, and I think my answer to Councillor Gibson previously starts to get into that, is that there are some challenges in terms of locating intensification in proximity to industrial uses, and sort of how do you mitigate some of that. So I think that was part of where that answer came from, if you go back and take a look at the land use strategy.
Then if I could just follow up though, I'm trying to understand why at the location that's right across from the GID lands, there's actually quite a high hill there, and have we entertained more height than 6 stories? Obviously not to block it's an excellent view from City View, But have we entertained heights that can exceed 6 stories where appropriate?
At this point, the land use strategy talked about medium density residential, which under our current official plan would allow for 6 stories. So that's what you'll see in the urban design concept plans.
Okay, so then my comment, and I understand that this report is going out for broader consultation. My comment is that we're talking about these 15-minute walkable communities. We're talking about intensifying housing. We're eager to put 6% of the future population growth on 4.5 kilometers of Gordon Street. And so I'd like to spread that intensification around where and as appropriate. That's my comment, and we'll see what the public's feedback is. So there are no more comments. I would call the vote. All those in favor? Mr. Clerk, that looks unanimous. I can't see Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon, can you hear me? And you are supportive of the motion?
I am indeed.
Excellent. So none opposed. That's unanimous. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Groot. Ms. Lachlan? Okay. Speaking of the environment, our next agenda item is the city's race to zero. And this is an agenda item that's been discussed extensively with Councillor Gordon and Councillor Caron. We have an extensive list of folks who want to speak to the motion. So what I would like to do is to go straight to our delegations. I'll figure out the timer on my phone, after which I'll go to Councillor Gordon and Councillor Caron. They can table the motion and we will move to questions then. Okay. So my first delegation is Morgan Dandy Hanna, who is joining us by video.
I apologize, Chair O'Rourke. We've had, as you know, we've had some changes to the delegation list. Ms. Dandy Hanna is joining by phone, so
okay,
be on the phone.
We're flexible. That's how we roll here. Okay, Ms. Dandy Hanna, you are joining us by phone. I'm going to set the timer for 5 minutes. So just begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. A couple of years ago, the IPCC released a document that showed the world why the city's race to zero is necessary. A couple of years ago, SARS was the worst pandemic we had experienced in almost 100 years. The village of Lytton, BC existed. And traveling throughout that province without worrying if the road exists was the norm. A couple of years ago, many Guelphites were disappointed with the wording of the city's commitment to acknowledge a climate crisis rather than declare a climate emergency. Today, we are realizing how much reality can change and that we actually don't know how quickly change will happen. We can plan and we can work towards something. We can make a choice, discover it's not quite right, make adjustments, and work toward the new choices. Today, we are looking at making adjustments to the choices made a couple years ago. If living through this pandemic has shown us anything, it has shown us that new information requires an examination of the new data and adjustments to plan. Today, the UN Cities Race to Zero provides us with this opportunity. Beyond the refinement of timelines required to have even a sliver of a chance to hold global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, this motion provides the basis of creating more opportunities to evaluate how far we have come and make adjustments. For me, number 4 in this motion is critical, to have the opportunities to evaluate and adjust. As Evan Ferrari stated in the 2050 is too late presentation, as things stand, our reporting is like having a child start grade 1 this past September, and we'll just see how that kid's doing come grade 9. This council has spoken about accountability many times. The UN Cities Race to Zero provides council a mechanism to measure progress and be accountable for decisions made in each iteration of council. A couple of years ago, council made the choice they thought was best at the time. Today, I hope the new information we've received since then has the effect of allowing council to unanimously support all parts of this motion. Thank you, Chair O'Rourke.
Thank you. Okay, we'll pause your time. You had lots of time left, so I appreciate that. I just want to see if there are any questions for Ms. Dandy Hannah. Just doing a quick scan here, seeing none. Thank you very much for your delegation. We really appreciate it. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Kate Nixon, and she is joining us by phone. Ms. Nixon, can you hear us?
Hi. Yes.
Hi, how are you? Okay.
Good,
So
thank you.
Good. Thank you for joining us. I'll start the timer and you have a maximum of 5 minutes. I won't give you a notice at 30 seconds. I'll just let you know when the 5 minutes are up, okay?
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I come to you today as a community organizer, social work student, but most importantly as a concerned and scared youth. Myself and my peers will be the ones to inherit the consequences of the decisions made or not made in regards to the climate crisis. We are the ones that have to contemplate if we want to bring children into a world that is burning. We will be the ones to feel the air quality decrease and to see the changes. I advocate for us and our future generations, and I advocate for your children and grandchildren just as I do mine. There is no debate on whether climate change exists or not, and anyone who argues against climate change lacks an understanding of science. Numerous studies have found that more than 90% of scientists who study Earth's climate agree that the planet is warming and that humans are the primary cause. Most major scientific bodies, from NASA to the World Meteorological Organization, endorse this view. The main sentiment I want to bring forth is the urgency needed on this. We absolutely cannot wait to take action. The decisions we make now will determine our future. I often fear it is too late now, but nonetheless, we would be doing a massive disservice if we don't join the 97 major cities that account for over 700 million people that have already signed up for this initiative. What I particularly love about this initiative is the unity behind it, the collective belief that we owe it to each other and to our future generations to do better. Everyone has a role to play and responsibility to take, and it extends beyond borders. I strongly urge you to consider signing on. Do this to protect Guelph's green reputation. Do it for your neighbor, your kids, our future, and their generation. While humankind and corporate greed has placed us in this situation now, it is indeed our duty to be the ones to place an end to these cycles. What will we have to show for when looking back? Will we be able to show we did our best and acted in the best interest for our planet and the lives that will come after us? Or will we be the ones they look to, trying to figure out how we allowed this to occur while they suffer? One of the greatest legacies and gifts you can give is the deep compassion of showing you care and taking responsibility as a person and a global community member and showing that we can do better and that we have to. You can do this today. We have everything to lose if we don't act now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nixon. Clearly very well prepared, so we appreciate your delegation. I'll just look to my council colleagues, see if there are any questions for you. And I don't see any, so thank you very much for your presentation, and I hope you have an excellent evening.
Thank you so much, you too.
Okay, our next delegation is Elizabeth Snell on behalf of Kairos Guelph. She's coming to us over the telephone. And Ms. Snell, can you hear me?
Yes, you can
Excellent.
hear me?
We sure can. So I'll give you 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready, and then we'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor O'Rourke, and hello to City Council. My name is Elizabeth Snell, representing Kairos Guelph. Kairos is a Canadian ecumenical social justice organization focusing on ecological justice and human rights. Kairos Guelph is one of the associated volunteer groups within communities and includes representatives of several local denominations. We'll comment using 3 concepts integral to our mandate: justice, transformation, and participation. Justice. The world's richest, including most Canadians, emit the most greenhouse gases. The world's poorest suffer the worst impacts. Our current path is robbing our descendants of their future. We're driving many species to extinction, all terrible injustices inflicted by the status quo. And slow action is very unfair to city taxpayers. An ounce of prevention now will save many future pounds. The world is closing in on the 1.5-degree Paris Agreement goal. A healthy, resilient future demands bold, immediate, and accelerating action. So Claros Guelph is very supportive of the intent of the motion to speed up actions to net zero with targets and reporting in each council term. Transformation. Minor changes and technical fixes are not enough. We must transform our economy to be a subsystem of the natural world, recognizing natural limits and humanity's full dependence on nature. Guelph's making important steps. Our community energy initiative worked towards Canada's first circular food economy. Claros Guelph is heartened to learn of the city's race to zero and the growing number of participating Ontario cities, recognizing that investment in a healthy, resilient, zero-carbon recovery will help avert future staggering costs of climate damage. The International Energy Agency recently stressed the need for, quote, gear change to meet net zero. This motion is part of Guelph's gear change. Our thinking must transform from next year to next generations, from dominating nature to living within it, from measuring only dollars to featuring community well-being, from exploiting natural resources to treasuring nature's gifts, from frenzied consumerism to calmer, community-minded sharing and simplicity. Transformed city planning, transit, road, and housing policies will be critical to energy conservation, phasing out fossil fuels, restoring nature, and building a healthy, equitable community. We urge carbon budgets and accounting parallel to the financial ones. Participation. We strongly support taxes for net zero investments as essential to avoiding debilitating costs of climate damage and delay. Community-wide participation is vital. We are encouraged by the motion putting inclusive climate action at the center of all Guelph's decision-making, including the official plan and embracing community partners. We commend empowering all city staff for their insights and the wisdom of regular meetings with our treaty partners in our joint commitment to watershed health. We suggest that consultation include an independent net zero advisory board of local experts and elders to identify pathways for this community-wide gear change. Other suggestions to boost citizen support for city actions: raise awareness of the important role of cities and of the savings that investment will bring. Listen to and address people's concerns. Suggest action options. And join with partners to spread a positive vision necessary to inspire the whole community to action. A vision of fresh air, clean water, a green city with streets blooming with urban agriculture, convenient, clean transit, energy-efficient housing for all, a stronger, healthier, and fairer community, huge savings in health and repairs. What an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Snell, for your delegation. I'm just looking to my council colleagues to see if there are any questions. And seeing none, thank you again. I hope you have an excellent evening.
Thank you.
Our next presenter or next delegate is David Douglas, who is joining us by video. Mr. Douglas. Oh, I see you there on screen. I'll just give you a second. Can you hear me? I see that you're muted. Mr. Douglas, there we go.
Okay,
Okay, are you joining us by video?
I'm joining you by video, yes.
Okay, so I can hear you, but I can't see you.
That might be a blessing, Councillor.
We miss seeing people in here, so we'd love to see you. If there's a video button that you want to toggle onto, we would wait those extra 10 seconds.
That's okay. I'll press on with my presentation.
All right, then I will start the clock. You have 5 minutes, after which we'll see if there are any questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Rourke, Mr. Mayor, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. I'm going to highlight a complementary and strategic link between the motion before you and the current official plan review. We have an opportunity here. There is indeed some serendipity for the city and the community. To effectively implement the motion before the committee and to sustain the health, security, and welfare of our community, we must acknowledge and act upon the centrality of the current official plan review. This review might well be the pivotal undertaking in our city's future. This particular motion and the OP review actually go together. They may be seen as two blades of the same scissors. What we build and how we build it and where we build it determines almost everything in the survival formula for cities. The where, the spatial location of land uses and associated activities is central. So where housing, where commercial offices, factories, parks, schools, and other land uses will be, where they will of course determine the types and configurations of all of our infrastructure, from transit, energy, broadband, water lines, sewers, and so on. And I think this logical connection is self-evident to everyone. But how we build these components of our urban community is also pivotal. How we mix the uses, how we choose densities, what energy efficiency levels we choose, what building and site design standards we set, and so on, will be major determinants of our prospects. So the official plan review is indeed a pivotal juncture in our community's future well-being and an integral component of the motion before you today. Just trying to find my script here, if I may. If through the official plan review we design and build our city as if it is essentially business as usual, then I would say to you, don't waste your time and everybody else's time with this motion. And if through the official plan review we design and continue building our city as essentially a little different, a little denser perhaps, a little more big city-like than the current official plan, again I would say to you, don't bother with this motion, avoid the charade. But if we really recognize that we are in fact going through a paradigmatic shift in our existence, one largely driven by the climate crisis that we have brought upon ourselves, then we have to commit to a radical shift in the way we design and redesign our city. Through the passage of events and those quickly coming our way, even the statutory term review for the official plan review has in fact become somewhat redundant. What is required here of the city is really a reformulation, comprehensive reconfiguration of our urban place. A paradigmatic shift in the way we live on this planet is already upon us, as has already been said. In the knowledge economy, in the convergence of the digital and biological sciences, in the burgeoning green economy, even in the fit between the so-called circular economy and these emergent realities, we have all this change. So the design and the built form of our city must connect and integrate with these new and emergent realities. If not, we will surely wither on the vine, we'll be left redundant and stuck in the last paradigm. Now, provincial legislation, as you know, sets mid-22 as the reporting benchmark for our official plan review. So we have here our first tangible step in what this motion advocates, and it is very timely. It allows for a public reporting on concrete and relevant steps in our new path towards community sustainability. And I think we must reach for this opportunity. Complementing what this motion advocates, I would urge the city to communicate to the growing urban community of Guelph your vision of a designed and redesigned urban place that responds positively, innovatively, and creatively to the challenges of the climate crisis and sustainability. The existential imperative is by now obvious to everyone, and it's compelling. What this motion before you calls for and what an innovative official plan review presents is a fortuitous and a strategic convergence of two complementary initiatives.
Mr. Douglas?
And I strongly encourage you to grasp this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your correspondence that we received as well. I see Councillor Alt has a question for you. Stay on the line.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Appreciate your presentation. The one thing that I believe that I heard loudly and clearly, just looking for confirmation, it seems that you are suggesting that the return to the walkable community and density are keys to this being successful, that you're arguing for intensification everywhere with recreation, employment, and commercial availability close enough so that essentially all people need to do is rely upon either active transit or public transit for mobility. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Douglas, now we see you on video, so we get a chance to say thank you face to face. Thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, joining us next is Ron East on behalf of the Council of Canadians, the Guelph chapter, and he's joining us by telephone.
Successful. You're arguing for intensification everywhere.
Mr. East?
And,
hello?
Hi, do you have your live feed on?
Sorry, do I have what?
Are you listening to the council meeting on
Yes.
radio or, okay, can I ask you to turn that off because we're getting a delay. We're hearing it.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you. I should be an AV tech. Now we see you on video. Okay.
Sorry.
Not at all. Mr. East, thank you
Yes.
for joining us today. I'll put 5 minutes on the clock as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Global CO2 emissions grew by 4.8% in 2021 and are on track to increase further in 2022. Climate scientists agree that our 1.5 degree rise in average temperature target, agreed at COP26, has already been surpassed. And climate scientists are now predicting between a 2 degree and a 2.4 degree increase by 2050. Bear in mind that a 3 degree rise, according to current climate modeling, will result in mass extinction events. The climate crisis is already making the pandemic look like a walk in the park preview. I am here today on behalf of the Council of Canadians Guelph chapter and our 350 supporters to request, indeed to implore you, to approve the Race to Zero motion before you. Most of us, luckily, have never experienced a truly catastrophic climate event here in Guelph. In October 1954, Southern Ontario experienced its first hurricane, Hurricane Hazel. I was 7 years old at the time, and I lived in Kitchener. When the warning was received, most people had no idea what to do. At my school, they decided to close and send all of the children home. That was fine if you lived close to the school. I lived 1.5 kilometers away. The hurricane hit with full force when I was halfway home. Trying to descend St. Mary's Hill, I remember holding on to a street sign and my legs being blown right off the ground. I crawled to a telephone pole and wrapped my arms and legs around it so I wouldn't be blown away. I stayed like that for over an hour, soaking wet, hanging on for dear life, until the wind reduced enough for me to make headway to the bottom of the hill. My wife's uncle tried to drive home to Long Branch from Toronto on the QEW. His car was picked up and thrown off the highway, and he landed in the Humber River ravine. We have all seen the catastrophes in BC. We are not adequately prepared for these types of events, and they are coming. Heat waves over 45 degrees, drought, flooding, and storms are all predicted. Are we prepared? We have to do everything we can to reduce our carbon footprint, and we have to start now, not in 2040, when it will already be too late. Today, you have an opportunity to review your approach to the climate crisis, to make a difference, to be part of a clarion call for change, to actively respond to the fears of your children and your children's children. This motion did not originate from the staff or council. It originated from a substantial portion of the citizens of Guelph. Vote yes to this motion unanimously, please.
Mr. East, thank you for that impassioned delegation. I'm just looking at my council colleagues to see if there are any questions. And seeing none, just want to thank you again and hope you have an excellent evening.
Thank you.
Our next three delegates have removed themselves from the delegation list. So our next delegate is Patrick McCauley, who's joining us by video. I see Mr. McCauley's name on the screen, but I don't see. Welcome, sir. We always prefer to see you in the actual camera, in the actual chamber, but here you are. You have 5 minutes, and then I'll ask you to stay in the event that some of my council colleagues have questions. All right?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Chair O'Rourke. Mayor Guthrie and City Councillors, good afternoon. I guess it's almost evening. I'm here speaking on behalf of members of a new climate change action group of seniors in Guelph in order to support the recommended motion from Councillors Gordon and Karen. The intent of the recommended motion is first to accelerate the pace of municipal action relating to climate change preparation from the current plan's target dates, and secondly, to ensure transparent accountability. Both of these aims have our group's full support. By joining the city's Race to Zero campaign, as the first part of the motion requires, Guelph will benefit from collaboration and the sharing of information with cities around the world. We are particularly supportive of Part 2C of the motion, which makes climate change planning central to all urban decision-making. As is apparent from the recent disastrous flooding on the Canadian coasts, the setting of record temperatures, and the numerous wildfires during this year alone, we are forced to ask ourselves, how long will it be before we see such calamities on a local basis? We need to plan now for infrastructure upgrades and other necessary changes in our municipality before it is too late. Current plans have 5-year targets. We support, as other delegates have said, the intent set out in parts 4 and 7 of the motion to have the targets set within the 4-year mandate of the elected council to ensure that council members are accountable for meeting those targets that fall within their term of office. Setting the first targets by the second quarter of 2022 and assuring annual reporting of progress will inform the electorate of how well Guelph is adapting to cope with such climate emergencies. Unfortunately, the COP26 meeting in Glasgow did not result in commitments that would ensure the achievement of the IPCC's target to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, Part 5 of this motion will ensure that Guelph at least is stepping up its actions to do its part in meeting that target. The grassroots approach put forth in Part 8 of the motion is very important. City staff are those most directly in touch with the areas that will be most affected by climate change or that may have already been affected. John Holdren, who was the chief science advisor to former President Barack Obama, said that there are only 3 options in regard to climate change: mitigation, that is slowing it down; adaptation, measures to reduce the impact; and suffering. He said that we're already doing some of each of these 3. And the only way to reduce the amount of suffering is by doing a lot of mitigation and adaptation. This motion is asking Council to make clear, measurable, and accountable plans to do just that, and to accelerate those plans. In conclusion, while seniors like those in our Climate Change Action Group will not suffer the worst effects of climate change, You will suffer some of it, and your children and grandchildren will suffer the most. Please think of them as you consider this motion and support it as it comes to a vote. Thank you for hearing me in this important motion.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley. Excellent delegation. I'm just looking to my council colleagues, see if there's any questions. And seeing none, congratulations on the formation of your new group, and have an excellent evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Nora Challoner, who is the chair of the Yorklands Green Hub. She's joining us by video. Ms. Challoner? Ah, I see your name on the screen. I don't see the video on just yet. Ms. Challoner, can you hear me? I see that you're muted.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Now, did you want to turn the camera on? You're muted again.
Okay.
So I see that you're muted. There we go. Ms. Challoner, are you there?
I'm not doing correctly. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We can hear you now. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Okay, then I will start your 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Guthrie and councillors and city staff. The Yorklands Green Hub is an organization with more than 300 members dedicated to building a more resilient and sustainable community. The Yorklands Green Hub supports the United Nations Race to Zero campaign and urge all members of Guelph City Council to join the hundreds of other cities, including Brampton, Toronto, and Hamilton, in fighting climate change by passing the resolution in support of the Race to Zero and committing the city to tangible steps that will achieve carbon neutrality well before 2050. Global warming is a global phenomenon. You may ask, how can the city of Guelph be expected to solve a worldwide issue? The answer is simple. We cannot fight climate change alone, but to quote David Suzuki, in a world of more than 7 billion people, each of us is a drop in the bucket. But with enough drops, we can fill any bucket. This is the city's opportunity to lead by example and inspire everyone in Guelph to take steps towards building a more sustainable and resilient community. Partner with Guelph businesses, community benefit groups, and volunteer organizations to make our city a leader in growing the green economy and adopting sustainable best practices. Encourage the people of Guelph to reduce their personal carbon footprint by adopting more sustainable lifestyles, housing, and transportation solutions. The time is bold. Decisive action is now. There are many actions that can be taken immediately so that we can meet some targets in 2030 and 2040, giving us hope of building a community that is resilient enough to weather the severe climate crisis that is on the horizon. We need to build 4-year targets into the city's official plan. Please vote a resounding yes for the Race to Zero resolution before you. You owe it to our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Challoner, for your presentation today and also for your correspondence. Were there any questions for Ms. Challoner at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation and have an excellent evening.
Thank you.
Our next next delegation is Sia Van Geest and Allison Mikkelsen Van Geest, who can tell me if I have mispronounced that, and I will give it another shot. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to council.
Thank you.
I have you as presenting on video. Ah, there you are, and you have 5 minutes, and then I will let you know when those 5 minutes are up. And you can also stay in case councillors have questions for you, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Chair O'Rourke, other councillors and city staff. My name's Sia Van Geest, and I'm here today to address you with my granddaughter, Allison, with who some may know locally as Dr. Mickelson's. Now, we're pushing Mother Earth into a dangerous tipping point. Sometimes when one drills down into possible future climate change implications, one could fall into a dark pit of depression, experience profound sadness, such grief of what we, the human family, have wrought over time and continue to this day. The impact on the future for Allison and all the new generation. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes I'm scared for that future generation. All my life, I've experienced joy of working with children. 30 plus years as an educator, children's drama clubs, church Sunday school, and intimately engaged in the lives of 4 dearest grandchildren. I can see all those faces. Thinking of climate change on their future is no longer a matter of creative imagination and hyperbole, is it? This heightened sense of urgency about the climate crisis is a recurring topic of conversation among my peers. But typically, the conversation does morph from the bad climate stories into a positive direction. There may be a pivoting comment like, okay, enough of this, it's scary, but have you heard that? And then we share the good climate stories, perhaps how we're progressing at an individual commitments, what members of our climate action groups are doing, what the youth are doing, what the city is doing. Why, this morning on CBC News, Mayor Guthrie, you announced that Guelph has granted free public transportation for our young. Way to go. Now we consider current motion on the floor, Guelph's race to zero. A huge shout out to Councillors Gordon and Karen for proposing this motion that includes 10 directions and commitments of action. This was unpacked at one of our seniors' climate action groups, and we were so impressed. We applaud this initiative and hugs to all of you when you pass it. We pray that you move beyond complexities, work together, and move all 10 parts forward. Do it for us. Do it for the future. Do it for Allison.
Thanks, Grandma. I'm glad to be speaking with so many others today about this climate emergency that we are facing. And thank you, like Grandma said, to Councillors Karen and Gordon for the proposed climate action motion on the floor. I'm happy to be here with Grandma and represent multiple generations looking together to our future and the future of generations to come. Working as a local family physician, I see many ways that climate impacts our health and well-being, primarily through air pollution, which needs to be acknowledged as an issue intrinsically linked to climate change. Estimates indicate that pollution of our air is responsible for 15,000 deaths a year in Canada. The impact of fossil fuel mediated pollution is illustrated in the devastating story that some may have heard at the recent climate summits of Ella Adu Kissi Deborah. She was a 9-year-old girl who died from her asthma because she lived in a very busy London thoroughfare and actually had air pollution listed on her death certificate as a cause of death for the first time. London is obviously a lot more polluted than Guelph, but I see similar stories like this all the time in our community. Patients consistently telling me that their asthma, COPD, and other lung disorders are worse than ever and sometimes flared by simply going outside. The severity of these disorders is on the rise globally and directly attributed to the quality of our air. Air pollution can also increase the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and even birth defects. And that is not to mention the increasing climate anxiety many people are feeling, and you could probably hear in Grandma's voice today. The list, I hope quite obviously, goes on, and I don't need to list all the impacts that climate can have on our health. We're all doing all we can in terms of our individual actions. Me and Grandma both own electric cars. We buy local, we recycle and do all of our individual responsibilities, but individual actions are simply not enough. We need larger actions to achieve these targets that are required to keep our health, our communities, and our planet safe. So thank you again for this motion, for the initiation of actions that are not only meaningful and impactful, but also sufficiently responsive to the degree of urgency that we are facing. It is not enough to start acting tomorrow. I implore Council to hear all of our pleas, pass this motion together to give us the best shot at protecting our community for Grandma's grandkids and hopefully my grandkids as soon as possible. Thank you.
Cancel. Okay. That is some spectacular timing. Thank you. I will say, I will see if there are any questions from members of council. I really want to thank you for what's really a special delegation. We appreciate that. We appreciate your time tonight and hope you have an excellent evening.
Thanks.
We look forward to hugs again.
Yeah.
So elbow bump for the moment. Our next presenter is Susan Watson, who is joining us by telephone. Is Miss Watson on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Sure can. So I will start the timer and you can start your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair O'Rourke and members of Committee of the Whole, many of you are likely aware of what is known as SMART goals. The acronym stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Some people have made the goals smarter by adding E for evaluated and R for reviewed. In my view, this is simply what the motion from Councillors Caron and Gordon is doing. It's making what the City of Guelph has already committed to smarter. We are really at a point where we need to get granular about how we are going to achieve the commitments we have made, and we need to regularly review interim targets. You heard earlier today from our Medical Officer of Health that dealing with a pandemic is an all-of-community response. You were thanked for holding up your end. Likewise, confronting climate change needs to be an all-of-community response. The city's race to zero is looking to mobilize leadership. In responding to the pandemic, I did my part as an individual, wearing a mask, getting vaccinated, staying home. But I couldn't, as an individual, create and administer a vaccine, make and enforce rules for travel or isolation, or distribute financial relief. It's the same with climate change. Government leadership is critical. And like Saya, I am encouraged by the positive example of your recent decision to make Guelph Transit free for children. Someone who is on the fence about using their car or calling an Uber now has a motivating reason to make the more carbon-friendly decision. Those kinds of carbon-friendly options need to be structured throughout all kinds of services the city offers. Taking concrete action is critically important, not only because it achieves real outcomes, but it also sends a vital message about the urgency of what needs to happen. As things like pandemics or climate change creep closer to where we live, they can still seem abstract and theoretical. I think the reality of the pandemic finally hit home for many people when the NHL canceled the hockey season in March of 2020. People finally got there was something real that we needed to respond to. Climate change is now here in Canada to a degree it wasn't when you acknowledged the climate crisis via emotion or when you committed to net zero by 2050. Climate change connects us all, locally and globally, in the same way that the pandemic has connected us all. Whether or not a heat dome settles over Guelph or we are inundated by an atmospheric river, those events elsewhere in the country will impact all of us. We are all going to be paying higher insurance premiums because of the catastrophic floods and fires in Western Canada, and we are all going to be paying higher food prices because of the devastation wreaked by these events. The human and financial consequences of not responding urgently to the emergency at hand are serious. And as with the pandemic, climate scientists tell us what to expect when we apply mathematical models to real-world principles of chemistry and physics. It's not just future generations we are working to protect now, it's ourselves. We've had some dry summers here, but in my time in this city, we've never had a catastrophic drought. I buy an annual farm share at the Ignatius Jesuit Center, and before they installed an irrigation system, in a dry year, you could directly experience the reduced harvest and the smaller share of weekly food you received. Catastrophic drought is already a reality in other parts of the world, and previously freak events like the heat dome have arrived. What would happen to our local crops if they were exposed to withering temperatures of 49 degrees Celsius, or for those of us who grew up with Fahrenheit, 121 degrees. And walking beside the Speed River the other day, I pondered what it would be like if the river ran dry. The city's Race to Zero and the motion brought to you by Councillors Caron and Gordon have provided you with an opportunity to up your game, show leadership, and be smarter. Please embrace this opportunity and pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. I'm looking to my council colleagues to see if there are any questions, and I see none. So thank you for your delegation, and I hope you have an excellent evening.
Thank you. Same to you.
Our next delegate is Forrest Smith, who's joining us by video. I can see the I can see you on the screen, but I can't see your video.
I really don't know how to make that work, so I'll just have to
Well,
speak.
then we can listen. Yeah, we can hear you. All right, I'll start the timer for 5 minutes, and then I'll let you know when your time's up, okay? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm on the board of Transition Guelph, but it's not really on their behalf that I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking really as an engineer and my 48 years experience. I'm now retired. But my first third of that was spent as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, principally around the operation and maintenance of buildings, such as CFB London, who had me come to visit Guelph because I was responsible for your armory's maintenance and operation. The middle third of my career I spent as a senior manager in national defense on energy and environmental management. And the last third I spent as my own consulting firm, working back to National Defense, Environment Canada, Corrections Canada, BC government and others on energy, principally management and energy performance contracting. But what I learned in all of that is, first off, delegate and forget is not a good policy. So this motion you have before you will impose interim targets so that you don't forget what you're up to. Next, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Now, what I've been able to discern off the website is that you had a good plan in 2007, you had another one in 2016, but I haven't seen an update. And you do produce an annual report, which indicates what you have done and what you plan to do next year. But I don't, one of the other delegates talked about a more granular plan. I think that's what you need. There's no free lunch, but actually in the building business, which I have most of my experience in, there's actually a benefit for the efficiency improvements. I would guess, looking at your 2020 report and your LED lighting, that you probably got a 20% return on your investment. And the other mechanical systems that you retrofitted with improvements in energy efficiency, I would suggest be the same. That's a good return. And material I read, I didn't see a lot of taking credit for those future savings that you're going to get. And that, yes, it takes money up front, but there are benefits. There's time spent on reconnaissance is seldom wasted. I noted in the reports that they indicated they had looked at other municipalities to see what they were doing. I didn't know, they didn't say where, but I would advise the city. I've read the City of Vancouver's plan some time ago, and it is a very good plan, and it takes on the same challenges that you have. So those are my points. I think this motion is an excellent one, and I hope that you pass it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. What a fascinating background. I'm looking to my council colleagues. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much for your delegation and have an excellent evening.
Thank you.
And now our last delegation on this agenda item is Evan Ferrari on behalf of Emerge Guelph Sustainability. He is joining us by phone. Mr. Ferrari?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor and members of council, I have to start off by saying that I'm really impressed with the comments that the other delegates have made on this issue. I'm somewhat humbled by the many of the things that they've said. They've put an awful lot of effort, and I tip my hat to them, and I support them wholeheartedly. We can only do this fight against climate change together. The city, institutions, businesses, not-for-profits, and of course, the citizens of Guelph. And I have to say that I'm excited about this motion, about this motion, as it sets the stage for all of us to start rolling up our sleeves and work on the next components. Here's the pieces that I'm excited about. That what I understand would have to come forward is a recommendation of city staff on how it would be implemented, with a plan to engage our supportive community with developing those interim targets. We all have to be responsible for these targets, not just politicians or bureaucrats, but every one of us must take responsibility for reaching and exceeding these goals that we will be developing together. Honestly, I find that quite exciting. I mean, the fact that there are 14 delegations here tonight, or planned delegations here tonight, I think is quite exciting, and all of them are very supportive. Part two of this process that I see is, and I don't want to sugarcoat this at all, but this will have to have an impact on the 2023 operating budget implications. And it will have to be integrated into the budget deliberations that will start next summer and go into the fall. With those budget implications in mind, I'd like to paint a picture of Guelph for you. I want you to think of much of the area that we affectionately call the ward. Now let's add Arthur Street. The area south of Waterloo, from downtown Guelph all the way to the Hanlon and south to Water Street. Parts of the area south and east of Courtright and Gordon and north of Arkle. Some of the area immediately north of Clare Road between Hanlon and Victoria. Perhaps none of these areas are in your ward, but now I'd like you to think about three other things. The downtown fire station, and how about parts of the city waste management facility off of Watson Parkway? And now the city sewage treatment plant. Imagine all these places underwater, flooded, hundreds of homes, businesses and institutions, and significant city infrastructure. No, this isn't me doomsaying. It's history. Because at different times, all of these places have been underwater in the not so distant past. In 1928, in 1948, in 1954, during Hurricane Hazel, as Ron East so eloquently shared his trauma going through that, and most recently in 1974. Yes, along with the GRCA, the city has put policies into place to mitigate flooding, but we now know that this might not be good enough as we talk about 1 in 200 year potential floods and what that could mean. Establishing aggressive climate goals will have budget implications for the city and all of us. During those deliberations, what aspects of climate change would you prefer to be dealing with? The cost of new climate change fighting targets, or the implications of flooding? Again, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferrari. I am wondering whether my council colleagues have a question. Seeing none, thank you for your delegation and for the work you do in the community. We appreciate it. We hope you have an excellent evening.
And you too, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I would like to go to Councillor Gordon, who can move the motion, and I know that it's seconded by Councillor Caron. So if you'd like to table and speak to the motion.
Yes, merci, Madame Lachaise. I will do exactly as you just asked. I would like to put the recommendation on the floor and move it, seconded by Councillor Caron. And if it's all right with you, then I will proceed with some remarks, and I'll be followed by Councillor Caron. My hope is that then we'll hear from staff before questions go to them, because it was actually you, Chair O'Rourke, that had the vision, as we discussed this motion coming forward, that it would be an opportunity to have a robust community conversation about our city's climate change plans. And those plans, I'm thrilled, have included staff, and the community and the city. Really blown away, no pun intended, about the delegations we had. If I wasn't such a wordy fellow, I'd be speechless, but I do have a speech. I want to make a reference. It's funny that it came up twice about Hurricane Hazel. My parents lived where Ron East described in Long Branch, and the family legend is that I was created during Hurricane Hazel, which has made me long-winded ever since. But I think one thing by all those delegates that you heard is that there really is, as Ron East also mentioned, a community-driven motion. I'm excited to hear from Deputy CEO Holmes. She's been so supportive and helpful with this process about all their remarkable work around climate actions that align with this motion. I'm expecting the same thoughtful comments of my council colleagues. And of course, it's very timely, since earlier today, we might not have even noticed, we voted to make our carbon neutral goals a priority within our intergovernmental report. I want to thank Chair O'Rourke, Mayor Guthrie, DCAO Holmes, Clerk Stephen O'Brien, my able seconder, Councillor Caron, the 15 different local advocacy groups, especially Emerge Guelph, and the entire staff for their encouragement and guidance with landing on the wording for this motion. It's not that often that an issue comes before us where there is a true collaboration in equal partnership with staff, council, and community. It's going to be exciting when this passes to see how that partnership continues to assure us that we are collectively doing all we can to provide a sustainable way forward, a path towards the resiliency we need to manage the challenges of climate change. As you've heard, this motion is quite compatible with the excellent work our staff is already doing in this area. We've learned through the COP26 gathering and through recent dramatic climate events that there's a greater sense of urgency in addressing this crisis. And I think we heard that from just about every one of our delegates. I believe this initiative today will be the start of a comprehensive program that clearly has the support of our community. There is community consensus that we can no longer pass this problem on to the next generation or even to the next council without enormous risks. We're hearing loud and clear that the time is now, and yes, this is our lane, as some have questioned before. We need immediate action at all government levels. We need to be bold. We need to be visionary. We can do this. My seconder will speak in a moment to the remarkable return on investment possible that we'll get for the commitments we're making today. And there are so many reasons other than economic ones, of course, that will benefit our next generations. We're witnessing right now on the two coasts of our country the enormous destruction to our environment and our economy that we cannot imagine that we will be exempt from. And Mr. Ferrari alluded to that. Extreme climate incidents are coming our way. We know this, and we need to prepare now. We'll be able to show with this motion that we can be real leaders. Councillor Caron and myself are both members of the national and provincial climate caucuses of elected officials, and I can tell you that this kind of leadership is actually expected from this city. The Global Race to Zero movement was created when it was recognized that A, cities are the biggest polluters and are susceptible to the biggest impacts from climate emergency events, and B, because it's very important that as many cities join together in this to assure that we are not alone, that there's an international network of communities willing to take up this challenge as we're doing today. Just this week, Toronto and Halton signed on to the growing list of supportive municipalities, with Halton showing us all up by setting a 2030 target. Bravo, Halton. We're lending a hand in helping the Race to Zero's goals of 1,000 participating cities by the end of this year, and now most of our neighbors have signed up as well. To quote the RTZ mission statement, we're all working towards a healthy, resilient, zero carbon recovery that prevents future threats, supports economic prosperity and innovation, unlocks inclusive, sustainable growth, and produces action from our peers around the world, challenging the best available science-based tools and expertise to help us stay on track with the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement. I'm grateful to you all, even those of my colleagues who may want to challenge our actions today, because it is a very necessary conversation. as Councillor O'Rourke has alluded to. I urge my colleagues, after all the work that's already gone into this by so many, to approve this motion as written. Now over to you, with your permission, Chair, to Councillor Caron.
First, go ahead, Councillor Cron.
Actually, Madam Chair, I'd like to reserve my comments. I'll pass it on to my colleagues because I think there may be questions, there may be clarifications, there may be staff comments. So I'll reserve my comments till later. Thanks.
Okay, so what I'd like to do then is this is a bit of an unusual agenda item. So usually there's an agenda item, there's a staff report. So what I'd like to do is to ask DCAO Holmes and also Mr. Hoyan to really give us a sense of where we are on this journey, how a lot of the city's activities already align, and really give them an opportunity to showcase the good work that's taking place. And sorry, Mr. Vilko, I see that you're there as well. So I will pass the mic over to Ms. Holmes, and then she can direct within her team the most appropriate person to present, as it really is an important community conversation to see the work that's already taking place.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. So maybe I will just start and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues. So I just want to let everybody know that we have been doing a lot of work associated with 100RE. All of our projects are looked at through an environmental lens, whether they be renovations, new facilities, or state of good repair replacements. And we are seeing some movement in our targets. So we are seeing movement in our 100 RE by 2050 targets, and also in our net zero carbon for 2050 targets for the community. So we are on track at this point to meet our environmental goals as they have been laid out so far. And we do use all of our funding through our energy management team, led by our manager of corporate energy and climate change, Mr. Hoyan. So I just wanted to remind the council that if you recall, as part of the October 15th information report, we had done a report talking about our alignment with Race to Zero. And we are actually already part of the Race to Zero movement. We are signed up for Race to Zero, mainly because of all the great work for climate change that we have done in the past. So I just think that really speaks to the legacy of environmental stewardship that you see here at Guelph. And through that report, you'll see that we are mostly aligned. The only area that we are not aligned in is just the interim reporting. And so that's why you'll see at the bottom of the motion a request for the staff to come back and report on that, because if you look at the report from October 15th, there is a formula that Race to Zero uses. It isn't a straight interpolation line between what your values are in 2018 versus 2050. It does front end them, which means that we would have to accelerate some of our programs and some of our projects. So we do have our annual environmental sustainability report that goes out every year. And when you look through that, that is 13 pages of work that we do all over the city, incorporating everybody, all departments throughout the city. And so maybe what I'll do right now, Madam Chair, is, if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to our Manager of Corporate Energy and Climate Change, Mr. Hoyan, who can probably give you some idea of some of the work that we've already been doing and some of the exciting projects that we have planned going into the future.
Absolutely. Welcome, Mr. Hoyan.
Thanks. Thanks, Jane. Through you, Chair. Yeah, I'm more than happy to share a lot of the hard work that has been done with the team. I am extremely proud with the Corporate Energy and Climate Change Group and how we've been working with the different departments and collectively moving towards our energy conservation goals and greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. So partnership is kind of key. I know there is the energy management team or the energy and climate change team. We're small. However, again, client focused, department focused, and really leveraging what the different departments know about their operations and helping them streamline that with the byproduct of energy savings and emissions reductions. And some projects, big and small that Jane had mentioned there, but there are some highlights. Right now, we're looking at our wastewater treatment plant, and that's one of our largest energy users and also greenhouse gas emitters. And we have a pretty large, significant project that's going to help optimize the way that we're treating wastewater. And it's not only an energy or an emission savings, but we're looking at water quality and how we're being environmental stewards overall. And as we do that, we're looking at something like 6 million plus kilowatt hours reduction savings per year. And there was mention about economic savings on that, and that would be substantive, as well as the GHG emissions of about, I think, equivalent to about 200 metric tons per year. And that's also not to mention that this is end of life equipment, and it makes a critical piece of infrastructure a lot more reliable and robust. We have other things where we're doing energy switching or fuel switching from, say, a typical HVAC unit at our West End Community Center, looking at how those are end of life and moving those to more energy efficient, but also cleaner emitting equipment. So moving from a gas-fired rooftop to an air source heat pump with energy recovery. And then again, something that's helping the community center, something that really serves the community. It has an inclusive lens because we're looking at how to make sure that this community hub is available and healthy and safe for the members that go there. You may have heard the term ISO 50001. So my team is one of the main focuses of our group, and that's also kind of taking that plan, do, check, act strategy to achieve our energy targets. And that's where we are doing the review. We're doing the setting of the targets. We're aligning those targets. And then we just keep on doing that. And it's a constant cycle, and we're always looking for continuous improvement. And that reaches out to the broader organization and really strengthening that as well. And again, moving it away from just that center energy climate change team and say there's 4 members, there's only so much that they can do. So once we start getting that all hands on deck approach and working with them, then we amplify the way that we run our shop. I'll quickly remind about the electric buses that are coming in play in the summer. We have 4 electric buses that are coming along. Construction is currently underway with our pilot enhancements at the Watson Transit Garage. So that's an exciting endeavor. And we have a whole bunch of solar panels that are popping up. We'll be seeing a net zero energy Hanlon splash pad when the construction is complete. And I love that one because it's really using solar to kind of balance out the energy use and reduce emissions, but it's also providing shade to all the families that are out there sweating while their kids are enjoying the splash pad. And I, for one, can sympathize with that. And so, it's big and small, lots of things out there, and we're trying to stay as nimble as we can so that we're jumping on these opportunities and getting them while they make sense. I don't know if there's anything else, or if there's other questions on that, feel free to ask.
I was just wondering if Mr. Vilko wanted to add anything, given the upgrades that are being done to the South End Rec Center or library or other large capital projects.
Yeah, thanks, Chair O'Rourke. Great summary there by our manager, Mr. Hoyan. A couple things that are also highlighted in that sustainability report are, and it's in the theme of our recreation facilities, but the new ice resurfacers that we've recently acquired, those are electric as well. And so not only is it the fuel source for the actual ice resurfacer, but it also pays dividends from an energy perspective on our air quality and ventilation requirements for the personnel inside the building. It's all cleaner. So we've got multiple paybacks there. Some of our there's some technologies that have been incorporated into the ice making itself, which saves us energy. So lots of, Mr. Hoyan spoke to some of the larger projects, but there are smaller ones as well that have been incorporated. And I think from the South End Community Center and even the Baker Library project perspective, those are being designed to the zero building design standard. So again, those are top of mind from an energy perspective. So there is lots happening in the background on energy and with this climate focus.
Okay, well, thank you to the three of you for setting the stage for us. I have a Councillor Gibson, Councillor Karan. I want to go to the seconder. Councillor Karan, did you want to speak before I open the floor to other councillors?
No, this was a question to staff.
Okay. Well, I'll go Gibson and Karan and Guthrie.
Thank you, through you, Chair O'Rourke. A question to staff, not a major question, because I do support the premise of all the recommendations here, and I know the staff have worked on this, but I do have a question about number 7 first. I have 2 very small amendments that I plan to put on the table that I believe strengthen the recommendations. But the first question is for 7. It's something that we talked about a few years ago. Again, not opposed. I just need to know how staff are going to tackle this. The City of Guelph report progress annually for the entire City of Guelph. End stop. That's my question. How does staff propose measuring CO2 reductions on a citywide basis? I can high level, I can think, as gas cars come on, as we provincially, as we retire gas, we will see a natural reduction in our overall CO2 footprint. But how do we do that on an individual city level? And what does that look like for staff from a work plan perspective?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Gibson. In terms of reporting at the community scale, or let's just say the geographic boundaries of Guelph. So actually, our staff have been really focusing on that to take it from 2018, 2019, and 2020 data, working with our utility companies, so Electra and Enbridge. And taking all of that data in. And so the municipality is in a unique position because we're kind of that careful steward with that private information. And we can collate that and put it up, do the calculations with the greenhouse gas emissions. So actually there was a new, and it's kind of a work in progress, but there is a new enhancement on our energy and climate change webpage on the public site. And it does list what our actual GHG inventory is.
So you can
at that community scale.
Yeah, so you can gauge our energy use at a community level over time. So it'll primarily be related to energy use per household, or energy use on a per capita basis. Is that how the metric will come forward?
Yeah, so there's different categories. So we'll look at stationary. So
okay.
Sorry, I'm using technical terms there, but yeah, our buildings, essentially what our buildings are, and we'll look at residential, and we'll look at commercial / institutional, as well as industrial. And so that'll kind of be one pocket. So the emissions that are coming out of those building sectors. There's also some modeling that we can have that we do have access to for transportation emissions, again on that community scale. And then that other main sector, but it is relatively small, is kind of that waste and wastewater handling and the processing that goes along with that, and fugitive emissions that would come out of that.
Okay. So I'm hearing from you that you're comfortable with reporting on the city's CO2 emissions tracking. So I'm comfortable with that clause as well. Thank you. When it's time, Councillor O'Rourke, I do have 2 minor amendments that I circulated, but I'll wait my turn if there's other questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. I'll go to Councillor Karan, then Guthrie, then Gawler.
Great, thank you. And DCAO Homes touched very much on the policy side. So I just want to ask a question related to the policy side, because I believe that incorporation of our climate objectives as outlined in the Race to Zero is already embedded in our official plan, that there really isn't, I mean, I shouldn't say it, but there's not a lot more policy work to be done because it's already there and it's been done quite well, in my opinion. If you review the consolidated official plan, the June 2021 version, which includes the secondary plans and the GID in downtown, I see a lot of strong references to our CEI and program elements like building efficiency and district energy. But my question has to relates to the tools for implementation, which are key. And I think that's what I want to ask DCAO Holmes, because Chapter 10 talks about things like development design guidelines, sustainability assessment tools, integrated energy master plans, financial incentives. And that's where I think we're going to get the key wins moving forward. And so when I look at the Race to Zero motion, that's where I see all of the policy going. So I just wondered if you could comment on that. I mean, measurements and reporting and goals and fleet transformation and all the measures, all the implementation actions we're doing are great, and I commend staff on the review of everything we've done. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about the tools we need to address the Race to Zero on a policy level.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Karan. So currently as we're doing our update to our OP, as you know, it's coming in June 2022. And our current, as I'd mentioned, all the things to Race to Zero are already part of our environmental goals, with the exception of those interim goals associated with Guelph's Fair Share. So as Krista and her team are undergoing that OP review, they are including all those requirements for our developments into that OP. And so even if that changes over time, because I know there is a requirement for through Race to Zero that we come back every 4 years to make sure that those goals are updated. We can make sure that as we get our OP updates, our official plan updates, that those new goals are incorporated in there as well. And I just wanted to mention that as part of our climate plan is that we are planning to start our city's climate adaptation plan and also our climate sustainability plan as well in the next year or so. The climate adaptation plan will go first and then the sustainability plan. And as those plans come out as well, they will inform the official plan as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Karan?
For questions, yes.
Okay. Mayor Guthrie, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, working through you. I just wanted to ask, hopefully they're just kind of bank shot questions here. And if any of these can't be answered by staff, maybe the movers can do it. And I'm just looking for clarity, I'm totally looking for clarity on a few things. Deputy CAO Holmes, you just said that part of the Race to Zero goals is to make sure that they're being looked at every 4 years. But our current CEI goals is to have them looked at every 5 years. And that comes up, I think, in like 2 years. So are you, what is one of these trumping the other? What's the, like, where are you landing? If we're already going to be doing the goal, which is embedded in our CEI every 5 years to update, and then the Race to Zero says every 4, but we're only 2 years away from updating the CEI one. If we adopt the Race to Zero, does it make this one null and void?
Well, what we probably, through the chair to Mayor Guthrie, the Race to Zero does require that we report out on a regular basis annually. In terms of reviewing our goals, I'd have to just double check with staff on the CEI and the timing of it. I would presume that we would have to align those so that they match up.
Okay, maybe it's a question just for clarity to the movers then. You're not expecting the Race to Zero to trump our CEI, right?
If I may speak, Chair, I think they're meant to be compatible. If there was a reason for that one change to align with the goals of the RTZ around 4 years, there has been quite a lot of conversation, even mentioned from some of our delegates this evening, that we want reporting that is contained within terms of councils so that there isn't, that we get away from the tendency that many municipalities have had to sort of pass along to the next council. That's my understanding as why it is there. I don't know if Councillor Karan has anything to add to that too.
Yeah, that's the 4-year timeline. Every council, every term of council would not only have a voice in responding to the goals, but would be accountable for the success of those goals. And I think that's an excellent governance objective for all of us.
But through you, Madam Chair, that's great, but I'm not asking that. And if it's a takeaway, that's totally fine. I just want to know how the Race to Zero initiative is going to intertwine with our CEI. And if that's a takeaway even for staff to sort of even talk with the movers later after committee of the whole or whatever, just to get that clarity, that's fine. I'm good with that. Unless you have an answer, Jane, I can move on.
Well, maybe what I'll do through the chair is I know Brian has been talking with the Race to Zero folks, so he has a good idea about what their expectations are. So maybe what I'll do is I'll ask Brian if he could provide any clarifications.
Mr. Hoyan?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Guthrie. So the requirement with respect to the Race to Zero's interim goals is to set a fair share goal of 2030. And for Guelph, that works out to 63% reduction by 63%, right? So then the other section is, the other requirement would be that we're to report annually how we're doing. So with that annual report, and by the way, that's also a requirement for Global Covenant of Mayors. So we do have this kind of annual reporting.
Yep, that's right.
Through that annual reporting, we're showing how we're progressing towards that 2030 target, right? And then so as we're showing that progress, then we're showing where we are, say it is 2 years from now, 4 years on every term or whatnot, we're showing how we're progressing towards that. So there isn't a Race to Zero requirement of doing every 4 or every 5 years or whatnot. It's just saying get to 2050 or 2040 or earlier, or 2040 or by mid-century to be net zero carbon, right? Hit your fair share at 2030, so that's 63% reduction for Guelph. And that kind of sets your curve. And then they just want to see how you're moving along on that curve every year. And so that's kind of how the reporting kind of fits along with how we're doing, whether or not it be 2 years or 5 years or so.
For sure. So just to be clear, I get all that. And I think this is a takeaway because maybe I'm not explaining my question properly, and I apologize if I'm not. But there was a lot of work and a lot of effort in updating the CEI with goals embedded in it. And I'm just trying to understand if the Race to Zero is altering the CEI goals, or the Race to Zero goals will be embedded within the CEI as they are looked at, especially every 5 years. I just want to know how that interconnects. Again, I'm not against anything here. I just want to know how they speak to each other. That's all. Just take it away. I'll move on. Chair. Take it away. So one of the things I just noticed, and this is all on the fly as I've been listening to the movers and to staff, is the movers acknowledged, by the way, the good work that staff are doing. We're good with that foundation for sure. But I found when you spoke, Jane, Brian, when you spoke, and Auntie, from a staff perspective, it's like, hey, we're doing this and we're doing that and we're doing this and we're doing that. And, I think one of the things that maybe is missing is just communicating out to the public on the things that we are doing, which the Race to Zero, some of the motions embedded in that will speak to that then. So we're better to communicate the things that we're doing out. Do you find as staff that the ability for you to tell stories like the wastewater treatment plant or upgrades. I mean, that was the one that kind of jumped out at me that I wrote down. Are those types of things going to be easier for you to be able to communicate out to the community by approaching it through the Race to Zero?
Well, through the chair to Mayor Guthrie, I guess one of the things as engineers is that we're good at doing stuff and maybe not very good at telling people all the good stuff that we do. One of the things that we had asked for in the budget, of course, was a strategic communications advisor to help us with exactly that kind of work. So that strategic communications advisor. It was specifically to help water and wastewater, but anything to do with our environmental actions and our accomplishments to help that get out to the public. So we do a sustainability report. As you've seen, it's 13 pages of good stuff. With the Race to Zero branding, that's probably will be helpful in terms of sending that message out ourselves, but perhaps partnering out with some of our other cities who are also in the Race to Zero to make sure that everybody knows what we're doing.
Okay. And then I think my last question at this point is just if I could ask through you to the movers or to staff. I have gone on to the city's racetozero.org website here. And I did it a couple weeks ago, and we were kind of bantering around this before it came out anyways. Number 6 says that the City of Guelph plan at least one inclusive and equitable climate action as listed. But what is that? What is it? Is it so it's staff that chooses it, or it's staff that chooses it and then it comes back to us for direction? Or what if they add 10 new ones next week and we don't know about it? Like I'm just trying to understand what is it that's applicable and doable. The Chair O'Rourke, I don't know if maybe
Ms.
Councillor
Holmes?
Gordon.
Councillor Gordon, sure.
Yes, if I may, Chair O'Rourke, I am particularly excited about that clause in the motion because this is the RTZ acknowledging that we can't do everything all at once, but we want to do them in an accelerated manner as soon as we can. So my excitement is that this also kicks in a really robust collaboration between staff, the community, with our Indigenous partners. And my hope is it's already built into a couple of the clauses that there would be a reporting back. One of those reportings would be, and I'll get Deputy CAO Holmes to corroborate this, that after that initial consultation with the different community partners, we would establish what's the best initiative to start right out of the gate with that would keep everybody juiced, keep everyone motivated. And then they would plan, I would presume, this is what some of the other communities are building into their RTZ motions, that then there would be a sequence. Okay, we started here, accomplished that, check mark. What's the next one? But that can't be, I don't believe, Mr. Mayor, done by staff alone or by council alone. It needs to be that collaboration. And I think that this sets up the possibilities for a mechanism that would give that collaboration.
So Chair O'Rourke, if you don't mind, maybe also I'll have Brian to try and explain some of this, because this was part of our October 15th information report as well. So I think some of the information he have might be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Guthrie. So yes, the city's Race to Zero does list a bunch of inclusive actions. Some of the themes are things like create a more inclusive society or create a green and healthy streets, and they dig into what those like particular actions related to those.
Okay.
Several of these actions or initiatives, there are some that the city of Guelph is already has done or is already in the process of doing. A perfect example is, let me just see, there was something related to piloting electric buses by 2023 or something like that. So we're already on our way, and
Yeah.
Exactly, and so part of the reasoning or the rationale as the city of Guelph to being a designated member, I believe.
Oh, okay. I just can't find it on the website, and maybe it's just me navigating it. Would you mind later tonight or something, or just kind of pushing the link out to council and letting us see it? And then I'll just leave this as a comment, and I'll finish, Madam Chair, on that to the movers. And if you want to try to wordsmith, so be it. If you don't, and try to figure it out maybe between now and the end of the month. But your number 6 is it's very specific. It says the City of Guelph plan. But to you, Councillor Gordon, you were kind of answering my question more about, well, it's a community thing. We could pick one as a community and do something together. So I'm just a little bit, words matter, as we've all heard the last few months on motions. I just want to make sure that that's captured properly, that it's, if it's as you've described it, to me, it may not mesh with how number 6 is worded, but that can be a takeaway for now. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for now.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I'm going to go to Councillor Goller next.
Thank you, and through you, Chair O'Rourke. I am supportive of the entire plan. My confusion was something that the mayor just brought up. In number 6, when it says the City of Guelph, it's a capital C, and in number 7, it says the City of Guelph report for the entire City of Guelph, and again a capital C. To me, when I see capital C, capital G, it means the corporation of the City of Guelph. But I'm understanding that at least for number 7, we actually mean that the reporting will be for the community, for the geographic area of Guelph. So if I could just get clarification from staff, when you read number 6 and number 7, just to that is reporting for the community at large, the geographic boundary of Guelph, not just the corporation of the City of Guelph, right?
Okay, then to DCO Holmes on the capitalization. That's an interesting question.
Again, I'll ask Brian to fill us in on that one. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Hoyan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Goller. So the Race to Zero is referring to reporting at a community scale. So yeah, that would be regards to GHG reporting. Actions may be corporate focused or corporate led, or maybe out into the community as well. But again, overall, the goal is to have the City of Guelph as a community hit these Race to Zero targets.
Okay. Thank you for that. So then when we look at the projects that are hinted at on number 6, it's not necessarily something that the corporation is going to undertake by ourselves, but it could potentially be something that we're doing with community organizations. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Goller, I would say that the different initiatives vary in the depending on the theme that they're focusing on. Even through, say, the example of electric buses that were brought up, because of the municipality's position in being that provider for public transit, it can make those decisions through council decisions and whatnot, but can move forward with that and is providing that service to the broader community. Right, so you can see the position that the municipality is to support the community. There may be some that are a bit more focused and other community stakeholders taking on, but the municipality may be that combiner or whatnot.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, but my comment is that as it stands, when I read number 6 and number 7, the motion is for the corporation to be reporting and for the corporation to be taking actions. I think as it's read, it is not inclusive of the community, just in terms of how it's written.
Then if I may, Councillor Goller, I just want to validate with the mover. So 6 really is guided by the City of Guelph, right? The corporation of the City of Guelph to plan at least one inclusive and equitable climate action, because we can't really delegate that to the community. Is that your intent, that the corporation it's going to electrify its buses. The corporation may gather people around a different project. But number 7, I think what would fix clause 7 is after the comma, if you do for the entire city, and that's a lowercase city, you're saying the city of Guelph, the corporation of the city, report progress annually for the entire city of Guelph lowercase, because you've already written and continue reporting on the corporation. So are you comfortable with just making that a lowercase c so that we're clear the difference between the corporation and the community?
I would be, thank you, Madam Chair, because I hadn't realized that could be interpreted differently without that small change. But I've heard several comments that there's a level of confusion there, and I think that would solve it.
Okay, so perhaps we'll make that. I don't even know if that needs an amendment or just it does need an amendment. Okay, so we'll come back to that later. Councillor Goller, did you have any other questions?
I just wanted to get that over with. Move that amendment at number 7, the second instance of City of Guelph be small c.
Okay, I see Councillor Alt is seconding that. All those in are there really going to be questions here? I'm going to move to the vote. All in favor? And that looks unanimous. Okay, any opposed? None opposed. Great, thanks very much. Clerk, I held them up long enough? Okay, good job. Councillor Goller, any questions? You yield the floor. Okay, to Councillor Alt then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually going to be making comments rather than asking questions. So if there are further questions, I will await those and come back. Thank you.
Okay, I see. So I know that Councillor Gibson has a couple of amendments. I have a few questions. Do you mind, Councillor Gibson? Okay. So I have a few questions. One for Mr. Hoyan, I imagine. Mr. Smith, our delegate, he asked if we have a plan, right? And so do we have a plan? Or you alluded to 2 things like the ISO, that the numbers I've forgotten, but so you've alluded to 2 different metrics, and DCO Holmes said that we're going to have a resiliency plan and another plan coming. So is there a place where people can go and see this is our plan against which we're going to measure ourselves?
Sorry, I don't know how to do this when you're asking a question. I guess through you, Madam Chair.
Don't worry about that.
So yes, so you mentioned ISO 50001. So definitely ISO 50001 is a an internationally recognized best practice standard that is focused on energy management systems, and it's somewhat going beyond a plan. However, as the delegate had mentioned about evaluating and reviewing and whatnot, and that's intrinsic in the ISO 50001 standard. So if I break that down a little bit, it is saying, we have to define what our energy boundary it is, how we're measuring things, how we're tracking progress, making sure that the energy and climate change team is accountable to the executive team, and that we're doing our job. We're reaching out to people throughout different disciplines and departments so that we're understanding where their projects are, and that we're constantly keeping this project list updated and hitting them off as we go along. So my response to the question is through ISO 50001, it being a broad systematic approach, has a built-in plan within it, and it's a dynamic plan. But it puts those mechanisms in place where you're not taking, and this is kind of that antiquated look at energy plans back in the day where you hire a consultant, they go and do a review, they go and say, do this project, this project, this project, it gets shelved and nobody kind of looks at it. So whereas we're having our weekly meetings, what are our new projects? Here they are, what's the status on them? Let's review them, tick them off, and then we just keep going down that hopper, and then putting in, the awareness, the training, the review, the accountability, all those things within it. In terms of the document, we are also provincially legislated to state what our energy conservation demand management plan is the term that the province uses. And so what corporate energy and climate change has decided to do, we're required to do that every 5 years. We said public is saying they want to know what's going on. That's why we do it every year. And what I'm referring to is that environmental sustainability report. And what that does is it requires us to say, what is that snapshot of how everybody's doing in the corporation with respect to energy, and doesn't even ask for GHG emissions, but we're saying we're going to go and post that. But we're also going to list what are the projects that we've done and what are the projects moving forward. So again, with it being annually, it's that dynamic plan approach, and it is a strong reference document that the public can reach out to be informed about what is up in the pipeline and as well as what's being accomplished.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Smith, he asked, is there a granular plan, right? And I think a lot of the anxiety in the community is there seems to be a belief that nothing's going to happen until 2030 or nothing's going to happen until 2050. Is that ISO 50001? I don't know if I got that right. Is that the granular plan, like that annual report that that's available on the website? Is that our granular plan that anybody can go and see the progress that we're making?
The intention of the ISO 50001 standard would be an internal document that we're reviewing. But again, it's kind of that rule book to make sure that we are putting all those mechanisms in place. And there is a compliance requirement as well. So we're going to be audited, and so that we are saying that we are meeting the ISO 50001 standard requirements. You mentioned about the tracking progress. So that would reside in that environmental sustainability plan report. So again, looking year over year, how we're doing with respect to energy conservation, with respect to 100 RE indicator, and with respect to GHG emissions for the corporation. And then again, the granularity is at that project level in terms of what energy initiatives have been accomplished and what's being planned for the next year.
Okay, thank you. So then I'll just ask you another follow-up question. Is it in that sustainability report, is there one place where we ever show the total expenditure? So even we just did the budget, we know that there's a $250 million investment in transit over the next 10 years. There's 12 million extra just for the South End Rec Center for net zero. I think it's 13 million on trails and 1.2 million every year for 20 years on active transportation. Like, is there a moment where we say, here's where we put all of our arms around these things that may be in different places, fleet, or whatever these new pieces are, the digester, I have no idea how much that investment is. But do we ever sort of do a list to give some comfort to the community that yes, in fact, a lot of these investments are happening? And you mentioned the electric buses and that could be one of the Race to Zero initiatives. So do we ever report on that whole big laundry list of climate action investment?
That is a challenging question because a lot of projects are very complex and touch on many things. So I think I'd have to come back to you on how that would be reported overall. But I just want to refer back to, applying that climate lens on all the initiatives that we're doing. So it's kind of turning it around the other way and trying to normalize us doing energy conservation through everything that we're doing. So speaking to that complexity of how we would wrap everything as an energy initiative and what that all kind of looks together.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoyan. And then my last question is with respect to the interim target, so the fair share. So it's number 5. So you said Guelph has to front load our net zero initiatives, right? And so we have to get to a 63% reduction by 2030. Do we have a probability on, how close would we be with, you know, the digester and the electric buses and all those things. And so what's the probability of that? And if we're off by a year or two, like do we have a sense of what the additional cost is going to be to get us there? And I'm just trying to get a sense of what that ties us to. How close are we if we did nothing else? Do we know?
So maybe I'll jump in, Chair O'Rourke, is that's what actually we wanted to be reporting back on. Because as you can see from the October 15th report, there is a difference between where we would be if you did an extrapolated line versus if you front end load to the 63%. And so that's what we wanted to report back on in Q2 of 2022 in time for the 2023 budget, because as we all know, we've just done a challenging budget. This will require more resources, more money. What we can't tell you is what it's going to take to get there, and that's what we need some time to figure out.
Great. And is it your intention, DCO Holmes, that you could also say, look, it's going to be 2032, or, you know, and do we have room that way? We know there won't be any gas or diesel vehicles sold in the country after 2030, maybe 2031. But so do we know, like, okay, we could get to 60 by 2030. And will your report, I know I'm asking for real specifics, will the report kind of give us that range?
We will do our best when we do our analysis to give you some kind of idea where we might land.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm supportive of the motions as well. I'm just kind of keen to get into the guts of it. Good. Thank you very much. Councillor Gibson, I know that you have a few amendments to propose, so I'll go
Sure.
back to Councillor Gibson.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Mayor Guthrie.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. So that your previous question actually sets up my amendments perfectly, because I was going to ask the same question before I put the amendment down. I wanted to know if the amendment was necessary. So I've asked just 1 second. I'm going to ask everyone to quiet down over here. Just it's dinner time in the kitchen. I've sent my amendments forward to clerks, and maybe they could just put them up on the screen. This is seconded by Councillor McKinnon. I see Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien is having
I
technical
apologize, Chair
problems.
O'Rourke, and to you, Councillor Gibson. Technology chooses to work wonders at the right times. I am unable to pull up anything on PowerPoint, but I will continue to troubleshoot. Perhaps you can dialogue a bit further, and I'll pull it up when I'm available to.
So here's my question. It's specific to question 5. It's by no means adversarial to the amendment. It's just staff have spoken to, they want to report back on what it would look like to get us to the 2030 target of our reduction. So 60% reduction by 2030. My question was, what does it look like? Does staff have an idea? And I've just heard from Ms. Holmes that that's what they'd like to report back on. So my first amendment is simply that, is to have staff report back on steps required to establish a 2030 target. It's by no means adversarial. It's the process to make the commitment. We need to know what the projects are that are required to get us to that process. So it's just a process amendment. It's by no means taking away from the intent or taking away from the desire to make that commitment. It's just, what does that look like for our corporation? And I think when Mr. O'Brien can pull it up, it's fairly straightforward. I'll read it. The staff report back on the steps required to establish a 2030 target in order to achieve Guelph's fair share of global 50% reduction in CO2 identified in the IPCC special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. My question to staff was, if you can provide this to us by the end of the month, this amendment's not required. But it sounds to me like you're going to want a little bit more time to write back a more fulsome report. So it's really just the process of getting us the answers we need, making sure the cart is behind the horse on this motion, on this recommendation. The second amendment is very much in line with the first one. So it's on 10, and again, it's seconded by Councillor McKinnon. So everyone can pull up the original motion. The staff be directed to report back on the resources and possible funding strategies to meet the new fair share interim targets. Everyone else sees it. The new motion is exactly the same. It's just scoping staff a little bit more, ensuring that the information we get back is exactly what council is hoping to see, what I believe the majority of us on council would want to see. So it's just a clause at the end.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry, point of order just for 1 sec. I'm very sorry, Madam Chair, may I just have a point of order for a moment? Yeah, I just, and it's okay, I understand that Councillor Gibson is talking a little bit because the clerk was unable to pull something up, but I'm already getting a little bit confused by jumping to a second motion. And I didn't, if I didn't hear if there was a seconder on the first one, unless you said it was Councillor McKinnon.
He said it was Councillor McKinnon, yeah.
Okay, so then to me, that feels like if you acknowledge it, Madam Chair, that motion's on the floor, I'd rather be focused on whatever that amendment is, finish that, and then let Councillor Gibson go to the second one so I can try to stay straight too on this.
Certainly.
Okay.
Councillor Gibson, you're amenable to that. So we'll deal with the proposed amendment to 5 only.
Sure.
And the city clerk, I can hear him typing madly. Councillor Karan would like to respond to that. And then I have Councillor Alt.
It's more just a question for the mover. Are you intending that it replace clause 5, or it is clause 5 and that staff report back?
Reporting that staff report back on the steps required to establish a 2030 target in order to achieve Guelph's fair share of global 50% reduction in CO2 identified in the IPCC special report on global warming of 1.5% Celsius. The reason why it's important is because we've just heard from Councillor O'Rourke, who asked, what does it look like? How do we get there? And staff have just said, that's what we'd like to report back on. So I think the motion as it written says, let's commit to 2030 now. And I think I would hope that a majority of councillors would want to say, well, what does the 2030 look like? What projects have to occur to get us to 2030 before we make that commitment? Is it technologically possible to make that commitment today? I don't think there's anybody around the room that would say we don't want to make the commitment. It's just, what does that commitment entail?
Okay, since I have the floor, then I'm uncomfortable with the amendment. It's not a friendly amendment. I think that we set the goals, and that has to be first and foremost. I think that by sending staff back out for later reporting, we're not making a clear statement to our community that we're committed to reaching this goal. So for me, it just kicks this this direction down, possibly into 2023 before we hear back and move forward.
If I may, staff are reporting on this in Q2. They're coming back to us. It's not kicking the can past 2023 by any means. It's simply saying, how is it achieved? So Mr. Hoyan and Mr. Vilko have both, and Ms. Holmes have all said, this is what we'd like to report back to council on. I'm simply saying, I'm hoping that, a number of us on council would agree that we probably want to see how it's achieved. So what are the steps required to make that commitment? Is it just the digester? Is it speeding that digester project up a year? Would that help us achieve it? That's a wonderful news story. Absolutely, let's commit to it. Again, we just like to see what it looks like. I think, again, the cart should come behind the horse. Data-driven decision making. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, no, I understand the reasons behind it. So thank you, Councillor Gibson. I'm thinking that I still can't support it because I think when you set the horse and the cart together down a road, you need to know where you're going first.
Point of order
Councillor
here.
Karan?
I'm just a little confused about this. Is a new number 5, not an amendment. Can that be an amendment, a new number 5? Like we normally have amendments in a number, like a number 5 in red. But this is like a whole number 5. So I don't really see this. I'm just sort of, it's not that I disagree or agree with it. It just seems like it's a new number 5.
Okay, so the clerk is able to pull up the motions and the amendment in Word because the network drives have crashed. So he's going to pull that up for our consideration.
Thank you, Chair Downer. Just give me one moment. Sorry, my apologies, Chair O'Rourke. So you should see on screen now, members of council, the motion. What we've done is we've bolded the sections, as you're familiar with, where Councillor Gibson is proposing the amendment. And I'll just ask if Councillor Gibson can perhaps just by signal or verbally acknowledge that those are accurate. Again, I apologize. We did have a little bit of an issue with some of the network drives, and I've lost the PowerPoint presentation.
Sure. So again, it's just a minor amendment to the initial part. So instead of changing the targets to modify our 2030 target today, this month, we simply asked staff to report back on the steps required to meet that target. As I said, I think Councillor O'Rourke has already asked this question, and staff has said we'd like to report back on that. I would not move this amendment if staff could tell me today that they can let us know what that process looks like by the end of the month. But they've said they can't. So that's why I'd like them to report back on the steps required. It's not that I don't intend to support the goal. It's that I'd like to see what that looks like from a data and project perspective.
Okay, so questions on the amendment. I have Councillor Alt, Councillor Downer, Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the mover and perhaps also to staff. I'm struggling a bit with the amendment. I don't know whether to support it or not, because I read that staff report back on the steps required to is different than the City of Guelph modify. The City of Guelph modified is a very clear statement. That staff report back on the steps required to is more ambiguous, and it is the council that establishes essentially what the City of Guelph is going to do. So there's two problems in this. I see that it is not entirely in complement with the original wording, and secondly, I also see that it's asking something of both council and staff when it is council's responsibility to do this.
Chair O'Rourke, can I jump in? Just I'm
DCO
trying
Holmes,
to
certainly. Because
sorry.
Councillor Alt, did you have a question?
The question I'm asking the mover, it strikes me that that in fact that this is asking something of both staff and council, and it is council's responsibility to establish the targets. And what this is saying is give the steps. There's a substantial difference there.
Okay, so I understand your question. I'll go back to the mover, and then DCAO Holmes would like to address.
Sure, I don't have any issue with the question. I think it's valid. I guess when we redid the CEI, we looked at the process by which we needed to take to establish the new targets. I want this to go beyond a simple word. I want it to go beyond a commitment today. I'd like to know what is exactly the projects that we might move up in the strategic plan. I'd like to see the pathway there. I'd like to know if it's technologically possible, quite frankly, to get to 60% reduction. I believe it is, but as staff have said, they need to come back and tell us what that looks like. So I think that this allows them to go away with the intent that this is the goal that council wants to embrace and acknowledge. But what I think it looks for is we need to do a reprioritization of our strategic plan to ensure that this is achievable. And I don't need to read back from budget night, but there's a substantial piece of our capital and city building projects that are unfunded at this point. So in order to achieve those, this is simply speaking to the reprioritization of projects to ensure that it's possible. So when I speak about the steps required, it really is just trying to properly define the challenge in front of us. That's all. It's not that I don't intend on supporting the 2030 goal. It's just, we need to challenge and ourselves to reprioritize our thinking on this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Gibson. I'll go back to Councillor Alt, then I've got
Thank you.
Councillor
If I may.
Downer, and then Councillor Gordon.
Just a very quick one to the mover then. So I heard you make mention of within a month. I would be far more comfortable if it was for the final meeting of Council 2021, which is less than a month. It's only 2 weeks, regrettably, but nonetheless, it's concrete, and it is something that should stem out of Committee of the Whole heading to Council.
Sure, I agree, Councillor Alt. In a perfect world, that would be the situation. But I think we've heard from staff that they can't make that happen by the end of the month. I'll let Ms. Holmes.
I'd like to let DCAO Holmes weigh in, and particularly if you can speak to whether clause 10 mitigates the concern around clause 5.
Okay, so through the chair, and I'll ask Brian to help here as well. So what the Race to Zero does is the Race to Zero already establishes your goal. It does say that you have to be 63% reduction from your baseline. So the Race to Zero already establishes the goal. What we need to report back on is what it looks like to get there. And there is a nuance between what our role is as a corporation and a community energy goal as well. So maybe it's just best if I let Brian explain it. That might help everybody.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so exactly as Jane had mentioned, so the 63% reduction is defined for the city of Guelph, just given its socioeconomic status. It is defined by Race to Zero. So if we are to comply with Race to Zero, that is the target that's set. And then just wanted to clarify again, so the focus is on the community of the city of Guelph to meet that 63% reduction by 2030 and then net zero carbon by the 2040s or by mid-century. So putting some perspective as well, the corporation of the city of Guelph is a key stakeholder within the city or within the community. We make up about just under 3% of the GHG emissions of the community. So you can see how that nuance that Jane is mentioning is, there are projects that we can do that influence the community. There are things that we can do by leading by example, and there are things that we can do to support the community as well. So that is where all that nuance is to understand what our initiatives are and how that kind of mobilizes the community.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hoyan. Councillor Alt.
Thank you. Hearing from staff, I do have two questions, one for staff and one for the movers, I believe. For staff, and I'm fine with whomever answers it. Councillor Gibson made mention of a month. Is that a realistic time frame?
Through the chair, no, it is not. We have in order to meet the 63% reduction, we are going to have to look at our work plans and price everything out, and then also, as Councillor Gibson had mentioned, look to see what might fit into our work plans going forward. So that's why we had mentioned Q2 2022.
Yeah, so it is substantially longer than a month. So question through you to the movers, plural, I don't know which one. The question that I have is, this strikes me as a substantial delay. Are you comfortable with it?
Sorry, Councillor Alt.
That was your question to the mover of the main motion or to the mover of the amendment?
To the mover of the main motion. I think that it's almost like, I don't want to say that it's contrary, having heard what I said. I don't want to ask the chair to rule it out of order, but it strikes me that it's perilously close.
Okay, so
Councillor O'Rourke, I'd love to respond to that, but I'll let the original mover say so.
Okay, so hang on, because at this point we ask questions of staff or comment. So I want to keep the process clean here. And Councillor Gordon, if you'd like me to put you on the speaker list, I can put you on the speaker list to respond, but I am a little concerned at some escalating crosstalk. Okay, so Councillor Alt, did you have additional questions for staff?
Sorry, I apologize. I got confused because my original question was for the mover. So I thought we could ask questions of those who have ownership over the main motion.
So we're on the mover of the amendment, and I'm happy to put Councillor Gordon on the speaker list to respond. But I do want us to be able to just call a vote shortly. So you did, so I'll do the same for Councillor Gibson, actually. Councillor Alt, did you have more questions for staff?
Finished.
Okay. Councillor Downer.
Thank you. Through you, Chair O'Rourke, to staff. So I'm just trying to sort out what this means, because number 10 says the same thing. So number 5 refers to the modifying the 2030 target. in order to achieve Guelph's fair share. And then number 10 says that staff be directed to report back on resources and possible funding strategies to meet fair share interim targets, blah, blah, blah. So aren't you being asked to do this already in number 10?
Through the chair to Councillor Downer, when we were working on this motion with the movers, that was our intent with number 10.
So number 10 is exactly the same as Councillor Gibson's amendment in number 5. Basically, you got to report back on what resources and possible funding strategies there will be. You've already covered that off to make sure you can do that.
That was the intent, Councillor Downer.
Okay, so I'm not going to support the amendment. I mean, it's redundant. It's in number 10. It's the same.
If I may, Chair O'Rourke.
Well, I just want to make sure that Councillor Downer has finished her comments.
Well, I thought we were just doing staff now. I mean, if Councillor Gibson, you said you'd give him time later if he wants to respond to that.
Yep.
That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Downer. I'll go to Councillor Gordon and then Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. I'm hearing quite a few comments that align with my concerns about each of the amendments. I'm sure that Councillor Gibson would never have had a deliberate intention to delay the process. Of course, as a scientist himself, he knows the sense of urgency, and we heard it from every delegate. And that's the basic premise behind the Race to Zero, is an accelerated, as one delegate mentioned, accelerated sense of urgency. So while I can see what the intent was for clarity, however, I think there's too big of a risk, as has already been alluded to, that there could be delays in the process that could put us past the next election. There is no timeline mentioned in either of these amendments for the reporting back. So that leaves it very open, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gibson, there was kind of a question there for you, and I know that you wanted to respond to the question from Councillor Alt as well.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. I'm on the phone now. I apologize. I feel like there's a little bit of whenever a question is asked of council, whenever an amendment is put on the floor, every question comes back to, what does that look like? The question back to staff says, what does that look like? And before any councillor wants to make a decision on something, they ask staff, what does that look like? In this scenario, we're making commitment before we know what that looks like. And it just seems like, for starters, there is no delay because staff have already said they're coming back in Q2 of next year to tell us what it looks like. And this is simply allowing us to find out what it looks like before making the pledge. That is the only difference, but it is a significant difference between making the pledge today and finding out later what it looks like compared to finding out what it looks like first and then making the pledge. It's not redundant. It is getting information before you make a decision. And we always ask that question of staff whenever decisions to be made.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gibson. I have a question and then I'd like to call the vote. Just a question to staff. I want to be sure that I've understood. We're already part of the Race to Zero. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the Race to Zero requires us to modify our 2030 target. That's the deal?
Chair O'Rourke, what the Race to Zero requires us to do is to have a 2030 goal that incorporates our fair share of the 50% reduction in GHGs.
Okay, so if we support clause 1, we have to support clause 5, but you will report back based on clause 10 to tell us this is what it looks like. Is that correct?
That was the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you. So that is clear for me. I see no additional questions, so I would like to call the vote on the amendment only. So all those in favor, Mayor Guthrie, do you have a question, comment? Are you voting?
Thank you. And look, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, everybody. I need an extra minute, but please, if you don't mind, I just got to try to understand something here. I understand in greater detail now, based on the conversation, that staff are basically capturing in number 10 the report that would come back to tell us sort of the how we could accomplish this. But number 5, the wording of number 5 says that the city of Guelph modify. It doesn't say modify conditional upon number 10 resources come back. It doesn't say modify depending on what the resources are required. It says we will modify. And we have no idea what it would take to do that at all. At this point, we will when the report comes back later. So how does staff feel about the fact that the wording of number 5 says we will modify our goals? And how does that relate to what Councilor Chair O'Rourke just said? Because it's all combined here in the fact that we are already a part of Race to Zero.
Okay, so sorry, Mayor Guthrie, can you repeat your question?
5, Madam Chair, through you, Madam, number 5 says the city of Guelph is going to modify our 2030 target. It's going to just do it right now. Probably ratified at the end of the month. That's the wording of number 5. It says we're just going to do it. But number 10 also says, though, that you're going to come back with this report later on. So what happens if the report comes back later on and it says it's $200 million?
Well,
so I'm trying to understand if number 5 is dependent upon number 10, then why is the wording in number 5 saying we're just going to do it? It seems like number 10 is irrelevant. Because if we're stating in number 5, through you, Madam Chair, if we're stating in number 5 right now that we're just going to modify it, then to heck with number 10. I don't even care. We don't even care what number 10 comes back as. Because we're just telling you in number 5, we're modifying it. It doesn't matter.
So through the chair to Mayor Guthrie, so when you read number 5, and maybe I'm interpreting wrong. I mean, it's not my motion, so maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. But number 5 talks about setting the target, but then number 10 to me talks about the pathway to get there. So I can see what you're saying. If we adopt this today, we're adopting the 63%, the fair share portion of it. When we were in talks with the movers, our component at the bottom was just to make sure that council understood what it was going to take to get there and how much it was going to be. And I think that's what.
No problem. Sorry to interrupt. That's no problem. I will be amending number 10 later on then. Go ahead, call the vote.
That was it. I'm calling the vote on the amendment only. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All right, I have Councillor Billings, Mayor Guthrie, Councillor McKinnon, and I believe I have Councillor Gibson on video. Okay, so that fails. Those opposed? Okay, Councillor O'Rourke, Councillor Alt, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Caron, Councillor Hofflin, Councillor Salisbury, Councillor Bell, Councillor Downer, and Councillor Gawler. And Councillor Gordon. You can only vote once, Councillor Gordon. So the amendment fails. We're back to the main motion. And I know that Councillor Gibson has another amendment. So I'll go to Councillor Gibson and I'd ask the clerk to pull it up. And it is an amendment to clause 10.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair O'Rourke, seconded by Councillor McKinnon again. This is simply just adding language to this motion. It doesn't change it in any way. It's simply just scoping staff's work when they come back a little bit more. So it's simply adding the language when staff report back, it's to include a review of alignment with the strategic plan, obviously, and that funding be accommodated within the existing 10-year capital and operating budget forecast. And this is simply speaking to the hole that already exists in our budget and how staff, we need to, as a council, we need to give staff the breadth and the room to start reprioritizing our capital and operating budgets moving forward to accommodate the acceleration of this in our strategic plan. So again, the budget's been very clear that there's a lot of unfunded work under the city building and 100% RE pillar, and that that strategic plan work needs to be reprioritized. It sounds like we're moving this direction, which is great, but staff do need to try and accommodate that work within the next 10 years within the existing envelope that they've been given in the capital and operating budget forecast.
Thank
So
you,
again, I
Councillor.
spoke to this at budget a little bit, if you may, Councillor O'Rourke, I spoke to this at budget a little bit about asking staff, are there plans to workshop this with council? How are we going to reprioritize our capital plans? Because again, the budget spoke for itself about unfunded capital projects. So this is just sort of scoping that into this exercise so that staff can come back with a prioritization of projects that can help achieve this goal.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gibson. I have Councillor Alt, Councillor Downer, Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. I've put the two amendments together, I think, where they're supposed to be. And I just have a couple of questions because of that, because there are a few dates in here. Staff be directed to report back on the resources and possible funding strategies to meet the new fair share interim targets as determined by the climate target of methodologies of the city's race to zero with an end target date of 2050 or sooner for consideration prior to the 2023 budget, which includes a review of alignment with the strategic plan. First question, do I have it in the right place?
To Councillor Gibson?
Yes, the amendment is to item 10. See, it's the exact wording of item 10 with an additional scoping verbiage at the end. Yes.
So then your intention is for it to come back so that it can be and folded into the 2023 budget.
Absolutely. I've been at fault of this before. We do not give staff clear enough direction, and when the information comes back to us, it's missing something that we were hoping for. This is information that I would really like to see when staff report back to us.
Okay, and then the next question is wondering if you could just unpack the final phrase and that funding be accommodated within the existing 10-year capital and operating budget forecasts. Because I'm seeing 2023 and 10 years as being somewhat not contradictory, but in conflict.
Sure. As approved by council, we have an approved 10-year capital plan. There's already been identified holes in that capital plan that we need to find funding for. So this it binds staff without going beyond a council approved capital plan to say this is the envelope that we've approved and that staff should come back to us with a reprioritization of projects that allow us to get there.
Okay, one last question. Now, what strikes me a bit problematic before I vote either yay or nay on this one is that it strikes me that the way this motion is now phrased, that any sort of changes must occur only within the context of the strategic plan, which is problematic from my mind in two ways. One, it is the authority of council to make the determination whether changes should go beyond that. And two, I'm not certain the movers want it just within the context of the strategic plan, but I'll leave them to speak to that. Just any comments on that, please?
Councillor Alt, you're asking the mover of the amendment to
Mover,
comment?
the mover, yes.
Councillor Gibson?
Sure. So great question. So simply put, council has approved a 10-year capital plan. I'm asking staff to do some work in advance because quite frankly, if 12 of us get together, we're all going to have different 13 of us get together, we're all going to have different priorities on this. But if our priority is that we're looking to advance this work to accelerate the work, which I think we're all in agreement on, certain things will have to be reprioritized to accommodate that within our approved capital plan. If we are looking to reconsider the approved capital plan, then we should be reconsidering the approved capital plan. But this is what has been approved by council, and I'm just looking to put boundaries on the process going forward. When if staff come back and say you should reconsider the capital plan and do these things, then that's something that council should do. But this is the instruction that I'd like to give staff at this time.
That helped me a bit. The last question I have, Chair O'Rourke, is I think Councillor Gibson clarified, but there's a bit slightly troubling within the motion if what he said is what he intends, that funding be accommodated within the existing. What I heard you say and what's in the motion are two different things. You said if we need to change it, we must. So now I've got to ask, which is
Yeah, thanks. So the instruction from the outset is that the funding is accommodated. So staff work within the approved envelope that we have approved as a council into the capital plan, and that if they intend on bringing back a different recommendation, they can. But our outset guidance should be you come back to us with how we achieve this within our approved plan. We have to change a plan before we can approve anything else. So it's just within our approved plan. How does it look? And again, thinking about our city building projects like streetscaping or the operations center, those are all big, massive city building projects that, quite frankly, we may need to pause on some of those city building projects in order to accommodate the acceleration of this work. I think I'd like staff's insight on what that might be. I don't want to wrangle about it on council. I'd like staff's input on it.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Alt. I'm going to go to Councillor Downer, then Gordon, then Gawler.
So I guess this question is to Deputy CAO Holmes. So you're going to report back on the resources on possible funding strategies. And one of those strategies may be that we need to align our capital projects over the next 10 years. It's fine, but my understanding is that that would be included if that you thought that had to be an action that we were taking.
Through the chair to Councillor Downer, that would be likely, yes.
Okay. So again, I really don't support this. I don't think we need to bind staff into coming back with a specific strategy without knowing what possible resources and funding strategies they have. So I don't think we need to put boundaries on them. I don't mind doing that realignment if that's one of the recommendations that staff come back with. And I've mentioned this at budget to Councillor Gibson's issue. If we want to realign that, the motions can come forward that we look at that. But I think we think we need to bind this. I don't think this amendment is necessary. Staff are going to come back with that strategy if that's what we need to do. And I'm fine with that. So I just don't think we need to put boundaries around them when they're going to come back with the strategies and resources and possible funding. But let's not do that. I can see this amendment, this motion coming at that time when we have those coming back to us. But I think it's premature at this time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Downer. Councillor Gibson, I just want to go through the speaker list and I'll come back to you, okay? Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. I think those were important points that Councillor Downer just made. And the point that I would agree with is that it looks like, even appreciating the intention of Councillor Gibson's amendment, it kind of looks like the original number 10 covers off everything that he is asking without that boundary that risks our timeline. So I wonder if staff has spoken to this a bit, but could you comment, staff, on whether this reporting back that is being requested in a slightly different way in this amendment would be already covered off in what you see as the intention of the existing number 10?
So through the chair to Councillor Gordon, when we were talking about reporting back, those were the kind of things that Councillor Gibson is mentioning that we would have considered.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so given that we have raised the issue of the strat plan, I'd like to give our CAO an opportunity to weigh in, and then I will go to Councillors Gawler and Gibson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I take the risk of jumping in here a little bit, but I want to oversimplify, but I like the words that Councillor Gibson also put in here about the alignment with the strategic plan. So we will do this work at number 10. And then an oversimplification is if you approve 5, you move 2050's work up into 2030. So we'll have to bring back to you, as Councillor Downer said, what will it take for the resources and possible funding strategies to do that? And one of them will be, it's all accommodated because it's all the projects that we have already. One of them might be, we have to drop everything to let this be in that time period, or we have to take out debt to do other things. So we'll come back with the strategy. But I really like the commitment, if there was language in here around the alignment with the strategic plan, because that's the document, really, Council, that's the document that allows you to say, it should allow you to say yes and no to things. So anything we bring back here should align with the strategic plan. If it doesn't, we should be questioning ourselves, well, we want to do all these things, but they're not in the strategic plan, because that means we've got the strategic plan wrong. So if there was permission to put in, I couldn't read it fast enough when it was on the screen, but I like the strategic plan piece. And I think we're hearing you loud and clear. We will probably repeat this committee meeting as the staff that work on this 5 ways from Sunday, so that when we bring it back, we've captured all of this. But I'm telling you now, we will do all that in that first sentence of the existing number 10, so that you can see what the delta is to move it up 20 years. But I would really like the direction for us to align with the strategic plan for this council, for the next one, and the ones after that. That's an important step, because people keep coming to you to do things. At some point, that strategic plan has to be your tool that also says, no, not now. And it doesn't necessarily just mean this program we're talking about tonight, because I think I hear you on that. Yes, we want to. We'll get you that, but make sure we always align it to the strategic plan. So hopefully that's helpful. If it's not, I'll put my mask back on and be quiet, but hopefully it is helpful to get the strategic plan in there, Madam Chair.
Thank you, CAO Stewart. I'm going to go to Councillor Gawler and then Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask that the motion be put back on the screen? I think I share that slight confusion that what was said by Councillor Gibson, repeated by Councillor Ault, and was sent previously does not match. So I just wanted to see the wording again.
Certainly. And I think if I've understood the CAO correctly, he'd be amenable to some modification. So I hear a clerk clicking furiously.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And to Councillor Gawler's question, I can now pull it up online.
And it's okay for us all to take a collective breath. We've been at this for a couple of hours, and once this agenda item is passed, then we will we'll break.
Yeah, and my masterful colleagues in IT have resolved the issue. So I'll pull it up right now. I'm just going to pull up, Madam Chair, just that number 10 motion that was on the floor as I have it last. And again, it's a great opportunity for me to confirm with Councillor Gibson that we do have it correct and accurate, and that we didn't lose anything in that sort of brief down period. So I'll pull it up right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could ask a question of staff, given the wording, if the targets could not be met within the existing capital funding, is that something else that you would also tell us? So if we were to approve this motion, this amendment by Councillor Gibson, and you said there's no way we could do it, then would we have a balance of, we can switch these capital projects off, and then we need this additional funding if we were to go ahead with the amendment?
DCO Holmes, you're hard to hear.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay, sorry. Through the chair to Councillor Goller. So the intent of number 10 was to come back with all options to figure out how to get where you want us to go. I can't say it any simpler than that. I think we're all violently agreeing, but it's whatever it takes to be able to give you all options to consider and to get us to those advanced goals.
So my question is, if council were to pass the amendment, would that still allow you to explore all options? Because something that I did not see in the original 10 is the explicit direction to consider turning off some capital projects or pushing back other projects to prioritize this one.
You're right. So through the chair to Councillor Gall, that was, it doesn't explicitly say that, but that's what we would be looking at.
Okay, and would you have any concerns about the amendment that is on the floor?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I will be supporting this amendment. I think it's important to make the request to consider potentially having to slow down other projects to prioritize this if that is the priority of council. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to Councillor Gibson, and I see Councillor Alt. Anybody else? I would like Mayor Guthrie. I have a question, and then I would like to, and Councillor Salisbury. Look at that. My dance card is full. Okay, so Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Councillor O'Rourke. I'll be brief. Councillor Goller's captured the intent of the motion is to ensure that option was presented to council. We have a very aggressive capital city building agenda, and it's just an acknowledgement that to fit everything in it, to make everything work, it's just, again, using this as a reason to talk about the prioritization of all of our projects, and you know, accelerating our climate action does come with a sacrifice on some other aspects of our agenda. That's just a reality. So that's the intent. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Mayor Guthrie. Oh, sorry, Councillor Alt, then Mayor Guthrie. I've lost Councillor Alt.
Back. I'm sorry, I was just looking at the motion and trying to do everything on an iPad, which is somewhat of a challenge. Looking for a seconder, Madam Chair. I would like to move an amendment that the last clause, which I've sent to the clerks in a fairly cursory fashion, the last clause at the semicolon, and that funding be accommodated within the existing 10-year capital and operating budget forecast be removed, and it would stop with a period where the semicolon is. Looking for a seconder.
Okay, I see Councillor Downer seconding that motion. Okay.
Thank you. Just quickly speaking to it, Mr. Stewart had requested some discussion or some comment about the strategic plan be provided, that this would clarify this, make it more concrete. I am definitely struggling with funding be accommodated within the existing 10-year capital and operating budget forecast, because I can't forecast 10 years and there may be changes. Consequently, this makes it far more palatable.
Okay, so I saw Councillor Salisbury raise his hand on the amendment to the amendment, which is to strike out everything after the semicolon. Anybody else from my speaker list? All right, Councillor Salisbury.
Through you, Chair O'Rourke. This question actually is for both before and now. It's the same question. Question for our staff. When I look at the wording, it says, which includes a review of, but my question is of staff, that review that it is explicitly referencing would be included in the work done by staff, even if that clause, which includes, were removed. Is that correct? That it's really a clarification more than a direction?
Through the chair to Councillor Salisbury, that's the way I'm hearing it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just my comments on that is that both the amendment to the amendment and the amendment to the motion are just simply redundant wordsmithing, and I'm not going to support either one of them.
Thank you, Councillor Salisbury. So I had a question on the amendment to the amendment through staff, and it was the same question that I had to the first one. If we include that it has to be accommodated within the existing 10-year capital and operating budget forecast, does that preclude you from bringing other options? Or were you always going to bring the, it will fit in the 10-year capital plan, we tried but it can't, it's going to take this much? So does that last clause preclude you from bringing all of the options?
Through to you, Councillor O'Rourke, our intent was always to bring all the options back to you.
Okay.
I don't know how to say it any simpler
you.
than that. Maybe I didn't get it right in the wording, but that was always the intent.
Okay, so I would like to call the vote on the amendment. Mayor Guthrie.
Thanks to you, Madam Chair, to Deputy Say Holmes. So I'm just feeling a little bit conflicted here now because just a few minutes ago when I think it was Councillor Gawler asked a question of you in regards to the original amendment on the floor, you said that you were fine with it. And now you're saying that, oh, but you were going to bring everything anyways, which is fine, because if that is true and you will follow through with that, and you're saying right now in a reply that you will bring both options about making it within the confines of the 10-year plan and options outside of that, if you're saying you'll do both, then I will vote against both amendments. So I trust that you'll do that.
Okay, so through the chair to Mayor Guthrie, there was always the intent to always bring back any of the options possible. Like, I'm not going to hide any options from you. I'm here to be able to provide as many options as possible to try and meet the intent of the indirection. So I don't think I was in conflict with what I told Councillor Gawler to now. I mean, I will bring back both options. Or all options. Is that I don't know how to say it any different than that.
Well, no, you've brought the clarity I need, and excuse me.
Okay.
Excuse me. I really appreciate that. I think where both the mover of the amendment to the amendment, Councillor Alt, by removing those words, and the mover of the original amendment by adding those words, is trying to make sure actually that both you're not constrained to only bringing us something that was adding things over and above the 10-year plan. You are now indicating that all of council that you'll bring both options. If you want to accommodate it within, that will be laid out. If it's over and above, it will be laid out. As long as I hear you say you're okay with that, or 2 thumbs up from me, you don't have to say anything, then I'm going to vote against both amendments because we now know what you're saying will come forward.
I'm okay with that, Guthrie.
Okay. Thanks, Chair, or appreciate it.
Okay, so I will call the vote on the amendment to the amendment that strikes out and that the funding be accommodated within the existing 10-year capital and operating budget forecasts. So the amendment strikes that out. All those in favor of removing that clause, I need to see your hands. Okay, I see Councillor Alt, Councillor Downer, Councillor Caron, Councillor Hofflin, Councillor Gordon, and myself. All those opposed to the removal of that clause. Councillor Gawler, Councillor McKinnon, Councillor Salisbury, Councillor Gibson, Councillor Bell, and Councillor Billings, and Mayor Guthrie. So I believe that fails. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct. Yeah, we had seven votes on that last by my count.
Okay. So, okay. So now we are voting. Councillor Alt?
Regrettably, I have to speak now against the amendment. The amendment is problematic because it ties future councils in a fashion that I think is actually out of order, as we as a sitting council cannot do that. First of all, I'd like you, Chair O'Rourke, to rule on that, and I'm fine whatever your ruling is, but I regrettably, as it stands, must vote against it, as I think it's contrary to what we can do.
Okay, so Councillor Alt, I will rule that it is in order. And the reason I will do that is because it is only about the options that are brought back to this council before the 2023 budget. And so it does not bind a future council. It is direction for the work that staff will bring back for consideration to this or a future council. So I'm going to rule that it's in order. And if anybody wants to challenge me, you can do that. I see no challenge. Okay. So I'm going to call a vote on the Mayor Guthrie.
Sorry, and through you, Madam Chair, just a quick comment since Councillor Alt was bringing a comment forward. I just want to remind everyone, what I heard about 3 minutes ago was that our Deputy CAO is going to be bringing back everything within that report. So I'm voting against the amendment, and I don't, it's not because I don't think it's important, it's because I heard that our staff think it's important and it will be included anyways.
Okay, and then if I can just clarify with DCO Homes as well, voting against this amendment actually removes the clause that that reviews the alignment with the strategic plan. But Ms. Holmes, is it your plan to make sure that it's aligned with the strategic plan?
Everything I do is aligned with the strategic plan.
We like to hear that. Okay, so voting on the entire amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, I need to see your hands. I see Councillor Billings, Councillor Gibson, Councillor McKinnon, Councillor Gawler, and those opposed. Okay, I see Councillor O'Rourke, Councillor Bell, Councillor Alt, Councillor Downer, Councillor Caron, Councillor Hofflin, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Salisbury, and Mayor Guthrie. And so, yes, Councillor Gordon, I got you. So that amendment fails. Okay. Were there any additional? Mayor Guthrie.
And now that we're back to number 10 as it stands, I don't want to bog council down, Madam Chair, with another amendment, even though I threw that thread out 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. I don't want to go there. I just want to hear a question answered by staff. Number 10, you will be directly related to number 5 on what it takes to actually meet those goals.
Through the chair to Councillor.
Modify the goals.
Through the chair to Councillor to Mayor Guthrie. As we stated earlier, the only thing that's not in alignment with Race to Zero are those interim goals associated with Guelph's fair share. So that's what we will be reporting back on. All the other things are within our plan and what we were intending to do anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. And then thank you. So I won't bring an amendment forward. I appreciate that. And number 2 question is, how do you kind of square number 4 with number 10 that we're about to vote on? Because number 4 says the City of Guelph creates the 4-year interim climate change targets that fall within each City Council's term of office. The first set of interim targets will be established by the second quarter of 2022. But number 10, which basically is all the reporting on how all those targets and everything will be done, looks like it might come after that. It doesn't have a date in there. It just says for consideration prior to the 2023 budget. So how can we accommodate number 4 with interim targets by the second quarter of 22 without knowing the resources required as described in motion number 10?
Through the chair to Councillor to Mayor Guthrie, But our intent was to be reporting back in Q2 of 2022. So we would be reporting back because we have to, because it would be informing the 2023 budget.
All right, then I'll do my question,
Okay.
Madam Chair. And no problem. And by the way, I'm with you. I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
In what order then are you staff reporting back to council? Number 10 and then number 4, or number 4 and then number 10? Because doing getting number 4 first, I think will be difficult for council to get their head around if we don't have the information from number 10.
That's correct. So our intent was to do number 10, and then we would look at number 4.
Perfect. Those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. DCO Holmes, do you need an amendment 10 that has a timeline on that? Or that's the plan?
Again, sorry, Chair O'Rourke. So that was the plan, because as I mentioned, we wanted to report back. As we know, the 2022 budget is set, so we wanted to make sure that we were reporting back in time should it have any effect on the 2023 budget. If you put Q2 in there, I'm okay with that too. But that was always the intent.
Okay. So I'm going to look to council or committee, whether anybody wants to move an amendment to include a timeline, and if not, that's fine. Councillor Caron, I see your hand is up. No. Okay. So we have the 10 clauses of the main motion on the floor. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. First, I just want to get a clarification from the clerk. If everything passes the way it is, and we have established that we are setting a target for 2030, so in 7 years, and if the cost is 100 million to do it in 7 years to get 63% reduction, would it take a 9-member supermajority of council to not proceed with that? In other words, would it be a notice of reconsideration if council says, well, we need 1 more year, or maybe we're not going to spend 100 million, we're going to spend 90 million or whatever? Is this binding us? Not now. I know it's committee of the whole. We'll get forward to the end of the month. But at the end of the month, will this bind us to a notice of reconsideration?
Yes, and thank you, Councillor McKinnon, for the question through you, Chair O'Rourke. Maybe what I can do is give a bit of context of how we got to this point. In discussing this with staff in IDE and Ms. Holmes' team, actually Ms. Holmes as well, that's sort of how the motions landed the way they were. They weren't a complete deviation in a year target that council had on the books. Some of those targets talk to being up to a certain year that was already previously established. In my view, to answer your question, Councillor McKinnon, if there was a clear and distinct change to one of the targets that established here tonight, and then further, to your point, ratified at council at the end of the month, then yes, that would likely need to be a reconsideration, because you're effectively changing a specific year. Council can move motions to potentially address something within a period of time up until that final date that was set, and that may not constitute a reconsideration. I mean, there's a lot of sort of factors that can affect that, but ultimately, if there's a line drawn in the sand through these motions of council, and as they're resolved by council at the end of the month, then yeah, any change to that earlier or later would need to be dealt with through a reconsideration. And the intent here is that staff would be able to report back to council through the reporting that's outlined in these motions, and advise of where we're at with respect to those targets, and if any changes would need to be made to those targets. But if council wanted to change it, then yes, it would be a reconsideration.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that everyone on council knew that we are binding residents to Guelph potentially to an unknown cost in an unknown dollar amount in some time in the future with a notice of reconsideration, 9-vote supermajority if we decide to change it, which is fine. Thank you for explaining that. Just some overall comments, Madam Chair. So I took a lot of time, probably way too much time, thinking about how I was going to present my thoughts on this particular motion. And I've decided to keep my comments short because I believe that the passing of these motions are a foregone conclusion. And I'd like to avoid the inevitable points of privilege and points of order that seem to be endemic with this council. So I'll be brief. I believe that council's role has a critical role in passing concise, precise, efficient, effective, and non-repetitive and non-redundant motions. And I do not believe that these motions rise to that criteria. I believe that I understand the intent of the motions, but I cannot support the majority of these motions as they are written. And so, Madam Chair, I would request that clause 4 be extracted from the others and voted on separately, because I support council having interim targets, providing that direction to staff, which they were going to do anyway, but I think it's not bad to provide them with that direction to get interim targets. And so number 4, I will vote for, but I'll be voting against all the other motions that don't rise to the criteria that I think is a good motions. Right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKinnon. I see Councillor Caron had her hand up, Councillor Gibson, and Councillor Alt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Councillor McKinnon that we absolutely must set clear direction that is aligned with our residents' wishes, and that is aligned with our strategic plan, and that is aligned with the global imperatives before us. And climate change is #1 on our residents' minds. I think the imperative to pass the city's Race to Zero initiative is so present and so clear, and the delegates today passionately reaffirmed my commitment to wholeheartedly approving this. And here is what I heard today. I've heard we're already signed on to City's Race to Zero. What we're doing here today is aligning our words with actions that we've already set in motion. We're already doing great things to meet these goals, thanks to our staff, and we are well on our way to actually meeting that earlier timeline. More importantly, we have a solid mandate from our constituents. In September 2021, Main Street Research polled Guelph residents and asked specifically, should Guelph be a leader in its response to climate change? Not a status quoer, not a follower. A whopping 73% of our population in that survey, which was 95% accuracy rate, said yes, a leader. We want leadership. Climate change came up as the #1 issue at the top of Guelph residents' minds. And this is September 2021, only 2 months ago. So we have a solid foundation, solid mandate from our residents. We also have a solid foundation already embedded in our official plan, already embedded in our strategic plan, and already embedded in our 10-year capital plan. So moving forward now gives staff the confidence that we're all in the same cart and we're all driving the horse together. The economic case is sound, and it represents good, sound fiscal management of city resources on behalf of our residents. And our job description under the Municipal Act demands stewardship of our city resources for the long-term fiscal health of our city. The environmental case is clear, it's data-driven, it's science-driven, and predictions about where we are today actually date as far back as 1896. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you love it when I throw in a historical fact, but in 1896, Swedish scientist Svante Arrhenius published a new idea about an emerging theory that the burning of fossil fuels, coal at that time, would raise the planet's average temperature. Fast forward 125 years. And during those 125 years, we do hear the argument, it's way too fast, it's way too bold, it straddles a future council, it burdens our 10-year capital plan. Well, I would suggest that we have retooled this city on energy many, many, many times before in the last 100 years. We've transformed it from a city of wood stoves to coal furnaces, to coal gas, to oil, to gas furnaces, homes with no electricity, no telephone lines, no electrical grid. Now, today, we're preparing for fiber optic infrastructure installation in our community. Phone lines, new energy systems have been built into this city over and over and over again in the last 100 years. It's not too bold, it's not too fast, it is the future. We have a moral imperative, and I'm wrapping up my comments. The moral imperative is the most important. It trumps the economy, it trumps the environment. It's the stuff that keeps me awake at night. And it has kept me awake for decades. I've been active raising the alarm on deforestation, water and air quality, and fossil fuel dependence since high school, and I'll probably still be banging that drum when I move into the long-term care beds that we talked about under the Elliott meeting today. I hope this passes unanimously. There may be a few that don't agree with all of the clauses. I hope it passes unanimously, because if it does, it sends a really powerful message to our community that we are the climate leaders that we say we are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Caron. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, you Chair O'Rourke. Good conversation tonight, Council. I agree with the intent and the desire of most of, if not all, these clauses. I just the comment about an economic plan is sound. That was exactly my intent on moving the amendment to item 5, is that I'd like to see the economic plan to ensure that it's sound. So I would like separation of item 5, if you don't mind, Chair O'Rourke, simply because while the ambition is good, and I support the ambition, in the absence of information from our staff, I can't bind our council to a goal that I don't know that we can achieve. I haven't even heard tonight that technologically speaking, we can achieve 2030. If it's not technologically possible, we're simply binding ourselves to fail. And I know that someone's going to say, oh, but it's the ambition that's important. I agree, it's the ambition important, but as a scientist, I make my decisions based on data, and I need to see the data to make sure that it's achievable. So for that reason, until we get the information back from staff in Q2 of 2023 in advance of the budget, I will reserve voting yes for item 5 until staff have given us the fulsome path to get there. In which case, I hope and intend to be voting yes. But in the absence of data from staff and information from staff, I can't bind us to that yet, because I don't know that it's possible.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. I have Councillor Alt and Councillor Bell.
Thank you very, very much, Chair O'Rourke, and thank you very much for chairing this meeting as well as you have. It's been great. I also want to thank Ms. Holmes and Mr. Hoyen. I appreciate all of the information that they have provided, and I appreciate also that Mr. Stewart has asked us to examine clearly the strategic plan. I like also too that staff has identified that even with the targets, we are already aiming for the stars in a 100% renewable fashion. I like that we have in the past put a lot of effort and thoughtfulness into energy, water, and other environmental initiatives, not necessarily being able to reach all of our targets, but knowing that we must do something. I especially like that my colleagues and I have had a civil on these motions. I commend the council for this. I'd also like to point out that I'm so glad that Mayor John Tory in Toronto and Halton saw fit to preclude us with similar motions. But I also have to state that I like very much the interim targets, because these firm goals with dates that we establish are very important, just for having us aim for something. We might miss some and we might need to examine others. But if, like in a baseball game, we swing for the fences and end up with a double and score a winning run, we've won. And if these are good enough for Tory in Toronto and our neighbors in Halton, these same principles can be applied everywhere. We are in a serious campaign against climate change, and we need to look to future generations. I want to be unequivocal. This is legacy work that stems back 60 years, 70 years in Guelph. We were one of the first communities in Canada to recognize we needed to treat wastewater and build a sewage plants. We were one of the first communities in Guelph to abandon a gas plant, a coal-fired gas plant, which is now a parking lot downtown. We early embraced the 3 Rs, and now we are doing much, much more. This has been a slow, progressive campaign for climate improvement within a community where it really matters. So let's continue with the good work being done right now, and let's wholeheartedly embrace the targets as a legacy for children, grandchildren, and all those who will come after us. These 4-year goals are not short-term goals. They're goals that establish a groundwork and a foundation for better things. The delegate, Mr. Smith, spoke. They're not intangible. They are measurable, and every term of council will be able to establish their own measurements.
Thank you, Councillor Alt. Then I go to Councillor Bell and Mayor Guthrie. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I'm not particularly good at wordsmithing or pontificating, and so my comments will be a little bit different. I tend to think more in causality. If we do this, then this other thing happens. And one thing that has become very apparent to me lately is that our humans' propensity towards hypermobility is a fundamental flaw that we have in the human personality. And that's certainly evident with the onset and the depth of infiltration of the pandemic, because we are moving globally around the planet so quickly, and locally we're going from here to there, the other city. All of this hypermobility is caused by fossil fuels, and fossil fuels, as we know, are the cause of climate change. So there is a direct link between mobility, the pandemic, and climate change. And we need to understand that. And in the next couple of months, we will be approving the transportation master plan. And I'm not particularly optimistic on the way that is going to come out, as we have chosen alternative 3, which was the resilient one, which once again supports our present level of hypermobility within the city. So I mean, I intend on voting for these motions, but I would like council to think a little bit about how we're actually going to change the way that we live in the future, with particular focus on thinking deeply about our upcoming transportation master plan.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bell. I have Mayor Guthrie and Councillor Salisbury. Mayor Guthrie.
Thank you so much, Chair O'Rourke, and through you. Do you mind? I'm sorry, I do have just one kind of question/comment to staff, and then I'll do my comments right away. It's very quick. I just forgot to bring it up, so my apologies.
Yep.
Under number 8, we have the City of Guelph empower all city staff to bring ideas forward to fight climate change. I just wanted to throw an idea out there as a sort of a comment question to staff. One of the things that we did a few years ago that had a pretty good uptake, I thought, was that Dragon's Den type of thing within the City of Guelph, where it really kind of incentivized and motivated employees to wrap themselves around finding efficiencies or doing something different. And then there was like a little awards thing that happened, and I actually thought it was pretty good. And I was just wondering, as a takeaway comment, maybe in that number 8, as you think about, hoping this gets approved at the end of the month, of course, it's ratified. If it's ratified at the end of the month, could you maybe look, because it says here, empower all city staff to bring their ideas forward, to engage and train. So I get the training and stuff like that, but do you think you could take away an idea of like that Dragon's Den idea we did a few years ago and have it themed around climate change initiatives that could be done internally at City Hall to empower city staff around that theme as an idea?
Through the chair to Mayor Guthrie, we'll take that back. that was before my time here, but we'll certainly take that back.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was my only question there. And so I'll just get into comments and I'll, you guys know me well enough. No really notes in front of me here. First of all, I'll support what's here. It's committee at this time. I've got a few more questions before the end of the month, which is fair. We've all been in that situation, but definitely will support what's here. And I kind of want to apologize. Not that anyone really cares too much, but to the movers. I mean, I coming into this thing, I was, and I'm still in support of all of them for sure. But when we started kind of getting into the wording, some of the wording mattered to me, and I think that's where I wanted to make sure that that we were just making sure that the wording was right. That's all. That's all I was doing in asking some clarity questions on some things. So I appreciate that. And now to my last point. I think it's really important, and I started off my questions tonight on this topic by saying, are we doing kind of a good enough job in communicating what we're doing? And I think we just need to do a little bit of a better job on that collectively. And I know, and I say that because some of the narrative tonight, by no fault of anyone at all, seems to sometimes come across, and I say this to the delegations in a totally respectful way, because they wouldn't know any different, is that we're like not doing anything. It sort of comes across as like, we need to act now. Don't you know we need to act now? And then there's that kind of lost story and stories of what we have done as council, previous councils, what our staff are doing now, what we're about to do. And I was looking around you might have seen me, and I got this. Like, this is the Sustainability Communications Award from FCM right here. And this award, this one here is the 2018 Globe Climate Leadership Awards for Large Municipality Trailblazer Award. Like, these things, because of councils and staff and community, have that's why they're sitting in this office. So there's good things going on here. And I think those stories just need to be told a little bit more, that we're not starting from scratch. And any sort of narrative that's like, we're not doing anything or we don't care, it's false. It's just plainly false. The last thing I'll say is in 2018, I think it was, this council unanimously supported the Global Covenant of Mayors initiative. And what did that entail? I just kind of pulled it up here. So we already passed this. Are you ready? Which is fine. We're just going to kind of reestablish it now. That's fine. I'm just saying, commit to call upon all national, local governments to formally recognize the immediate and urgent need for action that will limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. Commit to calling upon all governments to establish and implement and maintain greenhouse gas inventories, targets, action plans, reporting mechanisms consistent with the Paris Agreement and consistent with the commitments made through the Covenant of Climate and Mayors. Again, this is already all passed by this council already. Commitment to coordinate and integrate efforts in developing and achieving ambitious, nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement through co-developing tools and resources to assist local governments. Like, I could go on and on and on. And everything that was in this report says from staff at that time, this is being addressed through the CEI and the CEI update. We already practiced all of these in our integrated efforts through our membership in FCM, in particular the Partners for Climate Protection Program, Quest, the Clean Air Partnership, ACILI. Another one, this approach is already integral to all of our corporate policy and decision-making processes. This has started being addressed through our climate adaptation and resilient plan projects. We are already involved in this. Like, it goes on and on, talking about all the things that we're already doing. Now today, though, specific to Race to Zero, we're already doing it too, but it does require that sort of hard voice, that the motion of council to say that we're in it. And so that part is not is not in question, because staff have indicated that they actually need that. They need that motion of council to do that. So a lot of this work from 2018 wasn't done at that point, so it's been started to be done and be addressed, but we still haven't really told the stories of accomplishment, the stories of the good work that we're doing. So I hope through this that we're able to get the community on side on a more educational point of view to say that we're already doing a lot of this work. Now we'll be accountable through interim targets so that we can continue to tell the stories of how we're going to get there as a community. And it shouldn't be on just the shoulders of us as a council or shoulders of staff. I appreciate the commentary from many that it's a community thing too. But that means there is some accountability to the community as well. So we know council looks to you, you look to us. We got to do it together. That's fine. So thank you to staff. I just want to say thank you to staff for the good work that you already do and are doing, and the good work of councils and the community as well. But don't think that a lot of this is all of a sudden brand new. Not all of it is brand new. We've been really doing a lot of this legwork to date. So that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Okay, before I go to Councillor Salisbury and Cron, I need to point out the time that we are at 7:19. We desperately need a break. And then we have another agenda item with delegates, and we are going to need a motion to go past 8 o'clock. So I'm going to ask people to really focus their comments and to keep the timeline in mind for the latter part of our meeting as well. Okay, Councillor Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to start off with a strong ditto for the comments of the mayor. And I think he's nailed it on the head. We have here a clear direction that needs to be given, but it's, you know, some of my colleagues have spoken to it maybe not being clean, or it not having all the answers, or having some redundancy that, you know, stuff we've already done. But it's an important stand that we make as a community, as leaders in our community. I sometimes wish we had had a debate about digital meetings 3 years ago, because we would have been told that it was technically difficult or expensive or can't be done until 2025 or whatever the case may be. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think, you know, towns like Lytton and Merritt and in Newfoundland, we're starting to see the effects of climate change come home, and our community is asking us to put up a dike, build a wall, stop, you know, make movements towards a clear destination. And I think some of the resistance and some of the emotions speaks to that clarity. That I know that for myself, if it wasn't a new concept or something that added value, significant value to what we were debating, it came across to me as muddy words, wiggle words, and that's where I didn't support some of those amendments, because I wanted it to be clean and clear. And I really encourage my colleagues. Obviously, you have to stand by what you believe in, but I think the message is clear for this council. Thank you.
Councillor Caron.
Really quick, ditto, ditto, ditto. I just wanted to point out one thing for the benefit of our staff and our community is that 2D, the inclusion of Indigenous leaders, and Clause 9 are made in Guelph clauses that are not part of the city's race to zero, and I think are really key to speaking to reconciliation, but also the type of community we are. In fact, those made in Guelph clauses were forwarded on to David Miller, who is looking after the Canadian C40 Cities Race to Zero initiative, who took that to heart and is taking it back out as something that should be included in all Canadian Cities Race to Zero motions moving forward. So that is a made in Guelph piece that I just wanted to highlight before we call the vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Chair.
Chair.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, through Ms. O'Rourke. I don't have any more comments other than, for my sake, you don't have to remove clause 5 anymore. I'm going to spend the time in the next few weeks speaking with staff to get my questions answered. So unless somebody else wants it removed as a separate vote, you can just leave it in. Again, I always like to put science and data at the forefront of my decision making, and in this case, I believe the overall narrative is going ahead of the desire. But again, this is politics, so I will look to satisfy my scientific and data-driven desires between now and the end of the month, or I will wait until Q2 next year to affirm this 2030 pledge. But thank you very much. You can leave it in for now.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. So I will call a vote in just a second. I just wanted to say that I support the motions because I believe that a lot of the huge blocks that we've put in place, like the historic investment in transit, in trails, in active transportation, the digester gas, that no one's coming to council to say, hey, fix that, but it is the #1 most important thing we can do. I think that all of those things are aligning in this respect. And we said when we met to do our strat plan, it was transit, it was climate change, it was we still need those buildings that people will see themselves in and see the city building. And then there was also the affordability piece. So for me, we're going to focus on climate. I think a lot of the things we're doing are leading in that direction, but I do believe that we're going to need to prioritize and that we can't just sign a blank check. So I'm going to be looking for that prioritization when it comes back from staff, because we're saying this is what matters, and here's where we're going to have a laser focus and a more significant investment. So those are my comments. I see Councillor Billings. You raised your hand? No. Okay, so I'm going to call a vote quick before anybody raises their hand on recommendations 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Councillor McKinnon asked that clause 4 be removed. And so I'm calling the vote on everything except clause 4. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I've got O'Rourke. I have Billings, Gawler, Gibson, Salisbury, Downer, Bell, Alt, Gordon, Hoffland, Caron, and Mayor Guthrie, which makes it unanimous, correct? Oh, pardon me, those opposed. Councillor McKinnon with apologies. Okay. I will now call the vote on clause 4. All those in favor of clause 4, please put your hand up. I've got, okay, this time it is unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for all of the collaboration leading up to this conversation. The delegates were respectful, the tone was constructive, and so was our conversation. I really appreciate that. I appreciate Mr. Hoyan and Mr. Vilko hanging in. That was a long meeting. And folks, if you're, walking or driving around Guelph or cycling and you see those LED lights, that's Mr. Hoyan's, and it's an awesome project that's leading us in the right direction. So, to my fellow council members, we really need a 20-minute dinner break. So we are going to take that dinner break now. It is just past 25 past. So we're going to come back at 10 to 8, and we are going to need a motion to go past 8 o'clock. Okay, so enjoy your dinner break. We're back at 10 to, and you can just turn off your videos.
If he doesn't, we'll just take it when I take it out of the. Where am I thinking?
Well, it's full of cat shit.
Up.
Brownie points for Councillor Alt. Welcome back, folks. Refreshed, I hope. Oh, look at all these keeners. Fantastic. Okay. I believe Councillor Gibson is joining us by phone. And I'll just wait for Councillor Downer.
I'm here, Councillor O'Rourke.
Oh,
Plans change.
fantastic.
Thanks.
Good. Okay. So, oh, I got my snooze on and I don't want to do that. Okay. So just before we resume, I know that quite often on December 6th, many of us will attend a vigil to commemorate December 6th, 1989, which was the massacre at l'École Polytechnique in Montreal, where 10 women were killed and 4 men were injured. And so I'd like to take a moment just to read out those victims' names and remember them as we were unable to attend the vigils tonight. So with your indulgence, I'd like to do that. Their names were Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Haviernik, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Kluznik-Widashewicz. So I know that many of us have been watching the Zonta's 16 Days of Action, and we continue to denounce violence against women. So thank you for that. Back to brass tacks. Folks, we have a number of delegates. We have 12 delegates to speak on the next agenda item. If all of those delegates take 5 minutes, I see you, we will definitely be past 9. So what I need right now is I'm going to need a motion to allow us to go past 8 o'clock. Please keep the timeline in mind. We have the staff recommendation. We also have the mayor's motion that has been circulated. So I'm just going to ask you to keep that in mind, okay? Mayor Guthrie, you had your hand up.
Madam Chair, I was just going to move the motion to go past 9.
To go past 9. Okay, Councillor Galler seconds that. We need 9 people to agree to that. So all those in favor, sorry, simple majority go past 8. So we're just going to vote to go past 8. Are you okay with that, Mayor Guthrie?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, I just thought I'd skip the 8 part and just do the 9 because it's just obvious we're probably going to be at least an hour and 10 minutes. So I thought it would be okay if
to your call, Madam Chair, and if that's what Mayor Guthrie's moving, then that would be.
And I need 9.
So that's actually, in that case, it's a waiving of rules, for which is a super majority of 9 to waive section 4.14 B of the bylaw, and then you can take a vote following that to continue past 8 o'clock, and then you'd be in the clear to not have to take another vote after that.
Okay. All right.
I'll move the suspension then, as described by the clerk, to go past 9.
Okay, I see Councillor Galler seconding, so I need a vote to go past 9 o'clock, and then I'm going to need a vote to go past 8 as well. Okay, a vote to go past 9.
No, this is a vote to suspend the rules.
All right.
You need to do that first. Then the next vote will be to go past 9.
All right, so a vote to suspend the rules that require us to finish at 8, right? Okay, all those in favor? And that looks unanimous. Any opposed? Councillor Alt is opposed. Okay, 12-1.
And Salisbury, O'Rourke.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Salisbury, I didn't see you there. Okay, so
Yeah.
we've got 2 opposed, Mr. Clerk. Okay, so now I need a motion to go past 9. 9. Okay,
Which I'm happy
Councillor
to move.
Galler.
Councillor Galler, yeah.
Councillor Galler's moving that. I need a seconder. Mayor Guthrie. Okay, all those in favor of going past 9 just to accommodate the delegations. Okay. Councillor O'Rourke, Councillor Gibson, Councillor Curran, Mayor Guthrie, Councillor Bell, Councillor McKinnon, Councillor Galler, Councillor Billings, Councillor Salisbury, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Hoffland. Sorry, Councillor Downer, I didn't see your hand. In support? Okay, so that's unanimous. Okay, thank you for that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Alt. I think we're all running out of steam a little bit. I will get back in this groove. Okay. So we have a number of delegations on the agenda item for the downtown improvement area review process. Mr. Clerk, do we have Jennifer Hunt?
Madam Chair, we don't have Ms. Hunt, but we do have the rest of the delegates in thus far. So as usual, perhaps skip Ms. Hunt for this point in time, move to Mr. Starr. We can always come back and see if we can connect with Ms. Hunt.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to go to Mr. David Starr, who is joining us over the telephone. Welcome, Mr. Starr. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Wonderful. So you have 5 minutes. I'll start the timer when you begin, and I'll let you know when your time is up, but I won't interrupt you. Okay? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman and members of council. I don't want to look for any brownie points here, but let me say that I know you've been here since 2 o'clock, and I've been watching your patience, and your dedication to the needs of the city of Guelph is unbelievable. That it's so late at night and you guys are still doing this. Thank you for that. Now, as you know, my name is David Starr. I'm the owner of the property at 221 Woolwich. I operate a law firm from that location, and I'm speaking as an involuntary member of the DGBA. I want to thank you tonight for providing me with an opportunity to provide my experience as a member of the downtown board and to pass on my thoughts in that regard. And I'm going to be asking you to pass the resolution tonight, examining this report that's been put in front of you. And my hope is that when that report is received, it'll lead to a disbandment of the DGBA. And I'm putting that to you for just 1 or 2 reasons. One, several years ago, the downtown board was expanded, downtown board area was expanded to include my property at 221 Woolwich Street. Now, I didn't want to be included, but membership, as you know, was not voluntary. And I think that's my first objection and my first reason to wanting the downtown board examined. Secondly, I want you to know that I've spent these last few years that I have been a member looking for a benefit to my area, my location. And despite the fact that my contribution is several $1,000s a year, I'm having trouble putting my finger on steps taken by our association that gives me or my neighbors an immediate benefit. Number 3, on a broader area, and I say this with some hesitation because I know I believe our board is trying, and I know you certainly are, to do the best you can for our downtown area. But I don't think I'm stepping out of line by saying our downtown area is facing great challenges that haven't been solved, despite the board being in place. And if that's the case, then in my mind, it creates a doubt as to what the benefit generally of the downtown board is when it has a budget of $660,000 in 2001. Now, lastly, I'd say to you that in considering the motion, that with a projected expense of about $50,000 and a budget for the downtown board of $660,000, that for what amounts to 7.6% of the 2001 budget, we can review what the board has done and determine whether or not our downtown board has been successful in the beautification and maintenance of the downtown buildings, and whether or not it's been successful in promoting the downtown area as a business or shopping area. And I feel that once this examination has taken place, that we'll find that, I suppose, despite the best intentions, our downtown board, with its large budget, has not been successful in accomplishing the goals that it's been set out to do. So I'm going to ask that you vote to support this motion and allow the examination to proceed. And it's late. I'm expressing opinions. We have others who express some more details in terms of numbers. I'll leave you those thoughts and thank you for your attention to my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. If you'll just stay on the line for a moment. Two of our
Yes.
councillors have questions for you. So I see Councillor Caron and Councillor Hoffland. So Councillor Caron.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Starr, and thank you for your delegation. And as a new member of the downtown board, I'm wondering whether the overall principle of a BIA, the BIA model, is something that you support.
I'd have trouble saying that I would disagree with the principle of having a downtown board to do things in addition to what city council does. It doesn't seem to be, in my opinion, and that's what I'm expressing here tonight, I can't see an immediate benefit to the people in my area or success generally with this board in place.
Okay. And then my second question is that the board is a democratically elected board. I wonder if you've ever put your name forward for election to the board.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Thanks. Those are my questions.
Mm-hmm.
You have questions for Mr. Starr? Thank you, Councillor Caron. Councillor Hoffland, you have a question for Mr. Starr, and then Councillor Alt does as well.
I do, thank you. Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Starr.
Yes.
I have a question about the report. We have a report in front of us here that's asking us to receive it.
Yes.
Exactly, are you supporting? Are you supporting a motion that we haven't seen yet?
As I understand it, the report before you, which you're asked to receive, opens up a review process. And I support the review process.
Okay. It is, yes, it's speaking to us receiving the report, but there's no recommendation from staff in the report, Mr. Starr.
Other than staff is recommending receiving the report to move forward.
Mr. Starr, you don't have to respond. That was just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hoffland. Councillor Alt.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. Before I get going, I'd be very happy to move the report when it comes time. But I do have a question for Mr. Starr, and I'm just gathering information. But Mr. Starr, the quote, I believe, almost directly is that the DGBA has not been successful in what it was intended to do. I was wondering what measurable data you might have, or that I might be able to look to as I make my determinations on the report and moving forward.
Well, as I intended to convey at the start, my point in being here is to express an opinion as a member of the board, as a property owner in the area, and I'm expressing what my experience has been. You're right, I'm not pointing to any facts, I'm not pointing to any data, I'm simply coming to you with my personal experience And I think that's valuable because I have been a member of the board, member of the downtown area since it was expanded. So I'd like you to hear from someone who has lived through this.
Yep, and thank you very, very much. That's what I was looking for. I appreciate your perspective because it is indeed valuable.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Councillor Galler has a question for you. Mr. Starr, you're our most popular delegate today. Councillor Galler.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Starr, thank you for your presentation. I'm just following up on what Councillor Hoffland said. The staff report does say, should City Council decide to direct a review of the BIA Board of Management, and then it goes about that process. But what I'm hearing you say is that you would actually like to see something closer to a value for money review or a value for money audit to determine if the actions of the organization are yielding results. Is that correct?
I think that's a very accurate statement as to what I would ideally like to see come out of this process.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
No further questions. Have an excellent night, Mr. Starr. Thank you for your delegation.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, is Pina Marfisi available over the phone? Fantastic. Ms. Marfisi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Ms. Marfisi, hi.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Thank you for your patience. It sure is getting late. We have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to speak, after which stay on the line because we may have questions from members of council, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and staff. My name is Pina Marfisi. I am the owner of Aquaswan & Co., located on Wyndham Street and Quebec Street. Thank you so much for the opportunity to express my concerns. I've been part of the downtown business community since I was 5 years old, beginning with my parents' shoe store, and now 30 years I have a salon ownership. It has become alarmingly apparent to myself and fellow business owners that the DGBA effectiveness and relevancy is no longer. When we really needed our BIA to step up and advocate and represent, they failed to show up, and I mean they failed. In the opinion of the businesses and property owners, we need to dismantle. It is time for a change. Our downtown is suffering, and we need stronger leadership for a thriving downtown community. Attending the mayor's tree lighting event on Saturday solidified the fact that we can do so much without the DGBA. The potential this downtown has is immense. Now is the time to take the action, band together, and clean up this beautiful downtown community. We should be the example of all other cities to follow and the envy of our surrounding communities. We will no longer settle for mediocrity. Guelph is the best, and everyone on this call knows it. Let's make a difference together now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marfisi. I see Councillor Curran has a question for you, and so does Councillor Salisbury and Councillor Alt.
Okay.
Thanks. And thank you, Ms. Marfisi, for your delegation and for your input. The DGBA did a membership survey recently that was initiated prior to this issue ever being raised at council. And my question is whether or not you participated in that survey and whether you're aware of the results of that survey.
Yes, I did participate in it, and I found that it was one-sided. I don't think that you could have really got negative comments the way the survey was written, in my opinion.
Okay. And then my second question was the same as Mr. Starr. As a democratically elected organization, have you ever put your name forward to be on the board and change those things about the DGBA that you are unsatisfied with?
Yes, absolutely. I think I've probably tried 3 times to be on the board along these 30 years.
And recently?
Recent as I think it was either the last time or the time before. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
But yes, as recent as the election, I think twice ago, not the very last one.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Salisbury also has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. To the delegate, I clearly hear your dissatisfaction, but I'm not clear what you would say is either not being done or needs to be done. Can you just give me one example as to what is the concern that, like, I understand you don't agree with what's happening, but I don't understand what an example of the issue is.
Well, I think when the pandemic hit and we needed so much support, I don't think they were there for us. A few businesses reached out to the DGBA and they never returned phone calls when they needed some help, questions. We had several meetings. I've been having several meetings. It's probably been 2 years or a year and a half that we've been having several meetings with the DGBA, and nothing has ever changed. When they did have money, I had suggested, let's pay for certain, like say Gusto, he has to pay for his awning. Let's pay for Bernie's awning, or let's pay for the sandwich boards, which they did take the advice of myself and Brianna from Lovely & Co., and they did pay for the sandwiches. So we tried very hard to try and get them to change certain things to help us out in any way they can, and I just feel that they really didn't help the businesses out.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay, Ms. Marfisi, Councillor Alt, and then Councillor Hofflin.
Thank you.
Chair O'Rourke. Ms. Marfisi, thank you very much for attending. I am very happy to move the report to receive on your behalf and on behalf of all of the businesses downtown. I do want to ask you a couple of questions. Just quoting you, you said it was alarmingly apparent that the DGBA effectiveness and relevancy is no longer. They failed to show up, and I think you answered some of it with Councillor Salisbury. But the one thing that I really want to ask is, on the broad history of the DGBA, what is your opinion about its efforts to market the downtown, such thing as summer music, February blues, art on the street, jazz festival, and so on? Has that also been a failure?
I think that the jazz festival, I'm not sure. The art on the street was very successful. I really enjoyed that. Other than that, we've wanted them to, like what happened to Christmas last year, and I realized it was a pandemic, but every other city had lights up, had trees up, had, you had to keep that momentum going. We were hurting. All our businesses were closed. We were hurting, and they weren't there for us and what we needed. Like, they advertised through newspapers, like in the South End, but we don't see the people coming, the clients coming to the downtown. What brought the people downtown was the patios. Last year when they had the pilot project, we at both salons met so many new clients that come from the downtown, and that was through that pilot project of the open patios there.
I just another point that's important. I'm sure that you are quite familiar with what's happening on Baker Street, and I have been in absolute disagreement with the DGBA on its lobbying on Baker Street. I was wondering, can you comment? Were you opposed to the way they were lobbying to keep parking lots open as well? Or were you in favor of that?
To me, I didn't understand how it got to that point. Like, I wasn't sure if there was meetings going forward to keep that parking lot open till after Christmas, or if the DGBA had any input on that, which should have been done like probably several years, several months before that parking lot got closed, right? Like I do know that I have been getting constant complaints that the parking lot is closed, and we've tried everything in our power to direct them to the different parking lots. Then again, that's what we have to do as businesses. We're telling them we've got the maps. We're going forward to. That's something that the downtown board should be doing. They should be having that all over Guelph to have the customers know that they should be coming downtown, where they can park, and how we can help them.
Okay, thank you. One last point. I'm going to ask staff this as well. I heard you loudly and clearly about the Christmas lights, and I'm going to have to ask staff. It sounds like many of these concerns are COVID related. At some point, I'll ask staff whether the decision on Christmas lights was a staff decision, downtown decision, or a joint decision, because I actually don't know the answer to that.
Right.
Thank you very much for contributing tonight.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
One more, Ms. Marfisi, and that is Councillor Hoffland.
Yes, thank you, Chair O'Rourke, to Ms. Marfisi. So I just want to be clear on what you are or are not supporting. So it sounds to me like you do not support a governance review on the DGBA, but you would like to see the DGBA dismantled. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you're very welcome.
Thanks very much for your time, Ms. Marfisi. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a good night. Just
You
before
too.
we go to
Bye-bye.
our next delegate, I'm going to ask members of council to try and keep your questions at the governance level from the staff report and the potential recommendations, rather than sort of try and analyze and do our own surveying on individual events. Okay, part of it is time of the evening, but also that we're staying at a governance level and not presupposing or doing the work of whatever research that could come. Ms. Tucker, on behalf of Aqua Salon, is next, I believe. Mr. Clark, is she on the phone?
Hi.
Hello, Ms. Tucker. Welcome to Council Committee of the Whole.
Thank you for having me.
You have 5 minutes, and after those 5 minutes, please stay on the line because members of council may have some questions for you, okay? So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. Thank you so much for having the time and consideration today. My name is Taya Tucker. I'm a manager of Aqua Salon on Wyndham Street. I've lived and worked in our downtown for over 15 years. In the most recent AGM meeting held by the DGBA, they presented the results of a survey that they had selectively circulated. In their findings, they claim a unanimously positive outcome. I find this interesting because with the few spare moments, I was able to collect the following business names that support the motion to dismantle our DIA. The names are both Aqua Salons.
Point of order, Madam Chair, point of order. Madam Chair, we're not discussing dismantling, we're discussing receiving a report.
So, Councillor Alt, I'm just going to check with the clerk, but I believe that we don't generally interrupt delegates. And there was a reference to potential mechanisms in the staff report. So I would like to let Ms. Tucker, it's hard for people to come and delegate to council. I would like to let Ms. Tucker complete her presentation because we don't generally interrupt.
No, that is appreciated, but if misinformation is potentially put out, we do interrupt, and I felt that was happening. The motion on the business is the report entitled Downtown Business be received.
Correct. So, Councillor Alt, there's actually no motion on the floor. You have indicated that you want to table it, that you will move it. You haven't.
Yeah,
we don't have a seconder.
It's on the action sheet.
Correct, but we're just hearing delegates at this point. So I'm going to rule that point of order not in order. I can't quite see if anybody wants to challenge that. Does anybody want to challenge that? Okay, seeing no one. Ms. Tucker, please continue and I will restart your time.
Thank you very much. I won't start from the beginning, but the list or the names of the businesses that I was able to collect in just a short period of time are as follows. Both of our salons, Aqua Salons, Creme Couture, Refresh Juice, Apple Salon, Ben 23, Valentini Studio, the property owner at 259 Woolwich Street, Market & Co., Ashley Skimmer, who's a therapist, European Watch and Clock, Q-Buds, Diana's, Detmere Tire, If Shoe, Cheeky Bambino, The Modern Bride, Market Fresh, The Hockey Shop, DLR, Regina's Aesthetics, Fat Bastards Burrito, Modern Addiction Tattoos, Bacon and Barbells, Crazy Carrot, Envy Lounge, David Starr, property owner of 52 McDonnell Street, Bode Salon, Lovely & Co., Plant, Rise and Shine, Royal Electric, Jimmy Jazz, Lorena, Mia Mama, Baker Street Station, Salon 160, Brow Babe, Guelph MMA, and Grit and Grace. This is just a brief snapshot of businesses that are in support of dismantling. What's missing from this list are the numerous small businesses that closed their door because they weren't provided proper support by our BIA. In conversations with many of these struggling owners, one common thread became abundantly apparent. The cries for help fell on deaf ears. There are unanswered emails, calls, different points of contacts that went unanswered. And if this doesn't move you to create change, I don't know what it's going to take. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tucker. I just want to see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Hoffland has a question.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Tucker, and through you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Tucker, what was the question that you posed to the list that you just presented to council, the list of businesses? What was the question that you posed to them? It's hard to discern what they were agreeing to.
The question was, do they support the dismantling of our DGBA?
And then it was just a simple yes or no. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yep. So do you support that idea or do you not?
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Tucker, I don't see any other questions, but I have one. I was surprised when I read the staff report that the mandate of the DGBA is sort of beautification of the downtown, encouraging people to come and shop, and then anything sort of over and above what the city is doing. So when I'm hearing you say that people didn't get support, so I'm if phone calls weren't returned or anything like that, I can understand how that's frustrating. But I'm just wondering if the support you're looking for was the mandate of the DGBA or if it was the mandate of the chamber or the business center. And I'm just trying to understand the respective roles because that was a surprise to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. So obviously, when looking at this matter, we have to look at what the DGBA's roles and responsibilities are. There's a lot to do with the beautification of downtown. And then I think helping to strum up or encourage visitors to the downtown businesses, whether that's bars and restaurants or hair salons or clothing stores or what have you. And the advertising has to use social media just hasn't even been there. There was they didn't show up. They didn't do that. And maybe in the last couple of weeks, because they've heard us complain for so long about this now, have they finally started to use tools like Instagram. But I just think that they're failing in things like that or the beautification of downtown. If you take a look at what's going on down there, it's like there are parts of it that just seem desolate. I feel like there's certain projects that are wonderful, our banner program, things like that. But I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that those are almost city initiatives and not just DGBA initiatives. I just don't feel like they're stepping up to the plate to do even just beautification.
Okay, thank you for your response. Any other questions? I see a question from Councillor Curran.
Thank you. Just a clarification, if I could, and thank you for your delegation on the wording of the question. Dismantling the BIA, period, forever, just dismantling the BIA and the whole concept of having a BIA, or just the dismantling of this BIA, this board, and with a replacement BIA to take effect in the future?
So we asked if these people were in support of dismantling our DGBA. In my opinion, and so those are the names that we collected, or I collected there. In my opinion, for myself, I don't think that a BIA with the tax levies that go to property owners, I just don't think that it's necessary. I think that could potentially there be another form of something that helps to represent us. Absolutely, I'm in favor of that. But I think that a BIA is irrelevant now.
So the functions of a BIA that Councillor Chair O'Rourke outlined with respect to beautification and representation, what form, what kind of organization, what do you see would take over those functions?
I mean, we could all toss ideas out there, and I think there's room for brainstorming. You could go as far as to have people that are involved in our downtown community donate their time and come together and to be able to speak to city staff or city councillors. I think that you could use the Chamber of Commerce. I think that there are probably numerous different ideas for representation for us.
Okay, I saw Councillor Gawler has a question for you as well, Ms. Tucker.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Tucker, and through you, Madam Chair. I heard you starting to name several of these organizations that you had approached and that were supportive of disbanding the BIA. Could you let me know how many organizations were there?
I don't currently have it counted. I just kind of read them off of the paper, but is it 30 businesses?
About 30?
Or maybe 40? And this was collected on a lunchtime.
Okay, and for context, could you let me know of the groups that you spoke to? Did you hear from any of them saying, "Oh no, I like what the BIA is doing"? Because I have been speaking to downtown businesses, and I have heard from several that are supportive. So just trying to understand in your conversations, was there like a 50-50 that were I supported, I want it gone, or was it 80-20? What was your sense having those conversations?
So I was only kind of really able to kind of more or less go street level on a lunch to be able to stop into stores that way, just so that you know how it was kind of done. And out of those that I just listed, I recognize that there were two businesses that were definitely in support of in the data that I was collecting.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for your delegation tonight, Ms. Tucker. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, our next delegate is Richard Overland, who is talking on behalf of NV Kitchen and Bar. Mr. Overland, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Sure can. So you have 5 minutes, and then hang on because there seems to be lots of questions tonight. So anytime you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council and staff for hearing us out tonight. So I wholeheartedly support a review of the DGBA, and my whole wish is that the review ends in the disbandment of the DGBA. The DGBA is ineffective. The things that we've asked them to do that were simple. North Wyndham Street is jokingly referred to as Detroit. There were all the empty storefronts. Now, thankfully, a lot of those stores have been rented in the last month or two. But when there was a number of empty storefronts up there with garbage in the windows and dirt in the doorways, we begged them to go and clean the glass and at least sweep out the empty storefronts, possibly let other stores put in displays. When the mall closes a store, within 24 hours, the windows are papered over, other stores set up displays, they make it look as presentable as possible. Skyline recently purchased the Courtyard building, which fronts both Macdonell and the other side in front of City Hall. Within 2 weeks of buying it, they had papered the windows, cleaned the windows, papered them, swept the garbage, they pressure washed the sidewalk. The building looked 100 times better in 2 weeks after Skyline owning it. After 2 years of us begging the DGBA to help with North Wyndham Street, to clean it up and at least clean the glass, in the stores. Nothing, zero, nothing. Tina, I don't want to speak for other people. Tina begged them to help, and they ignored it. The DGBA, we've had downtown Wi-Fi for the last 5 years on their budget. It was 15,000, then it was 12. After constantly complaining on my part, after 15 years downtown, looking for a single benefit from the DGBA, the downtown Wi-Fi was a good idea, but not a single person I've ever spoke to has connected to it. Not one. Nobody knows the password. No, I can't find a single person who's ever connected to it. And after a year after the last election, I chummed up with one of the members, or one of the board members, and I continually raised points to him about it. And he was proud to tell me that they'd reduced the cost of the downtown Wi-Fi to $6,000 in this year's budget. It's never worked. Why are we paying for something that doesn't work? Almost 70% of their budget goes to staff and overhead. Like, all I want to see is something for my money. I've been paying into this for 15 years. All I want is something that I can see. About the Christmas lights. Pina mentioned the Christmas lights. They're still not there again this year. We're all open. Where are our Christmas lights on the hydro poles? Non-existent again, right? Other cities had their Santa Claus parade. Where's ours? Again, non-existent. It's disheartening to see this money going out the window. And I believe in the disbandment of it 100%. My neighbors that I talk to on a regular basis, I would say a whopping 80% support the disbandment of this. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Overland. I'm just going to see if there are any questions. Councillor Curran has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and to the delegate. Thank you for your delegation. Same question as previous delegates. I wondered whether you'd ever put your name forward for the board.
I have never put my name forward, but I have definitely supported other people in being on the board. I'm a very passionate speaker, but not always as calm as I would like to be. I've always recommended people that were calmer and possibly better speakers than me. When the DGBA found themselves with vacancies on their board, which they seem to do almost every time, I can't speak for the people that leave the board, but I can't help but wonder if it is some frustration of not being able to be effective on the board. Several people at the last vacancy created quite a stir when we put up a list of people. I have suggested people, and I asked them to stand up, and they did, and not one of them made the board. The board actually went and put people on the board that didn't want to be on the board, that originally had said no, and then they still put them on the board. If you want me to name names, I will.
No, that's not necessary, and thank you for your delegation.
Okay, I don't see any other questions for you, Mr. Overland. Thank you for your presentation tonight, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Council, for your consideration of the matter.
Okay, our next delegate is Scott Coburn on behalf of Scott Coburn Optical. Mr. Coburn, are you on the, can you hear me? Or are you coming through on video? I see Mr. Coburn on the screen, but he's muted. There you go. You're unmuted now. Mr. Coburn, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you barely. Do you have a microphone, or can you lean in closer to a headset or something like that? Get a little closer.
Is that better?
Girlfriends. That is much better. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, I will start the timer for 5 minutes and then stick around as there may be questions, okay?
Thank you, Chairperson O'Rourke, Mr. Mayor, and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Scott Coburn of Scott Coburn Optical. I've worked in our downtown for almost 50 years, and I actually remember attending my first downtown Guelph Business Association meeting in the old Royal Hotel when I was a teenager. My experience with our DGBA has been a very positive one. The DGBA has given me the opportunity to advertise my business with their partnerships with that magazine, the banner program, Intrigue Media, and Feature Fridays with either a reduced cost or free. The DGBA assisted in providing some restoration funds to replace my front door after my business was broken into in March of this year. I have participated in their digital transformation grant that they have presented to businesses in the BIA. The DGBA has been always my first point of contact whenever an issue has arisen, and they have pointed me in the right direction for the issue to be addressed. There are many different initiatives that the DGBA introduced, and some don't help my business, but help others and the downtown as a whole. That's the focus, is to help the majority. Therefore, it's my opinion that that our DGBA is and will be a very important component of the future of our downtown moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coburn. I'm just going to take a look and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Hoffland has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So Scott, would you suggest that council approve doing a governance review on the DGBA? Or are you just suggesting in your comments that you don't think it's necessary to dismantle the DGBA?
I don't believe it's prudent to dismantle them. If in your wisdom you want to do a review, that's up to yourself. My experience has always been a very positive one, and I feel that I'm getting value for my money.
Clear. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coburn. It's important to hear from both sides, and I appreciate that that's being done really respectfully by all our delegates tonight. Our next delegate is John Vandekamer on behalf of Kennard Jewelry. I believe John sold my husband my engagement ring too many years ago, and he's joining us on video. Is he available?
I apologize, Madam Chair. Mr. Vandekamer has withdrawn.
Oh, okay. All right then. Then our next delegate is Kevin Pollock, who's also joining us on video. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Pollock? Yeah.
Pollock, I got it. Okay, fantastic.
You're actually one of the few that gets it right out of the gate.
So, sir, I will set a timer for 5 minutes to allow your deputation, and then afterwards hang on in case there are some questions, okay?
Which it seems like there will be. You got
Go
it.
ahead.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, councillors, and city staff. My name is Kevin Pollock, owner of Capistrano Bistro and Espresso Bar and current chair of the DGBA. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak specifically to this agenda item. On the face of it, it's a very simple delegation, as the only motion being considered at this time is whether to receive this report. As chair of the DGBA, I can see no reason not to. It is a succinct, accurate report of what clearly identifies the legislation that governs the DGBA and outlines what is entailed if a review of the DGBA would be undertaken. But we know that that's not the real reason why we're discussing this, because the question that seems to be on the table is not simply whether to receive the report, but ultimately what to do with it once it is received. It is unnecessary to detail for what the past almost 2 years have looked like. In short, we have gone through and continue to go through something that no one anticipated or had a roadmap for. As a downtown business community, we have faced these challenges at times with trepidation and fear, but also with determination and hope. And examples of resiliency are evident throughout our downtown community, and the DGBA has had an active hand in that. During our most recent AGM just a few weeks ago, which was attended by some of you, including John and Scott and Pina, who you've heard from, but surprisingly not the other delegates, you would have heard that the DGBA welcomed 22 new businesses who either started or located their operations in our downtown over the past year. That is a tremendously positive statistic. Having said that, that also means that there are vacancies for all those businesses to fill. It's my hope that in a not too distant future AGM, we'll report on perhaps only 5 or 6 new businesses. Not because people don't want to open their business in downtown, but rather we simply don't have space for any more. But we're not there yet. and simply hoping for that won't make it happen. As chair of the DGBA, I have reflected on how we can achieve that and the role that the DGBA has as we exit this pandemic and look to the future. And I think I can summarize it in 3 words: striving for better. This phrase encapsulates so much. It is first an acknowledgement that despite successes, there is always room for growth, for change, for improvement. Our downtown is good, but it isn't perfect. Our DGBA is good, but it isn't perfect. And I don't know of any business, government body, or organization that is. But at the heart of what we do, we are always striving for better. As the owner of a business that has been around in downtown Guelph for 27 years, I'm constantly asking the question, what does better look like and how do we achieve it? And I ask that same question of the DGBA and the downtown community. And in brief, I want to say I see us striving for better in the following areas: better in our relationships with our partners, including our diverse membership, also all levels of government, and starting here at home with the city. We've enjoyed great dialogue with our partners in the city, but it can be better. It's why we're pleased to see the announcement last week of the newly created Downtown Revitalization Advisor, and we look forward to working with Stacy. We see better in creating better experiences for everyone who visits, works, and lives downtown. Better in marketing and telling everyone that will listen how great our downtown is. Simply put, better in execution of all the key areas of what our BIA mandate is. The reality is that better has always been the objective of the DGBA. It is simply built into our raison d'etre. And as much as the focus of this phrase is on the word better, the other word is striving, because it means it's hard work and it takes determination and a focused effort. It's why we undertook the member survey that you've heard about, to hear from all of our members, not just about what we should be focusing on, but how we're doing with it, and to guide us as we seek to improve and strengthen our efforts. So in summary, once this report has been received, which I assume it will be, the DGBA will defer to the best judgment of council on what to do with this report. If the decision is made to engage in review, to spend upwards of $50,000 to do so, I'm confident that what will be found is an organization that is meeting all its obligations and requirements as determined by the laws that govern us as a DGBA. I also believe that you'll find an organization that is not complacent or careless or cares less, but rather one that is committed to represent the entirety of downtown and that has and continues to be forward focused on being better and also striving for better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. I see a question from Councillor Gibson, and then Councillor Goller, and then Councillor Alt.
Thank you, through Chair Rourke. Thank you very much, Mr. Pollock. That was terrific. So you started to answer my question. I just wanted to confirm. So as chair of the DGBA, you would. It's been about 50 years now of operating in the downtown. So would you support the transparent review of the governance of the DGBA?
100%. There's truly nothing that can be hidden. It is a transparent organization. Everything that needs to be published is published, and I have full confidence that a review, if it's one is taken, will show exactly that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goller.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Pollock. Thank you for your presentation. I'll pose the same question that I asked the previous delegate. In your experience, what is the proportion of downtown businesses that get benefit from the DGBA, as opposed to those that are not happy with its work?
It's an interesting question, Councillor, through you, Madam Chairperson. There is such a broad diversity of businesses, and some of those businesses depend on a very active, tangible result effort of the DGBA. A lot of those businesses that benefit from that are our storefront businesses, people that benefit from the direct events that we're doing or the street lighting that we're doing or things like that, the banner program. But there's a lot of intangibles that the DGBA does that has a direct benefit on people that they don't even know about. The advocacy that we undertake as far as addressing so many of the challenges that we face downtown. I would say that in a broad sense, we do try and look at the fulsome nature of what our downtown community is. Some have experience a direct benefit. Listen, I own a cafe in the square. If there is a noon hour concert, I'm benefiting from that. I know that some of my colleagues don't necessarily benefit directly from that. But the entirety of downtown does benefit because it helps to convey to everyone that downtown place is a vibrant, active place. So I'm not sure how well that answers your question, but
Yeah,
Councillor
no,
Dollar.
that works. That works. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I sincerely appreciate it. And as a follow-up, I heard from several of the other delegates make mention to the slowdown during COVID. As a longtime member of the DGBA, do you feel that it's fair to say that the GBA did not step up during COVID, or just from your perspective, what were the extra supports or response to the COVID slowdown?
yeah, as I referenced in my comments, I mean there was no roadmap for this. I think the expectations of what an organization can do, in the midst of something that is so tumultuous and chaotic, do need to be tempered a little bit. I do know that the DGBA did, however, try and change as much as possible. I mean, we had, fantastic partnerships with our provincial and federal and municipal governments as far as, having weekly meetings for downtown businesses. That was orchestrated through the DGBA. That was an initiative that we undertook for the benefit of all our businesses, and a number of them were able to tap into that resource to find out what's going on a real-time basis, what services, what grants, what things are available to me to keep my doors open. We did initiatives like helping businesses when it came to reopening and getting the signage up properly and PPE covered and all that kind of stuff. There was quite a bit of effort that was made by the DGBA to help businesses navigate their way through this pandemic. It's not within our mandate to pay specifically for specific business needs. If somebody needs an awning, that's not the BIA's responsibility to do that. And I think it's important to underline that there are confines within which the DGBA can operate. And there are things that perhaps expectations that are outside of that we're being judged by. And we're just restricted in a way that prohibits that kind of thing.
Thank you very much for those answers. I really appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Alt, then Councillor Hoffland.
Thank you, Chair O'Rourke. Just going to turn off my camera for a second, just in case. Chair O'Rourke, just a comment before I go on. You'd said that this was a governance issue, and I wholeheartedly agree. However, regrettably, many of the concerns raised are about issues of substance, responsibility, and authority, so I might touch on some of those. And the first one that I definitely will touch on was actually raised by the delegate, Mr. Pollock. Mr. Pollock, you just raised at the end of your comments to Councillor Goller one concern that I was going to ask you and ask Mr. Williams about, and it's about storefronts. My concern when I heard another delegate talking about that was the legality of the DGBA actually walking onto or interfering with private property. You mentioned confines that the DGBA is restricted to. Could you possibly comment on why the DGBA is restricted in some of these areas?
To be honest, I might defer most of that to Marty, because
Sure.
he's well versed in all that.
Yeah.
But we are governed, as is evidence in the report that you've been given, we are governed by a provincial law that clearly stipulates the purpose of what a BIA is, governed by this municipality and the bylaw that's been passed that allows us to exist. And so those are the confines that we're operating within. I know that, speaking specifically to, what you've raised as far as buildings and walking onto public property to do things and all that, we have attempted in many ways to work with our landlords to deal with vacant storefronts and how we can at least try and beautify that space. But we can't force our way in there to put up paper or put up artwork or clean the inside of the windows or even the outside of the windows. It's not our property and it's not our responsibility to do that. It is the responsibility of a property owner to give us that freedom to do so. But we just can't do that on our own.
Thank you for attempting that anyway. A darn good attempt.
Yeah, and truly we have. There's there's so much that happens behind the scenes that perhaps some of our delegates don't fully are aware of. But it is very active as trying to create the best environment for our downtown.
We deal with this governance issue. If the DGBA did not exist, is our downtown still eligible for the same funding provincially and elsewhere that if we did not have a BIA? Do you know, or maybe Mr. Williams knows better?
Well, I mean, and certainly you can ask him if I make any mistakes on this front, but as I understand it, municipalities are not able to create new taxes. They're only given the ability to collect taxes by the government, and so that's why the government passed the law that allowed the creation of BIAs and empowered municipalities to tax to raise funds to run a BIA. So if there is no BIA in downtown Guelph, if the bylaw is rescinded and it's removed, then there is no funding mechanism for any type of organization to operate in the same manner as which the DGBA operates, as I understand it.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll ask the same to Mr. Williams. He might know more because I certainly don't. You made mention, I believe, to Councillor Goller that you would not be opposed to a review. I'm not certain if I heard that correctly, but if I did hear it correctly, how would you like to see that happen? Because I'm sitting on the fence on this. I have no problem with the principle of a review. However, I am concerned about the scope of it and the cost of it. So I'm just curious, is there any ideas in your mind about how it might occur?
Personally, no. I mean, do I feel that there is a need to have a review? I don't personally, because as I've already mentioned, I mean, the organization's information and how we operate and the things that we're responsible for is fully transparent already. So I'm not sure what the results of that review would unveil that isn't already in evidence. And the other concern that I would have if a review is undertaken is we are, as a downtown business community, exiting what has been the most trying, challenging time. And there's so many businesses downtown that are not on stable feet. And it's going to be a while before we are. And this is why the DGBA is wanting to step up and strive for that betterment that I talked about. Is a review going to be distracting to that and take away from that? I'd rather be focused as a BIA, as a BIA on getting us through the rest of this pandemic, getting us, through what's coming down the pike when it comes to the revitalization project and ripping up of streets and the challenges that we're facing coming down the road. I mean, that's what I'd like to see us be focusing on and not, should we or should we not exist and going through a review process that is, I think, not going to show much more than what's already out there.
I think you took my second last question away, which was that it strikes me the overarching issue is COVID. But there is one more, and I think you're perfectly suited for this. I heard some concern from a delegate that 70% of the funds of the DGBA go to staff and overhead. You, as a proprietor of a restaurant, can you comment on that 70%?
Well, I mean, I think what it speaks to more is, I mean, as a restaurant operation is different than an organization like the DGBA, which is different than, say, a lawyer's office, which is different than city government. The level of funds that's required to run a business or to run an organization are going to vary from each one. I can say that, there are times where our staff are stretched very thin. And there actually would be nice if there was some more resources there instead of less. I think there's more that we could be doing if we even had a bigger budget. But I can say this for sure, that, you know, for the last 2 years, last fiscal year, this upcoming fiscal year, we're not in a position to ask for more money. Our businesses that depend on us are not in a position to pay more money. It's one of the reasons why we chose to freeze our levy request for this year, is because it just wouldn't be appropriate or the right time to say we need more money. We need to keep as much money as possible in the pockets of our businesses as we get through this, and yet at the same time still have an organization that is doing everything they can to ensure their success.
I wasn't going to ask that question, but are you saying, I understand that the DGBA is responsible for lights, but are you saying that the lights aren't?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Does our procedural bylaw indicate no more than 5 minutes for each councillor?
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I appreciate that. We will stick to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. I believe it's 5 minutes cumulative. We're probably getting close. So I will move on to Councillor Hoffland. Councillor Downer, then Councillor Gibson. Yep, I gotcha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Mr. Pollock, for being here this evening and for your delegation. I'm truly shocked tonight to hear to hear such strong discontentment from business owners and talk of dismantling. And I'm not going to ask you if you're surprised, because I wouldn't want to put you on the spot like that. But I had a few questions I wanted to ask you that were covered by Councillor Alt. So I would just like to give you the opportunity to offer any other insights that you can share with Council on this very contentious issue.
Well, I'm not surprised in one regard with some of the delegations, primarily because I've already been in active conversation with them. And, you know, attempting to address some of the issues that they have raised. You know, Mr. Overland referenced talking with a board member concerning downtown Wi-Fi. Well, that was me. We had a very vibrant conversation about that. I think that's key. Listen, the DGBA is a large family. I have no expectation that we're going to be singing all the same tune at the same time. There are different needs of every single organization. There are different wants. There are different expectations. In fact, I'd be more surprised if when we did our survey that we had 100% approval rate. I'd be very surprised by that because of the fact that we are such a diverse community. I hear the voices of those who have spoken earlier and others, and I take them to heart. You know, I use this example when I buy something. If I want to do some research on it, I go online, I look for reviews. I don't look for reviews on everybody that liked it. I actually look at the negative reviews, because that's going to tell me a lot more about the product I'm buying. Is there legitimacy to why they said it's only a 1 star? Or did they just have a bad experience once? The same is true when you're running a company like a restaurant like I do. If you get a critique, you listen to it. And is there validity to it? Was there something we could have done better? Then you act on it. And if it was something that was just a one-off, then it's like, okay, we still feel pretty confident about what we're doing. I don't know how much that answers your question, but I really do value all perspectives that I hear from our members, including those that you've heard from tonight, because it drives us to be better as an organization.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. I'm really happy to hear your optimism.
Okay, Councillor Downer.
This was similar, though, Mr. Pollock. It seemed to me, just hearing that, a large part of that discontent that I heard, or conflict within your group or disagreement, was in that they seem to be misinformed about what the role and mandate of the downtown DGBA is.
So it leads me to wonder if consider doing some kind of an educational program with your leadership on that, because issues, as you heard, a number of the issues you raised weren't even in the mandate, placing awnings, right? of the DGBA. So I'm just thinking that, I'm wondering if a good education program might go a long way in helping you find some common ground with those that are somewhat disgruntled about activities of the DGBA.
If I can just quickly comment on that, I mean, to be honest, guys, I've actually sat through most of your meeting today. So this has been a long day for me too. Not knowing when we were going to come up, but also just wanting to hear all this vibrant discussion about our city and all these initiatives. And it's interesting, I heard one of the same things come out of one of the discussion points about, and I think it was Mayor Guthrie that you addressed this, being able to tell our stories better, being able to communicate better about the good things that we're doing. And I can say that that's actually come up in conversation a few times over the last few months, as far as what we do as an organization, that we haven't really communicated as well as we probably should have with our own membership about some of the good work that's happening behind the scenes. So those intangibles that we talk about. And also one of the things that came up through the survey is just, improving our just general communication with our members. So those are things that we're very cognizant of and are actually in the process of acting on.
Okay, Councillor Gibson. And then Mayor Guthrie.
Yeah, thank you through Chair O'Rourke. So some of the questions that I've had have been answered, so that's great. I guess the other, when you talk about a governance review, I don't presuppose any of the questions that might be asked, but delegated authority. How does the board speak through the director? How do members of the board speak when they are given direction from the board? Do the members speak on behalf of the DGBA when they're not given direction from the board? Those are the types of things that, from a governance perspective, I think I would like to see answered when we're talking about governance of a board the size of the DGBA, governing that many businesses and with that size of a budget. Would those be the types of governance questions you'd be willing to answer if a review was done?
Personally, I don't know exactly how to respond to that, and I probably will defer to Marty as the resident expert on all things related to governance of BIAs. Sitting on the OBIA board, he has much more familiarity with the governance side of things. So I'll actually defer to him when he has his delegation time.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Guthrie.
Thank you. I think it worked. I hit the wrong button there. Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Kevin, very much for coming. I appreciate it. Look, I just wanted to ask, has it come up at all in conversation for there to be a vote to dissolve the DGBA offered by the DGBA to actually just have the vote done?
No, to this date, no, there hasn't. Certainly, I think, you've heard us reference the survey, and I want to be careful how much we use this survey as, a backdrop to everything that we're doing. I mean, it was primarily, done to help, inform us better going forward where our membership is at. To be honest, I think if there had been a lot more of the negative responses, I think we may have had a little bit more discussion on it. But there was, there's been some comments about, how the questions were phrased in the survey and kind of, was it slanted one way or the other? I can say very definitively that, the survey itself had ample opportunity for all of our members, and it wasn't a targeted, distribution for people to participate. It was made available to every single one of our DGBA members in multiple ways. There were ample opportunities to express discomfort, disgruntlement, flat out saying, just shut this thing down already. I am surprised by some of the comments that, as far as referencing specific businesses, because that's not the same information I've heard from those businesses. So no, we haven't actively entertained the idea of, okay, let's hold a vote on this. To be honest, again, like there's so many things that are on our plate right now. So many things that we're trying to pursue to improve our downtown and to, empower our businesses to get out of the pandemic and move forward. It's not on our radar screen.
No, fair enough. And who did creation of the survey questions?
It was initially drafted by one of our board members, Doug Manette. It was vetted through our exec committee and then distributed.
Okay, so Doug Manette mostly crafted it. Okay. And so have you ever thought of doing a third party survey, which would then be created with sort of questions not coming only from the board, but through more of a third party at arm's length organization to get some feedback?
Well, again, you have to understand that when we conducted this survey and when we made the decision to do it, we had no idea that this particular motion was going to be tabled by yourself and put up for discussion at City Council. This was strictly a survey that we undertook because we knew that there were things that we needed to understand from our membership to, like I said, to really give us the foundation for moving forward. And part of that,
Sure.
in all honesty, was hearing some of the negativity that was coming through with some of the delegates you've heard from tonight. And so we really wanted to explore that and see where our members were. So no, I mean, we didn't feel the need when we conducted this survey to use a third party. It was strictly being done internally for our internal purposes. That was the whole focus of it. And it had, it's kind of taken on a different life because of this motion that's come forward. But primarily it's something that was being used to just, drive us as being a better organization.
Certainly. And my last question, Madam Chair, is just on the survey. How many members are in the BIA altogether?
I believe there's 400 plus or so.
Okay, and the amount of response was
About I just looked at that. It's about 35%.
You got 35% response.
150 businesses or so responded.
Okay.
Just very good sample size.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much. I appreciate you answering the questions. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor McKinnon, did I see your hand go up or no, just moving, scratching. Wonderful. Mr. Pollock, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate your delegation.
My pleasure.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next delegate is Marty Williams, who is the Executive Director of Downtown Guelph Business Association. Council, I just want to do a time check with you that it is now 9:08. We still have 3 delegates after Mr. Williams, and we're averaging about 4 questioners, which is much higher than usual. So I'm just going to ask you to be mindful of the time and mindful of the delegates who are remaining, and we're inching real close to people's bedtimes. Mr. Williams is joining us by video. There you are.
Hello.
You know the drill, sir. So I will start your time, and then I expect there'll be some questions for you.
Thank you.
Go
First,
ahead.
I want to start off with thanking all the delegates tonight on this. We do better by expressing our opinions openly and honestly, and especially thanks to Kevin Pollock, who has only recently become the chair of the board, and for taking that on in such a challenging time. And so my thanks to him and to Scott Coburn especially. And with the matter before council tonight, I would just say that we certainly have no worries about council. If in your wisdom you want to go forward with a review as outlined in the staff report, and I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. My thanks also must go to John Reagan, who wrote the documents, and as you will know, in the the document itself, he did consult with myself and with Kay Matthews, who is the executive director of the Ontario BIA Association, on what they might, what they have done in some other communities and things when a review was asked for. But I do want to say that if that's what council is going to do, we will remain focused as an organization on one thing only. That's just doing our job. We're doing the things that are, as you see in the report, are outlined in our mandate, and not doing the things that are not within our mandate. We're doing great marketing and promotion. As people will know, we have more than 15,000 followers on both Instagram and Facebook. We're a huge presence on socials promoting downtown. We have a new TV ad. We actually made it onto an NFL feed on CTV in Kitchener, and it's fantastic. Working with a young videographer that we had hired through the summer, and we're building partnerships. We're hoping that we can get back to a place where events and activities are bringing people down. We're supporting members in every which way we can, and working on issues that are important to people. Some of the things that are coming up, and I have been in contact with. This speaks to the sort of the unseen things that go on. Things like the small business tax class that could be very, very impactful for downtown small businesses across the city, but that they're working out in Toronto and Ottawa and Barrie. Things like making sure that that the city supports the patio program in downtown and in the rest of the city next year, waiving fees and trying to make the case for that. Working on streetscape and construction mitigation. Very happy, as has been mentioned, that we have a new contact person working directly with the CAO. So that's fantastic. So I will leave it at that. And just to say that with the item on the docket tonight, we're happy if council in their wisdom decides to go forward with this review. And of course, we will participate in any which way you want us to, and believe at the end of it, you will find that we are good, and that we are in compliance with the things we need to be in compliance of. But if there are things that we discover that we can do better, I say bring them on, and let's work together on making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, I see Councillor Alt hand is up. Go ahead, Councillor Alt.
You're just starting my timer. Mr. Williams, there are 4 questions I was going to ask you, but I'm just going to confine it to one.
Okay.
I am familiar with how BIAs can be dissolved, such as the DGBA, but I was wondering if you could outline for those curious what you understand the options are, since this is clearly the governance issue.
To dissolve a BIA? Well, it can come from the membership or it can come from the board, but the fact of the matter is the city and the clerk's office at the city controls the process. In the same way a BIA comes to existence or is expanded. So the clerk's office would run that if they receive a petition and they're satisfied that the petition represents both 30% of the membership and 30% of the asset value of the area, then a formal vote can be had. So it's not up to us to run our own referendum or on dissolution. It's the clerk's office, and that's clearly outlined in the Municipal Act. Now, again, as it says clearly in the report, and it's not a surprise to anybody, that you city council can rescind the bylaw that created the BIA, and that would do it too. But it's not, I would suggest, the best practice.
I'm going to have to follow up on that. Are there financial aspects of the DGBA that might not make this best practice?
Well, like I think it was asked before, if without a BIA, the city doesn't have the authority to put a levy on any sort of defined geographic area anywhere in the city. So without that, without a board that is the BIA, that just simply can't happen. So the idea that we can have our cake and eat it too, as some have proposed, is not isn't available. You can't just have an organization that somehow gets funded by the city to do it. It doesn't exist. That's why the BIA legislation is there.
Thank you, Councillor Alt. Councillor Goller.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Williams. Thank you for presenting this evening. I wanted to follow up on some of the comments from the delegates, so I can get a sense from you. I have seen the survey that said that 80% of respondents supported the activities happening downtown, the events that the DGBA put on. 90% supported the beautification that the DGBA supports. Could you help me understand from your perspective these calls from some downtown businesses to disband the DGBA? Is that something that has always happened for the last 20 or 10 years that you have been around, some members, or is that something that maybe is new since COVID? You can help me understand that.
It certainly has arisen in the COVID era. Previously, there was not much interest in the internal workings, and really had to work hard to try to convince anybody to run for the board. It was, people, I guess they were basically either happy or they didn't pay attention, or I don't know. I can't put them into their minds. But it has, has come out during these very, very stressful times. And I think, in 2020, we hosted, we hosted membership calls 3 times a week. We were the conduit for businesses to talk to their MP, MPP, and mayor on several, many times. We were the conduit for information out to the members. We were the gathering place for people. I mean, we had calls where people were weeping openly and sharing the stresses that they were under as businesses. And I was very proud of the fact that we had a platform that people could share, and people could vent, and people could get information. So that was going on, and that, as things reopened, gradually became less and less, and people got back to operating their business. So it's kind of a different world in 2021 from 2020, and what has gone from fear and turned in some cases to anger, I think. But as I said, we're trying to navigate this strange world too, and many of the things that were our core business were unavailable. And this is not, in no way, please don't take this as a criticism, but we can't just put on a Santa Claus parade. The city has to approve those things, and the city is not approving these large public events where we can't have the sort of distancing. We had to have some kind of a guess 6 months ago about the Santa Claus parade. The organizing of it is tremendous. So we're living with uncertainty, trying to do the best we can to continue to promote and continue to offer services to our members. So it's really trying times. It's been very stressful for everybody.
No, thank you for that explanation. And just as a follow-up, I see that one of the ways that the BAA can be dissolved is by a vote of the board that brings a recommendation to City Council to dissolve it. Have any board members over the last 5-10 years brought forward that discussion in your memory?
No, I think most people that get involved, and remember, all the board members are volunteers and they're business and property owners. And I think they want to get involved because they see the value in the organization and they want to be a part of it. And they want to direct the resources of the organization to where they think it can do the best, the most good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your answers. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gawler. I had no one else on my list for Mr. Williams. Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Williams. Have an excellent evening. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Just to let you know, in case you're keeping track at home, Jennifer Hunt, who was supposed to be our first delegate, and Derek Rutherford were not available. And so clerk's office has tried frequently, but they're no longer on our list. It means we have 2 delegates left. And then we have to get to questions of staff and the vote. So Kara McKillop is our next presenter, and she's joining us over the telephone.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me. I feel like this has been a long time coming, and I sincerely appreciate that we are here having this conversation. I don't know how I stumbled into this morning's 11 a.m. meeting, but I appreciate that you have been working very hard all day, and this has been exhausting. And you know, I can see it. You guys are working incredibly hard, and I appreciate that we have this opportunity now to have this conversation. Some of the things that stood out to me today is the recurring things that we hear is the sense of community, that we need to work together. We heard it in regards to the environment. We heard it in regards to the delegations with like the grandmother and her granddaughter, and it's the businesses. It's us working for our customers, and it's like it's not just us versus the BIA. It's not the BIA versus city clerks who aren't improving things. It's we collectively need to work together to move on. And I think we're all at the point now where we are clearly exhausted and we're willing to do that. Councillor O'Rourke, I think you mentioned earlier today like a metaphor of putting your arms around the laundry basket. And I feel like that's the same thing that applies here, is businesses are not educated in what the BIA is doing because we don't have a clear idea of where the BIA's responsibilities end and where the overlap of the city is. So we have this conversation about missing this $800,000 tax levy, but do we need to collect that in the first place if we already have a beautification initiative and if we already have like outreach and all these other things? Is this like in a time where finances are already so critical, can the city corporation itself look at the extension of their associations and find that finances to better apply elsewhere? Like if we've been hearing for the last 2 years the businesses haven't been getting the support, then let's initiate that support where we are getting it. Like let's put that towards transportation, let's put that towards parking, let's put that towards whatever. It's all the things that the businesses are already asking for that are happening in other areas of the city, and we just don't have a record of what's happening. So I do think that we need to absolutely investigate the BIA. I'm not standing here today saying that get rid of it, dissolve it, we're done. I'm saying that we absolutely need the information so that we can make an informed decision going forward. I think I submitted a 14-page document clearly outlining my personal experiences with the BIA in the last 6 months. And thank you, Mayor Guthrie, for again bringing this up today. And we've been in correspondence, I think, on and off throughout the whole thing. And I sincerely appreciate your respect for me and my businesses and for my opinion. And again, for bringing this up, I sincerely thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. By all means, if anybody has any questions for me, please let me know, and I will happily advocate for my opinion and for my position. I think my position is very clear at this point, and I think there's a very clear course of action going forward. We need to understand the strategy of the BIA, and we need to understand the priority of the budget.
Okay, Ms. McKillop, thank you very much for your delegation. I'm just going to see if there are any questions for you. I don't see any, so thank you so much for sticking with us all day and for your work downtown. We appreciate that, and have a good night. Okay, our last delegate is Chuck Nash on behalf of Frankenstein's and 12 Wyndham.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I sure can, and I am going to start the timer on your delegation. You have 5 minutes, after which just hang on in case there are questions from members of council, okay?
Well, it's been a long day and I won't take your entire 5 minutes up, I'm sure. Greetings, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and Council. Over the last month, I've had the opportunity to speak to 18 different business owners in the core. When I asked them what their thoughts and feelings were with respect to the DGBA, I received 2 responses. The first one and type of response was one of disdain, and the second one was one of indifference. I was shocked to see how many of those that were indifferent were not aware that they are paying into the DGBA through an extra levy in the property tax portion of their rent. As a property owner for downtown, I, one, would support any survey, any review that may lead to more information and to hopefully, in my opinion, what's needed to be the disbandment of the DGBA. The vast majority of DGBA members have never seen the financials of the DGBA, as I hadn't up until recently, and one would be shocked at how little value it delivers in the end. I've included a copy of those financials for Council's review when I requested to delegate today. One has to look no further than those financials to tell the story of how little value is delivered from the DGBA to its membership. The numbers don't lie, as the vast majority of money goes directly to overhead, with little money reaching the intended purpose, which is beautifying the downtown or promoting the downtown. This, if I'm not mistaken, is the purpose of a BIA to begin with, according to the Municipal Act. $280,000 for labor. That's approximately 45% of the budget. The hospitality industry, which I'm very familiar with, is a very labor-intensive industry, and it targets 24 to 27% labor cost. $11,000 for internet and phones for 3 people. I run another business outside of the BIA that has 4 landlines, 8 cell phones, internet, and I pay half of this. $50,000 for rent. Ridiculous for rent for 3 office staff members. $25,000 goes towards events and programming out of over $600,000 budget. Overall, the downtown businesses contribute over $500,000 annually to have $75,000 worth of marketing, or approximately $75,000 worth of marketing and events programmed. We could pick apart line item after line item in this budget. The financials are there for you to review. It does not take a lot of financial literacy to see the model is extremely wasteful and inefficient. I support Councillor Downer's thought in further education. I think that in any review, it should be mentioned that I think the city has an obligation to inform the businesses they are paying into and funding the DGBA and how the mechanics of that work, as it is my belief many are not even aware that they're contributing to it. I also believe they should be informed how much they are paying into it, as well as be given a copy of the financials. Hopefully this meeting will bring greater awareness to this. I support the review and hope Council will move forward in the review. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. I see Councillor Curran. Gibson, just 2 at this time, and Hofflin. Okay, a hat trick. Councillor Curran.
Thank you. It's disconcerting to hear that you feel that there's a lack of information about the financials, and I just wondered if you've attended an AGM, if you received invitations to the AGM, have you sought out those financials and not been able to access them? It's always been my understanding that those are freely available to any member of the DGBA, and that those books are open and vetted and thoroughly reviewed at the AGMs.
I personally have not received an invitation ever to an AGM. I personally have never received a copy of the financials from the DGBA. I've received them through third party or through other businesses that have requested them multiple times, but I've never received direct information from the DGBA on either matter. And I believe, if you look at the survey results, in 35% of people only filled it out, I believe that most of the members are very ill-informed with regard to the financials and what the DGBA actually delivers. That's not to say that the DGBA is intentionally withholding that or not being transparent or making it available. I just believe there's a real lack of awareness of the mechanics of how it all works.
And just a question of clarification through you, Madam Chair, are you a tenant in your building and your landlord holds that information?
I'm both the tenant and the landlord.
Okay, Councillor Karan, was that it? Is that your last question? Okay, great. Councillor Gibson.
Good evening. Thanks very much for your delegation. You spoke to concerns about governance and value for money. And do you have experience with other organizations and governance to contrast your concerns with?
I actually do. I was a longtime board member, vice president and president of Guelph Minor Hockey Association for several years. And if you want a direct comparison, I can tell you that the GMHA had a budget that was twice the size of the DGBA's. I can also tell you we had a membership that was 4 times the size at 1,600 members or 1,600 families. And I can tell you that direct overhead was probably 1/5 of what the DGBA's is. It was entirely run by a board of 13 members and had 1 executive assistant, full-time executive assistant, a part-time ice scheduler. So I find it, when Mr. Pollock referenced that the staff is stretched thin at times, I've also started and had 11 businesses in my career, 10 of which is in the city. I find with a $600,000 budget, just over $600,000 budget, I find that highly irregular. And I think, again, I go back to the financials. If you go to the 2 areas of the financials, one is the marketing budget and the other one is discretionary spending. That's a big part of the work of implementation. I understand there's all kinds of meetings and emails to be answered and all that. But really, the financials don't lie. They tell you everything about an operation, whether it's a nonprofit or profit business.
Okay. Thanks very much. That's all the questions I have for now. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hoffland, please.
Yes, thank you to the delegate through you, Madam Chair. So I heard you rhyme off a lot of numbers tonight, a lot of financials. Can you tell council where you got those numbers? Were they in the AGM annual report?
I got them. Their financial report that came from the DGBA. I think it was. I think it's the. I don't have it in front of me. I think it was. It might be 2021 financials.
And a second question would be.
Excuse me, Councillor Hoffman. I did send a copy of that with my request to delegate. So hopefully, all of council has that copy.
Yeah, thank you. I can't get into my home computer right now, but and I also wondered, you suggested that we should do a governance review. What would be your expectations from a governance review? What would you expect to learn from a governance review about the DGBA or the BIA?
Well, I'm not sure that there's a whole lot that can be uncovered that isn't uncovered in the financials. It's absolutely appalling and ridiculous that so little money comes back into what the BIA is intended to do, because it all goes to overhead. But I think, part of the review, and as I suggested in my delegation, is I would like to see the membership informed and given a copy directly of all those financials. I would like to also see the membership informed and educated, as many of them, several of them that I talked to said, well, I don't pay into the DGBA. I don't, it makes no difference to me. They think the DGBA is funded by the city. They don't realize that that extra levy that's incorporated into their rents, that they're paying for that, and that if that wasn't there, their rents would be, considerably less. And I'm also a big believer that, if you're in business, you're able to stand on your own 2 feet. You have a lot of initiative. You have a lot of drive. You don't need somebody else spending your money to market the downtown. You're quite able, especially with, a few $1,000s, to do social media yourself and promote your own business. Only you know how to promote your own business better than anybody.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions for you, Mr. Nash. So thank you for sticking with us. You're our last delegate on a very long day. We appreciate that you stuck with us. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for your long day and your efforts.
Okay, Council. I know that Councillor Alt wants to put the staff recommendation on the floor. He's mentioned it twice, so I do want to go to him. I see Councillor McKinnon is seconding. We have a couple options. We can ask our questions to staff. I know Mayor Guthrie has some motions that he would like to add. We can do it all tonight, but it's 9:30. We can also refer to the council meeting later this month. So let's start with the staff recommendation. Okay, and maybe we can vote that up or down and move along. But I'm going to just put it out there that we need to wrap this up by 10, if at all possible. Okay. So I've got Councillor Alt, Councillor McKinnon, who seconded. I see Councillor Goller. You have a question? Any other questions? Okay. Councillor Caron. Okay. Councillor Gibson, I see you. Go ahead, Councillor Goller.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. For staff, page 4 of the report, where it mentions the bylaw review, it says that there is no city policy or established procedure for bylaw reviews. I wanted clarity on that. It was my understanding that there was direction that every 5 years bylaws had to be reviewed. That's how I understood it, and it's also my understanding that there is a process. You know, when we reviewed the noise bylaw, the animal control bylaw, all of these bylaws, they go through the community engagement framework process. It's mapped out. There's community engagement, and those bylaws are reviewed. So could you help me understand, talking to page 4 of the report, what did you mean when you said that there's no city policy or established procedure for bylaw reviews?
Perhaps I'll jump in there, Madam Chair. Just give me a second to get this mask off. And I will also defer to DCO Clackbush, because I think there were some questions around sort of bylaws that are what I would call enforcement related bylaws, Councillor Goller. So the BIA bylaw is something that's established. It's in sort of perpetuity until council or the processes that are outlined in the Act initiate some form of review of it. The questions that you asked, Councillor Goller, are much more in line with those bylaws that are more regularly enforced by Ms. Clackbush and her team. And so I think that's the sort of differentiation there. So I'll defer to Ms. Clackbush if she wants to add anything further.
Through the chair, I would just concur that the 5-year review is for those enforcement type bylaws that are publicly reaching, as opposed to the kinds of bylaws that you as a council do, lots of them at the end of the night, for example, that don't fall under that annual 5-year review. And so this would not fall into that category of the sort of mandated 5-year review of our enforcement type bylaws.
Perfect. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And now I understand why there is a recommendation for a third party as opposed to city staff. Now, as a follow-up, a lot of the conversation tonight from the delegates has focused around supporting a sentence here in the report that says, should City Council decide to direct a review of the BA Board of Management, you could find someone to do it. What would that review entail? Because a lot of the delegates were talking about value for money, effectiveness, how that the operations of the DGBA over the last couple of years. So could you tell me what would be in scope and out of scope of the review of the BA Board of Management?
For you, Madam Chair, I can take it from there.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Regan.
Really, at the end of the day, Councillor Goller, it is what was really in that original motion back on the 25th, I believe it was. So it would be a full governance review. It would involve engagement with the membership. There are some key milestones that we look at when reviewing a BIA. but looking at their policies, for example, ensuring policies are in place and being followed. And in the report, we limit ourselves at we don't include the financial because that is under the audited statements through the city. And so at this point, unless council wanted us to look at finance, then we would just do a full governance review, including policies and effectiveness.
Okay, so that is helpful. So you would actually be looking at the effectiveness and the operations of the DGBA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as a follow-up, just trying to understand the timelines here. Generally, when the city engages reviews, we allow time for community engagement, and I'm used to seeing things take, 8 months to a year for a review to come back. So with this, it looks like the RFP would be issued in essentially in Q1, and then there would be just 3 months before a report to council comes back in June. So I'm just trying to understand, with those timelines, is it realistic that we would actually be able to ask a third party to perform an operational review with recommendations of what's going well and what could be improved? Or would this be entirely a paper review that is done of the DGBA without engaging the community, the membership? So just help me understand that.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Guller. The timelines are tight. There's no question about that. But the terms of reference will be very, very pointed. Engagement would be the membership of the DGBA, so that's 467 members, if my numbers are correct, or 217 properties that are within the DIA boundaries. So that would be the extent of the engagement.
Okay, so that is built in there. Excellent. Well, thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate that. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Goller. Okay, I have Councillor Caron, Councillor Gibson, Councillor Alt. I got you.
Mine's not a question, just a comment.
Go ahead.
Oh, just there were a few delegations that were borderline on making comments about the financial management of the DGBA. And I just think it needs to be stated that the audited financial statements, the DGBA has financial statements that are fully available to their membership. They are presented to the membership annually and they are audited independently. And I don't want anything left in the public realm that in any way calls into question the prudent financial management. Members can disagree with how they spend the money, just as our constituents disagree with how we spend their tax dollars at budget time. But I think it needs to be stated that those the stewardship of those resources is managed professionally.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Caron. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, through you, Chair O'Rourke. Comment, then a question. So I heard a couple of things that were telling for me this evening. I heard from Mr. Williams that they had a hard time in the past finding members to stand for the board. And then the other one I heard from some of the members was just the sheer lack of understanding or knowledge that the DGBA existed for the membership, and that there were many businesses downtown that weren't aware that they were paying through a bylaw thousands of dollars, or $2,000 to $2,500 minimum a year into the DGBA as to be a member. This lack of awareness is troubling for me. I'd like to hear more from the businesses and more from the community. I think we've heard from a snapshot of that, but I think that that level of awareness that the DGBA even exists and that it is mandated through a bylaw for businesses to pay, that their leases have a baked in levy attached to them. I think that's all real good education and awareness that needs to be not just on the DGBA, but on City Hall as well, to let tax-paying businesses understand that there's a special levy if you're in a certain geographic area of the downtown. So I'm interested to see what the governance says. We're not opposed to these before. We've done audits of outside boards before, or governance reviews of outside boards before. So I'm not opposed to the transparent process, and also just an engagement with the membership. So my question to Chair though is, will you allow an additional motion on the floor after this vote to receive? Are you going to rule that the file is closed and we're moving on, or are you okay with an additional motion coming forward?
I'll allow the additional motions. I know that Mayor Guthrie has 2 motions.
Great.
And this first motion is to receive only. So.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Chair O'Rourke.
Okay. Councillor Alt, then Councillor Hoffland.
Thank you. Just putting my timer on. Thank you. With regards to this motion, I think that the motion is very clear. We are receiving a report from staff, and I think perhaps what is most important is to restate what Councillor Caron had said earlier. The audit that is done of the DGBA is done by the City of Guelph and is done in tandem with other audits that are done by us as well. The one question that I do have for staff is about an internal audit and whether our staff have the capacity or even the authority to do an internal audit. Apologies for that clock behind me. Or whether, because it's an outside board, that would be construed as something beyond our authority.
For you, Madam Chair, is it possible to ask James Crowder? I know he is listening in. If we could bring James
Certainly,
Crowder in.
certainly. And so I've been remiss here. The only motion on the floor is about to receive the report, and we're now straying into some conversation.
You know what? I'll just leave it at that.
No,
Okay.
Councillor, listen, I've let it go this far.
Yep.
Mr. Crowder's also been sitting here all day, so let's have it out, and then let's move to the motion to receive, so that at least that business is done, and that some of our questions will have been answered. Okay. Mr. Crowder. Councillor Alt's question was about whether we can do an internal audit on a board.
Through you, Chair O'Rourke, to Councillor Alt. I'm going to defer this question to Scott Stewart as internal audit reports through to the CAO's office.
That's true, actually. Okay, hot potato to CAO Stewart.
Through you, Chair, that was a delicate delegate up. So the answer is no. If I can get to the right cut to the point, Robert's work plan is full. It doesn't mean he can't do it, but you know, without having any thought to what would he drop if you want answers tonight, the answer is no. And I mean that doesn't sound as respectful as it should, but it's right to the point.
Very much. I like right to the point. Good value for money audit on Mr. Crowder and Mr. Stewart right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alt. Councillor Hoffland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to withdraw because I support the receipt, but I think my questions will apply to the motion about doing a governance review.
As do mine, Councillor Hoffland. Okay, so I would like to call the vote on the staff recommendation to receive. Okay. All those in favor to receive the staff report? Okay, I believe that's unanimous. Any opposed, just in case I've missed a couple? Okay, none opposed. Mayor Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I have sent the motion to council already and to the clerks, and I'm happy to table it if I have a seconder.
I see Councillor Caron seconding. Thank you, Councillor Caron. Okay. I'm going to ask the clerk.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would just ask the clerk to put the motions up. There are some people probably still hanging on. So if you can put the motions up, and then Mayor Guthrie, I'll go back to you and I'll start the speaking list.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've left in the motion that was just approved by council. So that's the number 1, but number 2 and 3 are the ones that Mayor Guthrie had sent through.
Madam Chair, may I speak to the motion?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mayor Guthrie.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. I feel that there is merit in the review. I think we've done other reviews both internally and with outside boards as well. And I think we also owe it, I think, to the BIA community for the opportunity to have a review that might bring back some, what was the words said? I'm gonna use the same words that I can't find it. Striving to be better. I think that's what the chair said. Ways in which we could strive to be better, and they could strive to be better. And the chair said that they would be fine with the review. Marty Williams, as the executive director, said that he would be fine with the review. And I believe that the only delegate that came forward tonight that was fully in favor of the DGBA and the value that it brought was Scott Coburn. And I appreciate that delegation very much. But it was asked of him whether or not he would be okay with the review, and he too as well said yes. So now I have one question, and that's to staff. Do you think that a review is warranted as well?
So we'll go first to John Regan. Oh, sorry. DCO Holmes.
Through the chair to Mayor Guthrie. I think that based on what we've heard today and just some of the comments that I've received from staff in the last little while, probably a review is warranted. But given that John's had the experience with the DGBA over the last, I don't know, year and a half or so, not much longer than me actually, perhaps I will ask for his opinion as well.
Mr. Regan?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the short answer, yes.
Okay.
I love the short answer.
That's all the comments I have then at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I want to go to your seconder, Councillor Caron, then I'll go to Councillors Hoffland and Downer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I seconded it because, like the mayor, there's no downside to reviewing the governance of an organization. The chair, Kevin, and the executive director both articulated that they're open to a review. For all the reasons that I, as your appointed downtown rep on behalf of council, would also agree that there's never any harm. What I want to clarify is that this is a governance review. This isn't an audit of their financial statements. This isn't a service rationalization of whether the money is spent on things that the membership, it's a democratically elected board. So this is what the membership has voted to spend money on. So I just want to make sure that we're scoping it as they're meeting their obligations under their enabling bylaw, they're meeting their obligations under the Municipal Act, and that they're following all the processes like appropriate annual general meetings, following their bylaws, following their audit procedures. So just confirmation from the mover that that's the scope, and that the $50,000 cost for the independent review is within that within that scope.
Mayor Guthrie?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it was clearly stated, which I agree with our manager of economic development, that the financials would not be scoped in this review. I fully understand that by moving this. And everything that you mentioned, Councillor Caron, I agree with you. The only thing I would just add to it is that the scope would also include engagement with the membership as well, which I think that feedback is valuable as well as the governance review occurs, and that's it. So, okay. I mean, if there's more scope that comes from a conversation between whoever the proponent, not the proponent, but whoever the third-party person is that starts to engage on the process, I leave that to an expert. For all I know, there could be an expert in this field that does this and might have I don't know, like a template of what to do on these types of situations. And so I would follow the expert advice of that third party reviewer. But my main intent is exactly as you described, nothing at this point in regards to financial.
Okay, great. Then I wholeheartedly support the initiative. I think that not doing it will leave these questions in the community. It is disconcerting, some of the delegations that we heard tonight, and I hope that this review will result in their voices being heard, and that that this will be settled once and for all once the report is released, so we don't have that black cloud looming in the community that there's a perception that our BIA is not effective. So I look forward to the results and hearing the voices of all members. And I encourage all members who are listening tonight to please participate in the review. And you're welcome at board meetings. In my time as a board rep on behalf of council, I can count on one hand the number of members, general members, who have come to speak to the board at a board meeting to request something. They may be speaking individually to the executive director, but there's certainly, I as a board member haven't heard those voices. So I welcome those voices and encourage those members to contact me and other members of the board and to participate in this process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Caron. Councillor Hopland.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm trying to discern value for money. It seems to me that we're going to be approving approving $50,000 for consultants. 5 days ago, we just approved a budget, and not all of my colleagues approved of the budget, and now we're going to start putting money into a consultant's report. And what I'm trying to discern is the value we're going to get out of the consultant's report. So please bear with me. It has been 10.5 hours. I really need to understand from staff. We're not going to have a financial position. We're not going to do an audit. We're not going to be able to fix the broken relationships. We're not going to talk about education. We're not going to talk about awareness in the governance review. The thing that does attract me is the engagement with the business owners. So what does that look like? And I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice.
Quite all right. I believe Mr. Regan would answer that question. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Hopland. The engagement will be through with the board, obviously, with the executive, also with the stakeholders, or as I mentioned before, those property owners and businesses. So those 467 members, if you will, the 217 property owners, which are within that same number, is engaging the best as possible that we can through survey, through engagement, through focus groups, to get as much information as we possibly can.
So, Mr. Reagan, would that also include conversations with these business owners and stakeholders around dismantling the DGBA? That would not be included in a governance review, would it?
Through the chair, I think the simple answer is no. I think the purpose of it is to do a governance review, as we've talked about, to ensure the policies are in place, ensuring that obviously council is accountable at the end of the day, and so making sure that policies and processes are being followed, and then perhaps providing some recommendations back to the DGBA for improvement, and council can decide the next steps from that review, I would think.
Thank you for that, and I would agree with my colleague, Councillor Caron, that it would be good to be able to make sure processes and policies were being followed. I'm just struggling with the $50,000 to put the seal of approval on that. So I'll just reserve judgment for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hopland. Councillor Downer?
Yes, so I'm struggling with this because I'm a fan of reviews and governance reviews. And I had originally thought I'd support this actually until I heard the delegations tonight. And I just worry that we're feeding into more information about what this review will do. it was clear to me that the delegations tonight, thereby probably more of the membership, seems to think that this governance review, which doesn't cover finance, doesn't lead to dissolution of the DGBA, will do that. We'll dissolve, we'll come up and dissolve the, we'll be able to have a motion then to do that. And of course, that the report says, we could suddenly do that. But also, the membership could. I mean, it says in the report that at least 1/3 of the taxes levied for the, those in the membership of the BIA who are responsible for at least 1/3 of the taxes levied for the purpose of the general local municipal levy, they could sign a request. So, I mean, this isn't going to lead to what they want. So this is what's kind of disturbing me, that I don't want to feed into. I like the idea of the review. I just don't like the context in which we're doing this, because I don't want it tomorrow to hear in the downtown that we're doing a review to dissolve the DGBA. That's not the intent, but that was the discussion tonight. That's what every one of those delegations believed this was going to do, that this would accomplish that. So given that, what I want to do is I want to refer this motion to the 2023 budget, because I want the review done, but I don't want it done in this context. And while Kevin said, Mr. Pollock said that he supported the review, and so did Marty, he also said that he didn't think we should be doing a review right now, because they wanted to focus on getting out of the pandemic. I just don't think the timing right now, coming out, we're not even coming out of, we're heading back into that bumpy wave that we keep having. I don't think now is the time to do that review. I think we should be doing that probably next year. And I think that the DGBA should be focusing on what Kevin said they should be focusing on, helping their membership through the pandemic. So I'd rather just table this until, and if I have a seconder, I guess I need a seconder for that, to refer this motion to the 2023 budget. Because I just worry about trying to approve this in the context of the misinformation that we heard tonight. And that Kevin, the chair, thought that we should be focused on help.
Okay, so now we have a motion to refer to the 2023 budget. Councillor Hoffland has seconded. Mayor Guthrie?
Thanks, Chair O'Rourke. I'll just speak
Bell.
against. I'll just speak. I'll speak against the referral. We have an issue now. We have a downtown that is about to be ripped up with construction now. We need to tackle this issue now. And we talked earlier tonight with climate change issues, not to be punting issues down the road. That's exactly what this referral will do, respectfully. And this has come to a head where it does need, as Councillor Cron said in her remarks earlier, where we need to hear about the issues and hear them now. And I think that we'll be better off by then having the final report in June, and we can move forward. Punting it I actually think it will exacerbate the situation, not only within the membership, but I think it will exacerbate the issue internally here as well, with governance relationship issues with the BIA. And so I really speak strongly to my colleagues to not support the referral.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I have Councillor Bell and Councillor Alt speaking to the referral only.
Thank you. I will be supporting the referral if there is in fact a serious issue with the BIA, then I would encourage those members that feel that there's a problem to go out and get 30% of the membership to vote. That would, in my opinion, trigger some action by City Council. Less than 7% of the membership being uncomfortable with the performance of the BIA, I don't think it merits immediate action. And there appears to me to be a clear division amongst the delegates on each side. So I liked the comments of the chair and the executive director. I think if there is truly a problem, then those that are not in favor of it need to step forward and create a petition with the 30%, and we'll take action. Otherwise, we'll refer it to next year.
Thank you, Councillor Bill. Councillor Alt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following on some of the remarks by Councillor Bell, and also to compliment Councillor Hoffland, who I think truly did nail it with some of her comments earlier. One of my major concerns, I would not support the motions as they currently are, so I would far rather support the referral. The scope of this particular governance review concerns me, because without an internal audit of processes, who does what, efficiencies, value for money, and in light of the past week's history where we passed the budget, I'm not certain that this is actually a prudent use of our money. I'm not certain how long the review is going to take, but if we're looking at $50,000, let's say it takes a year, that's $1,000 a week. Let's say it takes 3 months, that's $4,000 a week. For clearly a narrow scoping of governance, which it must be if we do not do any sort of internal auditing, I'm not certain we're doing anybody a service. I tend to agree with Councillor Bell. It is for the membership to do this and call a general meeting, because I presume that the bylaws must provide for that. It's not for us really to really be the vigilant ones. It's for the membership in so many ways. And I think I heard Mr. Pollock and Mr. Williams address some of that. And I think we have to go that way in order to be open and transparent and servicing all businesses in the downtown and our community.
Councillor Goller.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. To staff, Mr. Reagan, you mentioned that you were in support of a review, from your, but you didn't go on to tell us why you were supportive of a review. Could you tell us, would you have any concerns with council saying that we are not going to do that at this point, that we may consider it again in 2023? And as Councillor Bell has stated, that if the membership has a problem, they have actions they can take to address it. I don't know if you can comment on that.
Excuse me. Absolutely. Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Goller. So obviously the value of the review, I don't think I need to reiterate everything that has been spoken of, but clearly there have been issues raised in regards to the governance. I guess going out on a limb from I guess my perspective, if you will, is hitting it head on again might alleviate some concerns with the members, and also allow us to continue to build a positive relationship with the DGBA.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. I will be voting against the referral. I believe that if there is an opportunity to have a consultant give us some good information about what the DGBA could be doing better, I think now is a good time to do it, as we are in a rebuilding phase, coming out of a global pandemic. If we can get advice on how to improve things for downtown, I think now is the time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goller. Anyone else strictly on the referral? Seeing no one, then I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor of referring to the 2023 budget? Councillor Downer, Councillor Bell, Councillor Alt, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Hoffland, Councillor Curran. That's 6, I believe. All those opposed? Councillor O'Rourke. Mayor Guthrie, Councillor Billings, Councillor Goller, Councillor McKinnon, Councillor Gibson. Who am I missing? Oh, Councillor Goller, got you already. Sorry, clerk, did I miss somebody?
I don't think
Madam
Councillor
Chair,
Salisbury.
Councillor Salisbury, I think left the meeting an hour and a half ago or so. So it's a 6-6 tie, which means it failed.
It fails. Okay, thank you. I was looking for a 7th there. Okay, so we're back to Mayor Guthrie's 2 motions. I'll go back to the original speaker list. I was at Councillor Downer, who then moved the referral. Councillor Downer, did you have additional questions or comments on the 2 motions?
No, I'll support them now. I really don't think now's the time to be doing them, but I support governance. So I'm disappointed that we're not doing it now, and respectfully to Mr. Reagan, that should have been a recommendation in the report if he thought that that should be done now.
Okay, Councillor Goller?
To staff, Mr. Reagan, speaking of the scoping, I think in efforts to improve relationships with our community stakeholders, would there be an opportunity to reach out to the board of the DGBA to get their feedback for the scoping? I understand that the city staff will drive the process, but if we're hoping to get feedback that could potentially help the organization improve, is that something that could happen?
For you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Goller, you know, in developing that relationship, as you'll see, we consulted with Mr. Williams. We also consulted with the Executive Director of Ontario BIA. I see no reason why we would not consult with the DGBA on the scope. It's very clearly laid out in legislation as to what the city's responsibilities are, and that generally will be the scope, but we certainly will have conversations with Mr. Williams and the board.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just to clarify on that, this is a review of the BIA Board of Management, and not just the city's responsibilities, but also the operations and the activities of the board, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Alt, then Mayor Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said before, I can't support the scope as it is. I'm not opposed to a review at all, but without certain elements of it, and some of it concerns processes, some of it concerns finances, I think what we're doing is that we're setting many people up for disappointment as to what it is exactly that we are going to be able to do. And so as a result of that, I don't think that this is going to be good value for money, so I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Alt. Mayor Guthrie, then me.
Just a quick question through you, Madam Chair, to John. You talked to, I'm sorry, I didn't write down her name. I don't have the report in front of me now, but Kay, I think was her name, from the Ontario BIA. When you discussed, doing reviews, did she acknowledge that reviews have been done in the past with other BIAs and city councils at all, or did she say this is rare, or?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Guthrie, reviews certainly have been completed. There's some that have ended up with dissolvement of a BIA. And there's some that have ended up with just a review process and looking for improvements. So the Kay's last name is Matthews, just for your notice.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you. So again, just to have my closing remarks on my motion. We did have, as I heard it, the executive director indicate that it would be fine to do it. As I heard it, the board of director also indicating that it'd be okay to do it. Our deputy CAO in agreement to do it. Our manager of tourism who's been engaging with the BIA to do it. And the Ontario director of BIAs has said that there's reviews that happen also elsewhere. So I would just ask that that we get the support for it. And by the way, it is up to $50,000. I've heard a couple times that it's $50,000, and I'm sure the up to is underlined and highlighted by our staff as they will try to endeavor to not use the $50,000. So I just want to correct that as well. Thumbs up from our manager of tourism. Thank you. Oh, sorry, of economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I keep putting my name at the end of the questioners list and I never quite get there, so that's my chance. I just want to check with Mr. Regan. I think we heard the delegates very polarized in, you know, sort of dueling research methods and conclusions that seem quite different. Can you give me some assurances as to their research methods will be robust and, you know, unbiased in the focus groups or surveys that will be undertaken so that we could really get a real picture among the membership?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Yes, as we all know, surveys, it's how you ask the questions, and ensuring that it's biased or non-biased, sorry, is so important. And that's the primary reason for a third party review. Though staff would be certainly very capable from a skill set to do it, certainly not from a relationship development, let alone workflow piece, but making sure that there's a third party, non-biased approach to all engagement. There's no determined outcome from this review. The purpose is the review, should council proceed.
Okay, and so just a couple more questions on that. Is there a dimension where we'll get a sense of whether people understand the mandate of the BIA or not? Because I think we heard a lot of confusion about that as well. So are we going to get to, okay, this is the scope. And so do you think they're meeting, or I don't want to presuppose, but is there an education component just in having that conversation?
Thank you again for the question, Madam Chair. Absolutely. I think part of any engagement, you preface those questions with, this is what the entity is. So in this case, this is what the BIA is, this is what the responsibilities are as per the legislation, and literally copy and paste so that people do, those who would be responding are educated and they are well informed as to how that mandate affects them so that they could respond responsibly and with some sort of competency on their end, that they're somewhat fluent in what a BIA looks like and the purpose of it.
Thank you. Mr. Regan, one last question. Can you give me a ballpark idea of the amount of city funding that's going to go into the downtown in the next 10 years, just with Baker and roads and all that stuff, a new transit hub?
Thank you again for the question, Madam Chair. So as everyone's aware, the Baker development's about 300 million, about 100 plus with the city and 200 from Windmill. And then with the downtown, I think it's safe to say hundreds of millions. I'm not sure if Mr. Gaiman's on the call or if DCO Holmes wants to comment, but I would just say hundreds of millions of dollars is going to be invested within the next 10 years.
Okay, thanks. The ballpark is fine. Okay, so on that basis, I tend to think that we could do nothing. We could wait for the members to trigger something, but that the review might actually allow some good options for improving relationships or improving understanding. And so on that basis, I will support it. So I see no other hands. So I would like to call a vote on the mayor's two motions. I've not had anybody ask me to split them, so I'm just going to strike while the iron's hot. Okay, all those in favor for the mayor's motions? Got O'Rourke, Guthrie, Goller, Downer, Curran, Hoffland, Gordon, McKinnon, and Billings. Opposed? Councillors Alt and Bell. So that those two motions pass. Okay. Thank you, folks. That is all I have. Oh, service area chair and staff announcements. Actually, I need to go to Mayor Guthrie, who has an announcement to make, and then I'll move for adjournment.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff and council. Just for a very brief moment, I think it's incumbent upon us to just to acknowledge the unfortunate passing of a longtime public servant found out today, Martha Rogers, the Director of Education for the Upper Grand District School Board. Gotta be honest with you, I've known her a long time. My wife and my wife's family have actually known her way longer than even me. And it was a big shock for me, I'm sure, like it was for all of my council colleagues and the entire community. What an amazing woman, what an amazing leader. And I just thought it was important on behalf of council to acknowledge that, and that our best wishes are with family and coworkers as they, struggle to come to terms with this, especially after 50 years basically of dedication and only getting to a retirement at the end of August. Not the news that we wanted to hear today. The articles in the paper, I'm sure others can speak way better than I can, but it's just so evident in everything she did. She just loved children and loved to make schools the best it could be, and to be just an amazing person in our community beyond that. So on behalf of council and the city, just to anyone listening from family or coworkers, know that you're in our thoughts and prayers, and wishing you all the best. And thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me bring that statement forward. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Any staff announcements? No. Okay, then I'd like to move adjournment. I need Councillor Billings, seconded by Councillor Gibson. Thank you very much, everybody. We did a lot of work today. Thanks to staff for sticking with us as well, including those who are behind the scenes. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Oh, we need to vote for adjournment. All in favor of adjournment? Unanimous. I don't even have to ask if anyone's opposed. Have a good night.